Welcome everybody to CONUS. It's another year, another time to hit the beaches. I got my shades on. I am ready for the sunshine, my friend. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, and I couldn't be more excited. Enigma, how you doing today?
Feeling great. Unfortunately, I wasn't packing my shades today, but I do have the SPF all over, you know, just to protect me. I'm pasty white, need it from the sun's rays. But other than that, yeah, feeling great. Looking forward to a hell of a lot of action coming. Of course, we don't get many opportunities, far too few, so it's wonderful to be working alongside yourself.
You know what? I think that you and I, we need to get off the beach and get onto the golf course right away. I think that is exactly where we need to be because, you know, sunshine doesn't fare too well for myself either. I'm quite pasty white as well. You know, that's why we're sitting inside, and that's why we deal with video games. You know, it doesn't get more better than that for you and I. But no, it's going to be CONUS, everybody. And the esports championships, at least the regional side, does continue here through Air Force Gaming. And, you know, of course, we had PACAF not too long ago. Just over what seems like a month ago now. We're into the CONUS side for North America at Keesler Air Force Base. And this is where we can look to now send some more teams into the world format.
Yeah, absolutely. We've spoken about this. You and me have been blessed to cover over this stuff before, where we get to talk about, you know, last year where it all went into that world situation. It's finding the best teams in their various regions and sending them off to compete against one another. It's a wonderful thing that we've got going on here. And yeah, CONUS is always a wonderful example of the talent that we're going to pull through. And we are expecting, regardless of game, regardless of the players that are across those lineups, we are always expecting CONUS talent to step up big on the world stage. So yeah, we're gonna have our eyes peeled over the next few days about just who is impressing and who we're expecting to lift some trophies.
Of course. And you know, we saw in PACAF the introduction of Rocket League now to the regional formats. That's been a fun thing. So we sent one team from Call of Duty, one team from Rocket League to Worlds from the PACAF side over in Yokota Air Force Base. Today, or over the course of this weekend, we'll be narrowing things down to send, it looks like 4 teams from both Call of Duty and Rocket League from CONUS to Worlds as well. So a lot to kind of get through, a lot to kind of look forward to, and a little bit of a change up to how these teams are represented inside of the tournament as well. As, you know, our format has changed from having each individual Air Force base represented to now having regions represented, sub-regions represented within that. So it looks like we're going to be taking some players from everywhere, throwing them onto a team, and, you know, excited to see how that works out.
Yeah, absolutely. You and me, again, have managed to cover all this quite a bit, and we're used to talking about bases like Buckley and Barksdale and so on. That's kind of what we have done for a long time now, whereas now it changes up to this kind of, okay, we've got Mountain Bravo, Central Alpha, and we're trying to put all, it feels like you're almost assembling super teams. You're kind of taking the best parts of the puzzle and kind of slotting them together, because you're now allowed to do that according to the ruling. As long as they're within your region, totally fine to go and pick these people up. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how that plays out. What I'm hoping for over these coming days is some real juggernaut clashes, because we have assembled ourselves some lovely little squads. It's kind of just, okay, well, actually, you know what? Instead of us going with like you, me, and a third that's maybe a bit weaker, but it's the best player we've really got on our base. No. Now it's like, okay, well, I know that this guy who plays over here is phenomenal, so let's pull them in and turn us into a real force.
We got some takes to look forward to, and we got a schedule to look forward to as well. And I want to pull things up to see exactly where we're kind of headed for the day. Two that has been cooked up from our team. But as you can see, on day one, we got Rocket League on the left, Call of Duty on the right. Matches that are going to be on stream will be highlighted as well in orange. So we can look, we're starting with the Central Alpha versus the Mountain Bravo. Up in our first slot, Central Bravo versus Mountain Alpha, Team Eastern versus Team Western, and so on and so forth across from it. Going into Black Ops 7 now, we get to see that Mountain versus Central Alpha to close out the day later on.
Yeah, very excited to, I guess, put faces to the names on the teams, right? Because we always do this. We start off with the first day, and it's like, which players are we checking out? And there's so many different things to break down there, especially over on the Call of Duty side. Some of our juggernaut teams of the past have been split up and sent in different directions. So yeah, the whole ruling is, if you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to, for example, Central Team, you had to be within the Central time zone. That's kind of how this was all done. So it's a case of, all right, well, we've managed to potentially balance out more of these squads. And again, we're going to get a good look at who is looking hot real early here at CONUS and who's got a couple of things to work on. And that sets us up for later days of, all right, certain team over here is going to be that roster to really keep an eye on for winning everything. But then watching other rosters rise with the occasion Always a beautiful thing to get to do. And of course, day one is where we start that entire journey.
And if you guys haven't kind of pieced it together, maybe you're a little bit new to watching a tournament format like this. It is going to be a round robins to start off this tournament, so everybody gets to play each other at least one to determine seeding going into the playoffs for the tournament, where then we narrow it down from day to day all the way to Tuesday on who will be our qualified teams for Worlds from our CONUS region. So lots to kind of break down, not just from day one, but day 2, 3, and 4 as well. And for the tournament itself, this is going to be fun because, Andy, like I said, we're bringing Rocket League into the regions. For you, this is your first time casting Rocket League, my friend. Are you excited for this one?
I am very excited to get to cast some Rocket League. You always want an opportunity as a talent. You know what it's like to go and do some other games, get involved in some other bits and pieces. Done a lot of watching Rocket League over the years. Of course, know that it's got an incredible pro scene, and now getting the opportunity to sit down and talk over it alongside you, think we're in for a blast. I mean, this is basically... Rocket League's a wonderful game just in the sense of it's got football and racing vehicles, both of which I'm a huge fan of. So it's okay, you merge them together, turn it into an esport. Feel like we're going to be absolutely cooking today, and I'm hoping the players put on a real show for us, give us that treat nice and early.
Yeah, it's like your worlds are colliding right now, and it just doesn't get better than that. I could see the twinkle in your eye when you were saying that, especially when you're talking to me about it in the green room. We got the World Cup coming up, and I'm very excited for this.
We do.
Too. It's in North America, too, so I get to like kind of watch it in my backyard now on my time zones. Quite nice.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys should have ever been given it because you still call it soccer, which is definitely illegal. But yeah, I mean, look, hopefully, fantastic World Cup where England take it, or at least bring it back home. That'd be absolutely delightful.
It's not coming home, my friend. But what is going to be coming home is our first round matchup between Central Alpha versus Mountain Bravo that we're going to be looking at here on the Rocket League side. This is going to be a fun one because both of these two teams quite new in our eyes, as will every single Rocket League squad that we do have. But for Central Alpha, a squad of teams mixed up from Altus Air Force Base, Maxwell Air Force Base, and Barksdale Air Force Base coming together, headed by Mr. Chambo himself, who, quite like ourselves, love cats.
I mean, yeah, he automatically becomes the favorite person for me in this entire engagement just because of the fact that he's a cat guy. But also the size of his arms. Can we touch on that for a second? That guy got up over the other side of the stage and was telling me things and shouting at me and letting me know I'm not very good at the video game. I think I'd be quieting down pretty quickly. Very much so in shape. But then also alongside him, Nexity and Chill. Nexity was letting us know that he's actually ambidextrous, which is pretty insane. I'm a lefty. Everything is against me because it's designed for the right-handed world. This guy can do it all, no problem. And then Chill, he's actually got a ridiculous level of coaching experience. Coached 3 amateur teams to winning championships in amateur draft leagues. Has also been the official head coach for Unforgotten Esports, their official Rocket League team, as well as doing a bunch of stuff with the Ohio State University. So it feels like you've got the mastermind there. You've got someone who's able to kind of juggle all different bits and pieces. And if Chambo's the all-out force that, well, his forearms are letting us know that he is, then this team really could be an important one to watch.
Yeah, I like the idea that there's a little bit of CRL representation across some of these players here at CONUS, but we have another team to kind of talk about, and that's going to be on our Mountain Bravo side, because this squad also coming together from Buckley Space Force Base to match up against some teams quite like what we just had in Central Alpha, and we got J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop, all from Buckley Space Force Base, all looking to take down a team like Central Alpha.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tall task in front of them, no doubt, but hopefully we get to see what this team's made of. J-Dub saying himself that this is the first time that he's managed to play a LAN of Rocket League. So, you know, you know how it is as a caster, even just as a talent. You get into these situations sometimes, like everything feels a little bit different. It's a little bit more uncomfortable. So, with it being your first experience, hopefully you can settle those nerves early, get off to a nice hot start. For Camillo, used to play a little bit of actual semi-pro Clash Royale, which is interesting. And also, huge fan of soccer. So, I mean, football, as it should be called, but it's all right. It's okay. We'll only address that about 50,000 times over the next 4 days. And then Fruit Loop, who actually is incredibly active in the women's carball scene. So, yeah, it's, or at least was back in the day, but it's a case of, all right, well, what do you guys have to offer? Again, coming straight into this, you don't really know these players. So, regardless of what your history's been, regardless of what your plans are for the future, your ambitions, right now, you get to tell us who you are and set the stage for everything coming over the next 4 days.
Well, here we have our two squads again matched up against each other. A lot to look forward to in this matchup. And just as a heads up for anybody who might be a little bit new to watching Rocket League itself, this is going to be a best of 7 across our Rocket League matches. And you might be thinking, if you're used to Call of Duty, like, that is a long, long time. Oh, Rocket League matches, I mean, they're over in a jiffy. It's 5 minutes, I think, game time per game. If, you know, they do score, obviously the timer does stop and so on and so forth. It does get a little bit longer, but for the most part, I'd say Rocket League just breezes by for a lot of these games that we'll be watching.
It depends, because you can go to overtime, of course. So there is that situation where teams just drag it out with some very solid defense. But then it's a case of, okay, well, if you do that, well, the best of 7s. Like you get a lot of these lovely little 3-3 heading into that final game. It's like, all right, because you got to get those 4 wins, of course. So, yeah, I mean, you can get some blowouts without a shadow of a doubt where it's kind of watching one side get dropped up for just 4 straight games. But, yeah, I mean, I don't want any of that today. I want to see teams coming out absolutely slugging each other and getting these nice long matchups.
Yeah, you want to see those overtimes. You want to see things go close. We got predictions, though, Andy, and we got to go over this because, obviously, between you and I, we got our own little competition that we go through. And for Rocket League, it's going to be fun because we don't really know what to expect. However, whatever Andy predicts, I'm going to be predicting towards the other side. He said 4-2 Central Alpha, so immediately I'm going with Mountain Bravo 4-1.
Yeah, this is the most chalk set of pick'ems we've ever done because we're literally not only the opposite team, but basically the opposite score entirely. So there's no consistency here. No. But I want to check something very quickly with production because we kind of asked for this rule previously. So what we were pushing for, me and Seymour at one point, was we get 1 point for the correct team and then an extra point for the correct score. Now, is it that again, or are we just going with correct team, correct score?
Oh, he's already trying to bend the rules because he knows he's going to be wrong.
I'm just checking.
He's already trying to loopholes.
Hey, there we go. Production letting us know. All right, points in the bag, baby. Can't wait for this.
Oh my goodness! You know what? If you need the extra points, Andy, that is okay. That is okay with me. I'll let you have it. No worries on my end.
All right. No, look, all I'm saying is I actually can't even remember who's won the last few times. I know we get very into it, though, during the tournaments. We do get incredibly into it. And then, afterwards, it's kind of like, what I might do this time, print it out, put it on my fridge next to my child's artwork, my child who's 18 months old, and, celebrate it later on with the missus. But either way, I believe that we have got a game ready to go. And my God, yeah, the players are off and rolling.
Already flying through the pitch. It's going to be great, I think. You know, I've been an avid fan of Rocket League since maybe 2017, watching RLCS. It's been one of the highest grossing esports in terms of being able to just watch it and understand what's going on while you're watching it. If nobody has ever watched Rocket League in the past, well, look, cars can fly, they hit a ball goes into net equals goal. So you're really just, it doesn't get more simpler than that.
No, it doesn't. I mean, obviously, there comes strategy in terms of controlling the boosts, which you're going to see down there in the bottom right-hand corner. It's what you use to jettison yourself around the map. I tell you what, an incredible block there on the goal line. I believe that's J-Dubs coming through. There's going to be a demo as well. Not sure who that's on because top right, unfortunately, was covering over who that was. But as we get used to everything here, you see the little balls on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Those will be your boosts. If you're unsure with Rocket League, you pick those up. It lets you do a lot of the movement, the tech, the utility that comes into Rocket League. So, next to here, be right on the goal mouth, but another fantastic save from Fruit Loop. And defense of Mountain Bravo looking strong.
Yeah, everything, though, from Central Alpha has been a lot of aerial presence, good usage of the boost, some flip resets looking to get used, as well as some excellent shots on net. Midfield covered already by Chill. He's just going to send one flying right towards the crossbar. Does have to force Camilo into a save, so everything from Mountain Bravo has just been trying to clear it from their zone, but haven't really been able to get zone control in one bit, and it's just been Central Alpha dominating across the start of game one.
Has, but just for a second there, you got more pressure down the pitch if you were Mountain Bravo, but Chambo will play it forward, and the pass attempt there from Nexity to Chambo, but a great challenge in the air. Just ensure there's no immediate threat if you are going to be Mountain Bravo. J-Dubs doesn't really get a hold of that one as he would have liked. Nexity's just going to send that ball forward. Right now, both teams just kind of jostling, it feels, kind of to get themselves into a nice early flow, control the boosts, and trying to do something with this positioning if you are Mountain Bravo, but sent back down. Central Alpha feel comfortable about where they're at.
And a slow redirect there from Fruit Loop, just trying to put shots on net. Mountain Bravo haven't really had a lot of power on these shots like Chambo does right there. Sends one in for a first goal of the series, of the tournament, just in general. And yeah, it's like shots like that. You boom it from the goal line, and you can immediately see that on the other side, everything for Mountain Bravo when it comes to just slight finesse, trying to sneak it on the other end. But Central Alpha just banging shots on net constantly. So opening goal there for Central Alpha. It's Chambo to open this one up. You can already see Mountain Bravo with a little pep in their step, trying to answer it back. Nice contest there. Nexity goes up off the wall. Bounce off the corner, trying to center it. Camilo not able to get it out to a teammate. Nobody's home. And on the other side, Fruit Loop, she's trying to work it clear. And it struggles to get it through the neutral zone. Chambo, back wall, looking for the double touch. Bounces it down, hits the corner, pops it up. Fruit Loop with some great backboard defense, making sure it doesn't get into the danger zone.
Oh. Well, Chambo will alleviate some of that pressure by demoing his opponent. Nexity, some great work mid-air there. It's a dribble. Should have set Chill up for a pretty simple one. Camille was there to block, and off the post eventually will be sent back out if you're Mountain Bravo, but it feels like that's one that you got away with. Looked like a certain goal for Central Alpha. But you will still hold that 1-0 lead. And with the ball now just kind of sitting around midfield. Again, it's about your front players here just trying to shift this forward, and Nexity will be the one to retrieve and begin that run with Chambo in support.
Fill the back wall. Anybody there from Mountain? No. Camilo going to go for the contest off the wall. Bounces it over in the air. Nexity up. Over to Chill. Chill centering it out. Gets contested on the wall again. Fruit Loop just there. Excellent backboard defense, but down to a minute left in the game. Still a 1-0 lead for Central Alpha. Mountain Bravo needs to find the back of the net if they want to force an overtime. Right now, Central Alpha feeling good about this game one. And just contesting their way into an opening for this series. Chambo not going to follow this one up. J-Dub's already in the skies on the Octane, repping G2. And a pass out from Shill to Chambo. 1-2 touch into the net. 2-0 lead for Central Alpha.
Yeah, great control of the situation here. You could sense that they were happy to back off, knowing that time's whittling down. They're just trying to, all right, we're going to set up with more defense. We're basically going to put ourselves in a spot where we time our dive in. We do not want to risk giving this ball away at a spot where Mountain Bravo could score. Just spotting that little gap, that window, that timing of opportunity. And they certainly punish their opponents. So Central Alpha now looking incredibly comfortable unless Mountain Bravo can summon something from the depths.
That's kind of what you're looking for, but you got 15 seconds. Really, all Central Alpha have to do is play some incredible defense. Shot up high, not able to get there is Camilo. Fruit Loop, just keeping it away from Central Alpha. Gonna pop it over to the center field. Camilo picks it up. Chambo contests from the air. With 0 seconds left, you're just waiting for it to touch the ground for Central Alpha to open up this series with a game one in this best of 7, 2-0 over Mountain Bravo.
Yeah, beautiful work there. I'm going to get a quick look at the scoreboard. Chambo with both goals. 5 shots in the end. A lot of saves on the opposite side, and that kind of sets up the story for that first game. It was a case of a lot of pressure being applied by Central Alpha. Mountain Bravo held in there. And there is always that opportunity, of course, to counterattack in those moments. If Central Alpha is sending too many bodies forward, it's a case of springing that trap. But it felt like Central Alpha were always just in control of it. Mountain Bravo didn't really get going.
I mean, you saw a couple moments there from Mountain Bravo where they had, shots around the net. I wouldn't say they were like powerful shots or direct, but, slowly they were putting the puzzle pieces together on how to just put the ball towards the net, look for some rebounds, look for some good setups. The speed, for sure, that Central Alpha are bringing seems to be causing a little bit of issues here for Mountain Bravo. However, it's just the first game. It's the best of 7. It's the opening game of the tournament as well. I mean, definitely we've seen a fair share of teams come out the gates a little bit slow for a tournament on land. And not to mention, J-Dub's coming out here, who's got 8 years of Rocket League experience under his belt. This is his first time on land. He kind of mentioned it might be a little bit hard to get settled in. Not really sure how much scrim time these teams have had leading up to the tournament itself in the land setting, but it's going to take a second. And once it clicks, it'll be great to see.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And as you said, only the first match. Plenty of time to build your way into the series. Camillo more on the front foot this time. Saw him on the goal line pretty much the entirety of the last match. But gonna play further forward, and oh, great block by J-Dubs. Looked like a certain goal there. Mid-air challenge comes through, times it to perfection, gets that tackle in place, and another wonderful block from Fruit Loop from something that looked goal-bound.
Chill off the wall. Central Alpha, another demo on their side, so open net. It's going to force Camilo back on the defense, and the flip off the wall. Chambo interrupts it. Just sails it above Camilo there. Let's see this one again. Oh, it's the flip reset. He was able to get it off the back wall, so able to get a second touch in the air. Just sails it in for an opening goal.
Chambo with all 3 goals in this series so far. Truly a striker at heart, leading the line. But that one felt like just a little bit of extra pizzazz on the strike. Just playing it off the backboard, as you mentioned. Really showing what he's capable of doing. And unfortunately, that's going to instantly put Mountain Bravo on the back foot. No real opportunity to hold on at 0-0 like they did for so long in the last game. They've got to play forward football now. And, well, that's another effort, but never really threatening. Central Alpha just head back up the pitch.
Next, he dribbles it off the wall. Actually, he just clears it into the zone. Chill there for the follow-up. So keeping this offensive pressure up. Goes to the contest, and it just, again, bounces over the defender into the net. Didn't even see it coming. Chill here with the follow-up. Camilo just cannot get the proper clear. And even though J-Dubs was there, it's just not quick enough on the defensive rotation to follow up for that save. Unfortunate stuff from Mountain Bravo, but a little bit quicker in game 1. Alpha, or Central Alpha, already leading by 2.
One Camille won't want to watch back, unfortunately. A little bit of an errant touch. Just popped it up nicely for Chill to slot it home. What you've got now is a real sense of urgency that has to come from Mountain Bravo.
Fake.
Feels like one more goal for Central Alpha here, and staring down the barrel. Still got 3 minutes on the clock, but Central Alpha haven't conceded a single goal yet in this series. I feel incredibly comfortable relying on their defense.
It's just got to find the back of the net. That's going to open up the floodgates for Mountain Bravo. 4 goals the hardest. You've been trailing the way that you have. Jambo in the air, good dribbles, but as soon as it hits the ground, Camilo there to send it the other way. Off the top corner, that's going to give it a shot on net. Nobody's home in Fruit Loop. She's going to answer the first call for Mountain Bravo, putting them on the board, opening up an opportunity for this Mountain Bravo team to make a little bit of a comeback, and a misread on the rotations. You had 2 defenders on top of each other and nobody deciding who wants to go for the ball and play for the save. An opportunity here for Mountain Bravo. Go to work for a second one off the post. Shot wide off the post again.
Oh my god! Camillo cannons the post. An incredibly close range. Another one that felt like it should have gotten there. Now trying to just send that ball back towards where you want it to be. But all the momentum certainly in Mountain Bravo hands. What can you do with it? Unfortunately, risk oversending in moments, but you will get 2 players back on the goal line, and Camille there to make the block. 1 minute 55 still left on the clock. A lot of time if you're Mountain Bravo. You don't need to overcommit at this point. It's just about finding that one to tie us up. Central Alpha will feel that pressure.
Demo for Jambo. Again, they've been good for this one. Chill pops it up in the air. Patience from Mountain Bravo is going to be an awkward one off the back wall. J-Dubs barely gets a touch on it, but nobody's going to be in the net to save it, and Chill happy to send it away for another 2-goal lead to Central Alpha. I think J-Dubs thought he was going to get a little bit more power off that redirect from his car. Maybe just get a little bit of an easier clear, but Chill, he's smiling ear to ear for the opportunity that he just saw. Minute 30, 3-1. Central Alpha, again, feeling good about this lead. Chambo already driving the offensive pressure, and he's got Nexity here looking for the double touch, but great from J-Dubs to keep it away.
The long-range effort from J-Dubs won't get close. Chambo with plenty of time to react. Going back to the goal there from Chill. Feels like summoning up, or at least summarizing what a poacher is. 2 goals he scored now, both of which from his opponent's mistakes. He's doing a wonderful job of kind of reading where those moments appear and making sure he capitalizes on them. Chambo drives his way back up the pitch here, and as simple as you like, does it all himself. It's the intercept, it's off the ceiling, and it's the redirect. Incredible work. Already a play that I'm looking forward to watching through this week.
He goes end to end, and where Camilo thinks he's going to go far side, he just cuts it on the back wheel to shoot short side with that Fennec. A lovely control of the car there from Chambo right off the draw. Already gets a demo. Chill looking for Chambo off the back wall. Is Nexity ready? No. Fruit Loop. The whiff. 42 seconds. Back wall just continued to be covered from Brown Bravo. Good for the neutral zone clear. Here's Chambo again looking for the pinch off the ground. Looking to sneak it under J-Dubs, but great defense again. Fruit Loop now. Trying to get past these offensive drives, but Central Alpha continuing to hammer it home. Can't get it through the neutral zone. Again, Chill just setting up Chambo. One to the other. Shot on net. Camilo puts it wide. Picked up by Nexity. J-Dubs not able to fully control this one. Fruit Loop's there, but it's still in the danger zone. You gotta continue to keep it away from that net. 3 seconds left. No chance for Mountain Bravo to bring this one back in game number 2. As soon as it hits the ground, it's a 2-0 lead for Central Alpha.
Certainly is, and well, just as we thought, Mountain Bravo were digging their way back into the matchup. Central Alpha strike twice, and again, Chambo very much so leading the line. He's had 3 saves, 7 shots there as well, involved in pretty much everything, plus the assist. What I will say for Chambo, it feels like he's got a lot of creativity in the way in which he's attacking. We're seeing a lot of backboard play. We're seeing a lot off the ceiling. At points, he's happy to try and essentially juggle that ball. At points, he's willing to pass it off and dribble. So, yeah, he's been great all the way through this. But Chill, again, just kind of capitalizing on little moments. Just, all right, I see that you've kind of misdirected that ball there. Don't worry about it. I'll get the job done from this point. So, yeah, a lot of tools in the Central Alpha pockets right now, all coming out to play.
Yeah, a 2-0 lead's going to be feeling very comfortable in this best of 7. And it's not without a little bit of a pushback there. I mean, lovely shot from Fruit Loops to put one on the board for Mountain Bravo. Now going into game number 3, it's just expanding on that. You see that they're getting shots on net because it reflects in the saves for the stat line of Central Alpha. I mean, there is some defense from Central Alpha that you've been loving to see. Great rotations, quick rotations as well, which continues to just keep that ball out of the back of their net. But for Mountain Bravo, it's just how do they kind of find the next level? How do they find the next step in this series? Because you're getting shots on net. How do you put those shots in the net, though? And I'd like to see a little bit more passing, like to see some attacks from the air, just anything you can to switch it up, because it was an aerial shot from Mountain Bravo that put the shot in the net. So would like to see them start to dominate the skies a little bit more.
I agree. I think, again, coming back to how Central Alpha are being incredibly creative with their offensive play, at times that's undoing Mountain Bravo's staunch defense. Mountain Bravo's got to come up with some of that themselves. Try and shift Central Alpha around a bit. Leave them uncomfortable. Maybe...
Wall. Oh, the touch!
Oh, great play. Well done from Camillo there. Gets up and over. It's Fruit Loop with the assist. Does so well here. Just pops it over off the back. Perfectly timed. Camillo's there. Drops it in to take the lead for the first time in this entire series.
It looks like game 1 and 2 don't even matter when it comes to the confidence of Mountain Bravo. That's what you're looking for. Passing plays, smart plays too, where does the defense struggle the most on Central Alpha? Well, it's defending the top of the net. And you see Nexity there just a little bit slow to get up to defend against Camilo. Maybe you don't even expect the redirects from the teammates off the back wall, but Camilo there to put it away. A lead for Mountain Bravo. Let's see if they can make it more.
Getting incredibly aggressive, but Nexity does just enough to put her off. Ensures that ball sails overhead. Camilo now going to drive it into the corner. One concerning thing for Central Alpha, you're all stacked up in the same corner. I feel that even there, a little bit surprised. Demo comes through as well. If you are Fruit Loop, double demo as well. So Camilo, can you pop this into the middle? Can you set up one of your teammates in time? J-Dubs, and no, incredible block from Chambo. There just in the nick of time to ensure that your team survive.
Yeah, he just barely gets there, and defense once again from Central Alpha showing that, you know, they have each other covered. Double demo, not equaling a goal. Hey, that is a missed opportunity for Mountain Bravo, but you can already see that something has changed on this squad in terms of the intensity that you're getting from this team in orange. Camilo for the contest to the neutral zone. Here's Chill, open net. It's over to the post, and Chambo tries to go for the redirect, but sends it wide. It gives Mountain Bravo time to reset, recollect themselves, work down the pitch the other way. Fruit Loop back wall, that's interrupted. This has been a banger so far in Game 3.
One thing that concerns me, and this is for both sides really, it's the lack of control. Not really consistent possession, it's just sending this ball downfield. Nexity now going to take it to the ground. Will be joined by at least 2 other players. Well, Fruit Loop again attempts one of her solo works, and beautiful stuff. So effective. We were wondering what she would bring to this competition. Just does it all by her lonesome. Just the intercept off the side. Gets there before Chill can even get close. Lovely work to put you up 2-0.
Yeah, this is great. Fruit Loop there. Solo play to find that second goal. 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Central Alpha, how do they deal with a deficit? First time we've seen them down at all in this best of 7. And like you said, it's been some staggering control from both sides. There's the demo into J-Dubs. Give a little bit of grace towards the defense on the clear, but Fruit Loops does a great job at contesting that neutral zone yet again. J-Dubs now on target. Chambo gets there, sends it away.
Points leading the line. The others very much so defending it. Chambo impressive at all ends of the pitch right now. Nexity does well, not once, but twice on the goal line, but right now, it does just feel like Mountain Bravo in complete control. Incredible block, but not for long enough. J-Dubs gets there, pops it home. Will be Camille with the assist in the end, and honestly, other than some heroics from Chambo, really, just delaying the inevitable, J-Dubs comes in, smashed another one to the back of the net. And who'd have saw this score coming just 1 match ago?
This is night and day from Game 1 and 2. I don't know what's the communication there for the defensive side of Central Alpha, but they are all over each other with lacking on those setups. Even finding some goal opportunities. A lot of these shots have just been really wide. Nothing on target. Can't say the same about Mountain Bravo. They've been all over this game. Camilo in the neutral zone. You already see Fruit Loop going for the boost steal. Can they set up yet another one? No, Chambo gets the demo, and that's going to nullify any attack presence you're getting from Mountain Bravo. Just continuing to keep it high. Fruit Loop, how one center net. Going to be popped high from Chill. Chambo on the back wall. Should get a touch there, but instead centers it out. Back wall, J-Dubs looking to set his teammate up on target. Another block from Chill, who has just been lights out in net as best as he can.
Oh, a double demo comes through then, so it's a 3v1 for a half moment. Can you get up the other end and do something? But no, the 2 respawning players will get across to get the block in. And now really, time ticking away and not much of it left. Feels like this one's gotten away from Central Alpha. Mountain Bravo, complete control. It's off the ceiling if you're Chambo. It's incredible work, but it's still going to be blocked. Camille has been so impressive in net for his team in this one.
Go for the musty there, and I think for a second there you had a little glimpse of hope from Chambo to at least keep this one from being a shutout, but J-Dubs back the other way, bumped away by Chill. Sidewall, Camilo's going to pick it off and centered out for Fruit Loops. She sends it high and hits the crossbar. That's down the other way already. Could have been 4-0. 10 seconds left. Mountain Bravo looking to put one on for the series. What a lovely turnaround in game number 3 from this trio out of Buckley. And you can see as soon as this touches the ground, that's going to be a game to Mountain Bravo. What a game. What a series we got.
This is that final sentence that you drop in there. I was a little bit worried after that second game. I'm thinking this one might be over all too quickly. But we get this sometimes at CONUS, right? Where these groups come together and you end up with a team that's probably going to turn out to be the winner by the end of the week. And then that team that they beat, initially you think, oh, they're not that strong, whatever. But it turns out they're actually a really good team. They just came up against the best team in the tournament early. So we get an opportunity now to see exactly what this Mountain Bravo team are made of. And very much so. I mean, the fact that you managed to stop your opponents from scoring at all there, they looked free-flowing in your first 2 games to attack. Absolutely on point. So much creativity with it. We talked about it. No such thing right there, but these players want to waste 0 time straight into game 4.
I mean, you just had an opportunity there for Mountain Bravo to swing the momentum back your way, and you can hardly get shots on net there. Central Alpha really being suffocated in game number 3. Can Mountain Bravo do it again and tie us up in the series is the big question here. Is we are at the gates. We are wasting no time in getting into game number 4. And Central Alpha wasting no time at putting some offensive pressure on to the other side. I actually just got a look into of the venue. It looks amazing, Andy. I mean, it looks absolutely intense with how loud it is inside of there right now.
I'm going to ask you to send me over a look at the venue, please, because I haven't seen that. So I want to know exactly what's going on over there. Always an incredible setup put on for these events. And, yeah, I feel like I've got a little bit of FOMO right now. I feel like I'm missing out, but, well, I'm not missing out on. It's some incredible action and another save coming through from J-Dubs there after the effort from Nexity.
Well, already getting into this one. Oh, it's just going to skip right over Fruit Loop. Oh, unfortunate. Chill puts it on. Let's see this one again. Chill just coming across. A weird touch off of one of the Mountain Bravo defenders. I think J-Dub sets Chill there for the redirect. Just Fruit Loop sitting there. Doesn't even know what soared over her head. But Central Alpha goes scoreless in game number 3. They start game 4 with the opening goal. Minute 20 in.
Again, summing up that poacher role that Chill's brought to this matchup. Just ghosted a touch. Just got across, nicked it, played the angles right. You said it yourself, Fruit Loop had no idea. Couldn't react in time afterwards. Chill again, playing forward. We'll also get the corner boost. We'll be able to chase this ball back down the field. Nexity punches forward. I feel like this match for Central Alpha, a key one. If you let Mountain Bravo tie this up at 2 apiece right now, it feels like all the momentum is unassailably with them to retake the lead, go up by 2. Resets a lot of that. Puts you on series point. The contest will continue. We've still got 3 minutes, so a lot of time to go.
Well, J-Dub's going to help push it past Chill. Next, he should pick it up. It's an awkward touch. Fruit Loop for the shot. Chambo right there. 50s it. Back down the other way. On the wall. Great touch by Camilo, though. Nexity able to pick it up. Nexity now looking to set up a shot, but that's going to be intercepted. On Bravo, working to clear. Fruit Loop's just going for the shot downfield. Chambo easily able to pop that high. J-Dubs won't be able to control it off the top wall and back into the defensive zone for Mountain Bravo. Still down 0-1 with 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Chambo down pitch with J-Dubs. J-Dubs trying to push it past. It's going to be a high soaring ball. Nobody there from Mountain Bravo to knock it down. Chambo in the back wall, though. Redirect from Nexity and Camilo. Chambo back in for the shot. What a tee up from Nexity. Off the defender into the teammate's hands.
Some incredible ball being played there. Nexity does so well, by the way. Just to redirect that mid-air means that Camilo scrambling does very well to actually get the initial save. But because it's such a desperate move, it doesn't pop that ball to anywhere safe. And as such, you get the score coming through. Makes it a much more comfortable prospect for Central Alpha. Chambo, such an impressive player in these few games that we've been able to watch him. Mountain Bravo have had no answer in this match so far. 2-0 down. Chambo's getting very far forward, but J-Dubs is there to at least intercept.
Nexity going to dribble it back into their own zone. Fruit Loops steals the boost to the corner. Unfortunately, that's the teammates. Fruit Loops is cooking here. I'm not sure what. It's going to be cut down center. He's going to go back up. See if you can cross that neutral zone. And City making it a little bit difficult for that. Great 50 back up. Looking to solo play it into it. Fakes it down. Chill tries to take the shot. And will be a player from on Bravo there to pick it up. Who desperately needs to put some shots on net with only a minute 10 left. Central Alpha back in full control of this series for game number 4. Chill almost with a shot. Fruit Loop and J-Dubs now down the other way looking to connect, but nothing's going to come together.
You see how many numbers Central Alpha committed to the defense now. Might play a little bit of counterattack so they get the opportunity, but with that demo coming through, just send this somewhere safe if you're Chambo. Do your very best to just clear your lines. Don't give Mountain Bravo a whiff. And I thought for a second there, Chill had redirected it just into Chambo's path. However, they've spent long enough with the ball in possession. The Nexity's brought back into the game. And Chambo going to force Camille to back off. So with 30 seconds, unless Mountain Bravo can do something miraculous here, we'll see a team up onto series point.
5 seconds. J-Dubs Can you breathe some life into game number 4? Good bump. Fruit centers it out. Can Camilo get there in time? No, chill. And Nexity down the other way. J-Dubs just barely scrapes away the save. 10 seconds left. Nexity. That looking for some bumps. Won't be able to have an opportunity. With the time dwindling down in game number 4, they're just going to let it touch. Central Alpha going up 3-1 in this best of 7. With a great comeback in game number 4. A shutout for their own rights. Mountain Bravo now on series point against them going into game 5.
For me, it's got to go back to Chambo again. Don't get me wrong, Chill obviously doing a wonderful job next to T as well, but Chambo, you see it there. Goals, 1, 2 saves, shots, you know, on pretty much every part of the pitch. Just being a massively influential player. Feels like anytime we get the opportunity to see him, he's just controlling the situation so well and being a massive part of why Central Alpha are in the position that they are now in this series. Opposite side of things, I think Camille's done some wonderful defensive work. Feel like Fruit Loop's doing great. I feel like J-Dubs has been fine. It's just a case of how do you shut Chambo down? They managed it in 1 game, but they're going to have to do it for 3 on the bounce now if you're going to get yourself that 1-0 heading into the rest of today.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot to look forward to from a lot of these teams in terms of what we see in day 1 compared to what we see in day 4 for some improvements. I think one thing I'd like to see improve for Mountain Bravo is a lot of the teamwork trying to clear their own zone. I'm noticing from not just Fruit Loop, but J-Dubs as well, just trying to force a lot of deep clears into the zone of Central Alpha. Nothing really controlled on their side. No dribbling, no team passing. You just need to connect with each other a little bit more, and I think you can put some dangerous shots on net like we saw in game number 3. The teamwork was on point, and a couple of solo plays too off the back of that teamwork that really sets up and really disconnects that defense from Central Alpha. Game 4, you didn't really see too much of it. Central Alpha really happy to just receive those deep clears, send it back the other way. You had so much connection from both Chill and Chambo in a lot of those shots. Nexity, too, talk about his pass to Chambo off that back defender, just taking a shot on net, forcing an awkward save from Camilo for Chambo to follow up on the rebound. It's just opportunities like that we're seeing from Central Alpha that you need to see more of from Mountain Bravo.
I agree. I think some of the things as well that Central Alpha are doing is controlling the flow of the play in moments where they really need to. For example, that double demo comes through. So what do? We just send the ball the other way. Do we just send it completely to the opposite side of the pitch? Or all right, we've lost a player in this moment. We've got to just slow it down. Let us control this ball for a moment. We'll just keep possession. And then once we're under pressure, we just send it away and let our play back into the game. So it's moments like that. Whereas I think you're right. With Mountain Bravo, it feels a little bit hits and hope situation. It feels a little bit like you're right. There is that disconnect in some ways. So for Central Alpha, yeah, I'm very much enjoying what it is that they're doing. And we go back to that play earlier on where it's the clear. Nexity redirects it on goal. And who is there instantly to capitalize after the save? It's Chambo. So yeah, a lot of link-up play going on there. Very much so enjoying watching it. Again, just so we sit in these early days of CONUS and we do this every single year. We're like, our eyes light up. Is this someone's name I'm going to be saying all week long? And then Chambo, well, he will certainly hope so. If he has another effort, just goes high this time.
A-Dubs already looking for the center field pass. Mountain Bravo nearly connecting with a goal there. Still shot there. J-Dubs below on the back check. Barely misses on the pickup. Nexity for the drop down from the rooftop. Not able to get there in time is Chill. So defenders now looking for a clear. J-Dubs slowly pushing it forward. Chambo. Easy clear there. Fakes out the offense too. So Chambo now trying to do himself. Loop won't let that happen. And again for Mount Bravo, these deep clears, just no control on their side. The start of the game, you had a moment there from J-Dubs to Camilo. Almost finding that follow-up to that shot, but need to start to see these passes connect. A bump in net. Nexity able to recollect himself nearly there. A play from Fruit Loop to set up the goal. Nexity does a great job of just composing themselves. Unfortunately, misses the clear back out, and it looks like we've lost connection.
Which will be a tough one for Mountain Bravo because you just scored. So that's rough, but I will say a much better start. Say that again.
I don't know if that's us that lost connection or if it's like everybody that lost connection.
Oh, wait. Yeah, good point, actually. That might just be us. That might just be us observing. So I don't know what I want. I kind of want to watch the whole game. So let us back in. But also, at the same time, Mountain Bravo being up 1-0 would be lovely for them. And there we go. Everything's all right. We will get, obviously, the pause come through. Let us set things up to go again. But huge credit to Mountain Bravo, by the way. They've started this off the way we wanted. A lot of pressure early. Felt quite relentless there. And actually capitalizing on it. How many times have we said that through this series? You've had opportunity there to really steal a goal. And they haven't done. But right now, 1-0 up nice and early. It's now about seeing this through some solid defense. And recognizing new opportunities and when to strike.
Okay, so everybody's not here just yet, so I imagine it's going to be pausing once again. Isn't it quite nice to have a tool that can pause the game? We're not used to this, Andy.
Sorry, you really caught me off there. I was trying not to say it, all right? As a guy that plays a lot of other games and doesn't have a beautiful pause feature that actually works. Yeah, this is delightful. This is really lovely. So yeah, Mountain Bravo. Central Alpha will once again wage war out here on the pitch.
For a second, I forgot that was a pause, like that was a thing.
Yeah, well, a lot of games have them as a thing. They don't necessarily work. So the fact that it just worked so smoothly and so flawlessly was outrageous. Yeah, Rocket League keeps winning. J-Dub sends one high. Will be a bit of a clear from Nexity. Fruit Loop will get control here and actually could end up dribbling down the pitch. Chamble reads it so well. And I think that's one of the things I've noticed with him as well. Spoken about him leading that front line multiple times, but so often he reads the play. Oh my lord, Nexity with the closest you could possibly be to a goal there, basically along the line. Might set Camille up for one, and Chambo's there again. Another example of his perfect understanding of timings and the flow of playing where he needs to be.
I like that though from Camilo. Tried to get that 50 contest off the opposing player into the net. Fortunately, that 50-50 goes wide, back down the other way, and you see Central Alpha keeping this at a one-goal game and trying to set up some offensive attempts. Just haven't really been able to connect with each other. J-Dubs in the skies. Oh, the far side corner. Fruit Loop, what a shot. And J-Dubs there to set it up too. Just off the back wall. Fruit Loops beams it right there. What a snipe.
Yeah, J-Dubs does incredibly well. Puts the pressure onto Nexity in the corner. Bullies him, basically, and forces that ball off the backboard. Sets Fruit Loop up for a lovely top corner effort. This is what we wanted to see. Bravo, what spine do you have? Well, 2-0 up right now. Just got to control the game from here. And Camillo with a great save. Does incredibly well to get across. Central Alpha looking at moments like that and thinking, well, the timer's ticking away here. We need one of those to go in before we can really feel like we're in this game at this point. Otherwise, watching it slip away. Chamble does well to send that ball forward, but again, falls to Mountain Bravo.
Jill on the carry. Oh, trying to drop it down to Chambo. Just barely misses on the connect. Demo. Fruit Loop, 2-on-1. Chill trying to get bumped, but Chill finds the save. Will be demoed. Still on the back foot a little bit for these timings off the respawn. Fruit Loop doing a great job at using the body in this game, disrupting the defensive setups of Central Alpha. And you can see the pressure has been immense when you look at that score line. 1 minute, 25 seconds. Here's J-Dub to pick it up in the sky. Second touch. Gets it over Chill. A weird bounce in the center field. Fruit Loops with a shot right over Chill. Another one for Mountain Bravo. 3-0 up yet again. Just like game 3.
Yeah, J-Dubs does so well there, by the way. It just makes it awkward for Chill. Leaves Chill with 0 boost. Allows Fruit Loop to arrive and slot it home. Very comfortable now for Mountain Bravo. You said to yourself, feels a lot like game 3. Essentially deja vu at this point. Fruit Loop's just going to bide her time. Allow that to drop, actually, kind of uncomfortably. And Camille gets there just to put Chill off. Force that ball out towards the midfield.
A lot of consistency in this game and just finding those demos from Fruit Loop again. Just playing aggressive on the wall, trying to keep it out of the hands of Central Alpha. Fruit Loop down low, looking to center it off the car of Nexity, but Jambo there to pick it up. Jambo drops it down. What a shot from Chill. And a pass down center field. Booms it from the car of Chill into the back net.
Just goes for pure power with it. Great bit of work there from Chambo. Just to affect the momentum that J-Dubs had. May have gotten across to block it otherwise. So 40 seconds on the clock. No need for panic stations just yet, but if you're Mountain Bravo, you want to just slow this down for a second. Waste some time. Sure, there's no route back into this matchup for Central Alpha. They have to throw pretty much the kitchen sink at it if they're going to tie this up.
And there's Camilo for the center field clear. Fruit Loops over the car of Chambo. 19 seconds left. One more would surely be the dagger. Only seconds away, though. You can't see Central Alpha bringing this one back. Dropping it down to Camilo. Shot blocked away by Nexity. J-Dubs on the wall. Contests it. Still in play over the top, and he shots no. It's going to touch down for Mountain Bravo to take game number 5. Keep this series alive. Send it to game 6.
The Fruit Loop walking away with all the plaudits, and deservedly so, with all 3 goals, but God, a hand, plenty of credit over to J-Dubs too. 3 assists on the board always looks lovely, sure, but it's the way in which he comes out of those, but often pulling those assists out of situations where it looked like basically the ball was gone, hope was lost. Think about that one in the corner where Nexity should be able to clear completely free. And J-Dubs just puts the pressure on enough, essentially bullies him off towards that corner spawn, and, well, ball drops beautifully for Fruit Loops to slot it home. So, great stuff. It feels like this is something that we're seeing from Mountain Bravo. Either they fall behind early, really trailing, but if they get that lead, they never give it up. They have a stranglehold on that situation. So solid. So, that's got to be what this game 6 is for Mountain Bravo. Get a nice early start, a strong early start, and that... Don't let that foundation slip from under you.
Especially like that foundation that you want to build off of. It's just finding that consistency over time to keep this series, on your side. I feel like, game 3 to game 4, you started a little bit of a slip up. I think that Mountain Bravo got a little ahead of themselves, but go back into game number 5. And I like the pressure that we're seeing from Fruit Loop, who's been competing on the Space Force team in Rocket League for 3 years. And you can definitely see that transition in competitive play, the knowledge from Fruit Loop and just finding openings for your offense, playing the body, getting those demos, bumping away in front of the net. Fruit Loop just making it a living hell for Central Alpha to play in front of their goal. And the rest of Mountain Bravo are just capitalizing off of that. I mean, Fruit Loop herself is capitalizing off of this one with 3 goals in that game. A hat trick to win game 5. Game number 6 now. Mountain Bravo not only trying to send this to a game 7, but trying to make it so your predictions are not right.
Well, I, for one, would love my predictions to be right, but I would also like to keep saying Chambo's name, who does so well there with pretty much 0 boost by the time you get towards that goal mouth, and still does enough to put pressure on the keeper, send that ball skyward, allows it to drop in front of his teammate, who will put it home and settle some of the nerves that we'll be building about a potential comeback in this series. Mountain Bravo then with it all to do. And we talked about it in the slight break that we got between matches with Mountain Bravo. Every time they've fallen behind, we haven't seen them build their way really back into the matchup. It's been all Central Alpha. Is this a repeat? Mountain Bravo have a little bit more to say yet.
Camilo, quick pass over to J-Dubs. Nexity not able to get there in time. The connection ties us up. And look at this demo from Fruit Loops to set everything up there. J-Dubs puts it far side. Lovely redirected. You can see Nexity off that spawn. Just not enough boost to get there. Not enough time to get there. And that's what I'm talking about from the playmaker of Fruit Loop. Those demos really making it hard for Central Alpha to defend.
Ties up then. 1 apiece. That's a different script to
another
game we've
demo
had thus far. Demo comes through and no block just in time. Great work by Chill to put Fruit Loop off. Next he's going to get high. Doesn't get there. Chambo off the respawn. Gets back in just in time. Very little boost. So looking for support here, but we'll get the ball at least downfield. Great work yet again. Incredible reading of the play.
And Bravo are really feeling themselves now. You can see the confidence brimming out of this team. Another shot there from J-Dubs. He goes low side. Chambo barely gets there. Great defense off the backboard from Central Alpha, who also need to step up in their own right when it comes to defending their net. You can see Chambo has really stepped up. Chill early on was great. Can he find that again? Camilo, shot down low. There's Chambo clearing their zone with a demo into J-Dubs. Chill able to get a good touch there, so J-Dub should have plenty of time to respawn. Takes it up the wall. No. Weird bounce. Is going to pass it out to Camilo. Looking for a second touch to maybe center it, but J-Dub's not able to get that one. Cleared away. Shot. Boom. Down from Fruit Loops. Off the sidewall. Tough one from Mountain Bravo, but I mean, it's just shot after shot. I mean, their whole, like, thought process is one of these has to go in.
Nexity's done incredibly well there. Chambo almost with the own goal in the end. But Nexity just does enough to get across in time. Fruit Loops can try and drag it into the center of the goal mouth. And oh my lord, I think J-Dubs thought he had that all day. Kamiya's going to at least retrieve the ball for a half second. Fruit Loops should be able to get involved in this. It's headed out for the boost, actually. So just try and drop the ball to the middle of the pitch. Hoping the teammates can retrieve it. And Kamiya will push forward.
Oh, demo. It's going to be off the sidewall. Fruit Loop. Back out mid. Milo. Looking for Bose. Nexity. Looked for the redirect. Fruit Loop's going to redirect it high in the middle. Looking for Camilo, who wasn't there. Chill in the carry out of the zone from Central Alpha. Chambo down to Chill. Chill not able to get a piece of it. Easy clear from Mountain Bravo now. Camilo up the wall, looking to pick up the pace. However, it's going to be swiped away. Good dribble from Fruit Loop. Nexity bashes it away from their zone. In the air, J-Dubs, a slow shot down. It's wide. Chill easily able to carry it. This pressure mounting now from Camilo. Chill down the other way. Nobody there to connect with. It's Nexity down mid. Chambo has plenty of boost, but instead, it's Camilo to pick it up down. Minute left in this one. Still tied one apiece. This is the closest that we've had it all series long.
It's a must in this matchup. Oh my lord, what a save from Camilo. Facing the wrong way, gets up under it, and hits the flip to push it onto the bar and away. Incredible save. Could be a series-defining save. The teammates do enough to keep you level at this point. 40 seconds to go. Mountain Bravo will want to see this done now. Push it to that game 7 for Central Alpha. This is to see off the entire series.
There's always been a defender back from Central Alpha. You saw Nexity there. I mean, it was a shot with haste from Fruit Loops. Trying to find a counterattack quick. A weird one from Camilo. Almost sets up Chill. 17 seconds. Things starting to get a little bit anxiety-riddled across this game. Nexity going to interrupt that in the air. Looking for the second one. Contests it into the net. Camilo waiting there. Carries it up. Just looking to dribble it out of their zone. Chambo still with the pressure. Fruit Loops in the back wall. Drops it down. We got ourselves OT.
We certainly do. And Chambo Camilo will head in. Chambo goes low. Camilo goes high. He's going to send it towards the Mountain Bravo goal. And just like that, there's no way that a game as closely read as that one will end in such stunningly quick style. 6 seconds on the clock. The contest is there initially. It breaks favorably for Central Alpha, sure, but you always felt like Mountain Bravo were going to get someone across. And Chill, as we've described him several times in this series, a poacher at heart, just slips in and slots it home to give the entire series to his squad.
Yeah, you know, it's just moments like that in Rocket League, especially off of draws, that can really hurt you. You see the rotations coming in off of that draw where, you know, you think you win it if you're Mountain Bravo, but it's a 50-50 to just kind of like kill it. And a shot on target from Chill is all you need to close out this series in 6, 4-2 over Mountain Bravo to kind of open up our tournament in CONUS. A crazy series too, one that I think rightfully deserved a game 7 the way that Mountain Bravo were bringing them back, but small mistakes early in the tournament, that's going to cost you. And I think you look back at the start of the series compared to the end of it, and I think there's a lot there that I think Mountain Bravo are going to look back and say, we fixed it. We get this rematch again in the future. It's not going to be the same outcome. Let's look back at some of these highlights.
I agree with what you're saying there. I think that Mountain Bravo got off to that slow start, went 2 games down incredibly quickly, and after the second game, I think we were a little bit worried we were getting a straight sweep in this series, but built their way in, showed a lot of character and a lot of ability that I think we are going to see this team get better and better as they go on and could march on to be one of those top 4 teams. That being said, Central Alpha, of course, I think we just got to talk about who is, in my eyes, the MVP of the series, and that's Chambo. I think he was there for pretty much everything, whether it was all the goals early on, or whether it was assist play, or whether it was goal-saving scrambles. He did a little bit of it all, and a fantastic showing.
Yeah,
very much
there was, like,
at this point.
moments from the entire team too. Like Chambo had a great start to the series. Or no, he was like consistent across the entirety. Chill had a great start to the series in those first couple of games, where Central Alpha kind of pulled ahead. It was Nexity towards the end, in my opinion, that really picked it up on the defensive side. Lots of saves in front of the goal, lots of chances swiped away from Mountain Bravo. And as the pacing kind of picked up from Mountain Bravo, you saw that you were staggering your defense, and you needed to have somebody really pick up that defense on Central Alpha side. Nexity was that player, and it was great to see. I think it was really pivotal in, pulling away in this best of 7. So good to see that from Nexity. I agree with you. I think Chambo was the consistent factor across the entire best of 7 to kind of close this one out for Central Alpha 100%. Even this pass there from Chambo, just look at the way that he sets up his teammates in these moments and contesting in front of the net, making sure that nothing is comfortable for Mountain Bravo. Almost what Fruit Loops was doing on the other side. Chambo was kind of doing the exact same thing. A lot of setup, a lot of playmaking, just a lot of chances provided off of the back of his plays.
Yeah, I fully agreed. I think that there's a lot to talk about with all 6 players there. I feel like they all contribute to some incredible moments. Even that save right at the end from Camille. How the hell he pulls that off, I have no idea. There's a bit of a redirect action, a bit of back and forth going on in the midfield. It suddenly gets sent his way at pace. He's facing the wrong way, off in the wrong direction, gets the boost up, flips, and just does enough to tip it onto the bar. Quite truly incredible play. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all 6 of these again. I know we'll get plenty of opportunities over the coming days, but plenty of storylines still to be written by all of them. So, yeah, but it will be Central Alpha, of course, moving on 1-0. Unfortunately, Mountain Bravo with a bit to do in their groups yet, but with the talent on show, I'm thinking that they'll be pushing their way on through to that playoff bracket, looking pretty good.
It's a good start to our CONUS championships here in 2026 as we're heading to a break. On the other side, we flip the script on both of these divisions. It's going to be Central Bravo versus Mountain Alpha this time.
Yeah, not confusing at all.
What I would do for you. What I would do for you. What I would do for you. What I would do for
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Championships. My name is Seymour. With me, Enigma. We got through our first round game between Central Alpha and Mountain Bravo. 4-2 victory means Enigma not only gets 1 point to his predictions, but he gets 2 points because he correctly predicted the exact score of that game. I'm going to have to get one of those stacked now across the next 4 days at some point. But we move on into our next round 1 matchup, and we're going to be flipping the script on these divisions. Central Bravo versus Mountain Alpha now, Andy. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's another opportunity to take a look at a new team, new set of players. It's basically fresh eyes across them and seeing which category they put themselves into. We just looked at 6 incredibly talented players in that first series, and we feel like we walk away with already of kind of like, this is how she plays, this is how he plays, and kind of how you perform from there onward. I'm not exactly sure what it is that you're shaking your head at, but I felt like I was making a good point that I'm looking forward to seeing these next 6 players.
It has nothing to do with you whatsoever. Let's get into introducing these teams so that I can break down what I'm just shaking my head at in a second, because we got Central Bravo to talk about, a team kind of fresh off the blocks and playing Rocket League just in general. You got Aggie, KRS, K-Rush, Jolly Pop, all heading the Central Bravo team. 2 of these players in their first year of playing Rocket League or just gaming kind of in general. Aggie is noted it's his rookie year. For K-Rush, he's joined Air Force or the Air Force gaming team last fall. Playing games not just in Rocket League, but all games just in general. So it's cool to see some new teams coming around, but mostly for Bannister, it's basketball is where he is saying that he is his favorite sport.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those. I wonder if it translates over. You know, like in like professional sports or traditional sports, where like people who play a lot of different things at high level turn out to be incredible athletes in the one that they end up going on to do. I wonder if that's the case here for some of these players, where it's a case of, all right, well, you play a lot of different games. You might end up taking a lot of those different skills and merging them into being an incredible Rocket League performer. Let's find out in this series.
Well, we got Mountain Alpha on the other side, and this is kind of where I was shaking my head a little bit, Andy, because this Alpha team, led by Buck, you got Water Mike and Monkey Man all on top of this trio. And for Buck from Malmstrom, I was shaking my head because it says his years of gaming, and it said 12 a.m. And I'm like, no way that this guy just loaded up at 12 in the morning last night to start playing video games. But no, reading through his bio, he's peaked 41st in the world in Rocket League. He's won 2 LAN tournaments in Rocket League as well. So for Buck, this is a dangerous player to look at with a dangerous mustache.
Yeah, certainly could be a player that comes in and lights everything up. It's going to be definitely, again, a state of let's take a nice early look. Let's put you in that category of exactly where you sit. But yeah, that's certainly some pedigree right there. 41st in the world and 2 Rocket League LAN wins is, yeah, that's impressive. That's a CV for sure. I think alongside the rest of his teammates, Water Mike comes in, says he's been playing basically since he was 11 and whatnot. But for Monkey Man, I think my biggest concern, you play a lot of video games, that's great. But in the extra notes we have here, he says, I have maxed out on luck, so skill is the issue. Wondering if that's going to balance out with what is clearly a lot of skill in Buck's pockets here. But yeah, Monkey Man, I'm sure you're going to be bringing a lot to the table. No need to doubt yourself.
You know what? In Rocket League, I feel like there's no better game to have a high skill tree of luck, you know, especially with some of the bounces that you want to go your way. Rocket League might be home for Monkey Man there from Mountain Home Air Force Base. Big shout out to these players representing each side of the field for Central Bravo. Once again, it's OK Aggie, Bannister, Jolly Pop versus Mountain Alpha's Buck, Water Mike, and Monkey Man into this best of 7. For the side of Mountain Alpha, it's kind of like revenge off of your sister team from Mountain Bravo, who you just saw fall in 6 to Central Alpha. Now we flip the script, Andy, and you're the Alpha team looking to get some revenge from the Mountain region. And when we talk about our predictions, I got a little bit of a bone to pick with you real quick, because you have predicted that Mountain Alpha are going to win this one. Okay?
Yes.
Is your theory picking these teams to take the Alpha team every single time?
Yep. Yes, it is. Look, if you wanted to go first, you should have taken that one first, all right? Like, the prediction request came in. I went with Mountain Alpha because my understanding of this is that this is South Central's B team, essentially, and this is Mountain's A team. So I'm putting a lot of faith in the fact that you're Alpha. Also, I saw 41st in the world at Rocket League, and I don't remember being ever close to 41st in the world at anything. So, yeah, I'm pretty impressed by the Mountain Alpha CV, and that's what I'm coming in with. We'll let you pick first in the next few, all right? You can go first.
Well, if you're 41st in the world in Rocket League, you're always first in my heart. So you know, you at least got that one.
I mean, personally, I'm still first. The person that's first in my heart is definitely Chambo, not only because of the gameplay, but because he likes cats. So that one's going to stick through the entirety of the day. But yeah, 41st in the world is definitely impressive. 2 LAN wins as well. That's not easy. That's proven that you're able to deal with pressure in person. That's dealing with the environment and know that, you know what it's like. You've been there plenty of times. Someone starts getting up and screaming, letting you know that I'm better than you are. It's how you react to that. And, well, we're about to see how everybody reacts to this second series. The first looks at Central Bravo and Mountain Alpha and to write their own storylines.
It's just trying to see if Central Bravo can get out the gates hot. There's a couple of these rookies are going to take down some vets from Mountain Alpha. Water Mike on the wall already. Central Bravo trying to get some offensive edge into this one. Aggie on the back check. He's going to send one flying down pitch. Water Mike up in the air, able to knock it high off that backboard. A bit of a whiff from Water Mike, allowing for Turner to take that shot on net. And nothing really too pressuring just yet from either side is slow out the gates, just trying to get some comfort going down in this one. And Mike, unfortunately, he blocks out that defender, bumps him away, and allows for it to just drop in the net. Look at this one again.
Yeah, it does incredibly well. That's got himself between ball and defender. Just means that he can guide that home. I think the second defender thought he had it, but just getting there just a fraction late. Water Mike already showing off some incredible prowess. Great work in the air. Give you that solid 1-0 lead. There's still 4 minutes on the clock. So lots of time yet for Central Bravo to build their way into this. That being said, second effort on goal. Buck will be denied, though. Eggy coming in as the rookie. Coming in to block that ball. Give his team the opportunity to tie this up.
Buck going to take this one off the roof and swings it forward. K-Rush looking to connect with Turner on the shot there. Popped it up, but no shot was taken. Like Mountain Alpha are going to be able to easily take this one out of their zone, or they're trying to. It's been some great interruptions in the neutral from Central Bravo to at least keep some pressure on. However, none of this pressure has equated to a shot on net, which is the issue. You need to start to see some of this pressure turn into some actual outcome. You see that Turpin Turner nearly getting a shot there. Aggie going to drop it out in the air. Not able to swing it away, though. And it's Mike again to take off the mistakes of the defenders with a shot in the net. Buck there off of Aggie. Nobody home. Mike says, why not put in a second?
Yeah, Aggie nearly gets back across the save for a second time as well. Incredible repositioning, but doesn't have the momentum, the pace. Water Mike slips it home at the near post. 2-0 now. Honestly, early signs from Mountain Alpha just a level above. Central Bravo have to build their way into this. Would love to see a bit of offense come through rather than just hang out on your own goal line. The problem is if you give the gap, does Water Mike suddenly explode into it? And that he does, but I think he gets back in time to protect the goal mouth. Turner now trying to drive this forward, but I feel like once the ball gets beyond halfway, they're never really in possession of it except for scrambles.
Oh, I agree. I think for Mountain Alpha, they're happy to keep it in their zone, just bleed the clock and hold on to this lead. As long as there's no shots on their own net, they don't care. Turner looking to get it over Buck. Buck pops it high. K-Rush. Oh, he would have had a shot, but he whiffs on it. Moments like that, you need to start to see Central Bravo actually connecting with that ball and putting it on target there. Off the back wall. Buck drops it down. Aggie's going to be there. K-Rush drops it on down for the save. Pumps away Monkey Man too. Aggie going to carry it out of their zone into the corner. K-Rush now centers it out. Buck there. Dribble up, looking to pinch it off of Turner, and is going to send it wide to the right. Monkey Man Now in the setup, looking to put it on target. Turner keeps it to the left side. Can't get it off the neutral zone. Back in the air. Mike there looking for his third, but won't be able to put that shot on the net. Buck just holding on to it. Down to a minute 30. There's so much time gone now in game number 1. Turner almost over all 3. That's a center ball. Is anybody there to put the shot there? K-Rush up top. Buck just gets there. And another save from Mountain Alpha. Almost a moment there for Central Bravo.
It's closest you've been so far. If you are Central Bravo, K-Rush now going to send it forward again. So the pitch going to basically play it to himself. Turner's going to go high, meet Buck in the air. All a bit messy though, not a concerted effort. Actually almost sets K-Rush up for a lovely one, but ends up just being denied. Eggy will take Mike out of the equation, by the way. So suddenly a 2v3, you're in possession. Got to capitalize on this, and you won't. We'll get Water Mike back into things and clear off the line again. 40 seconds to go. All or nothing if you're Central Bravo.
That's just the timing of some of those demos that we saw from Fruit Loop back in our first game. That was so good. Just taking the defender out as soon as that offensive attack is starting to come together. Demos in a lull just allows for the defender to get back into formation quick as you can ask. 21 seconds here, and Central Bravo need to find their way through this defense. That's going to be a tough one, but Bach, nice recollection. Resets on the back wall. Easily able to clear it. Open net. Turpin puts it away. Turner finds the back there. That's going to be an opening goal. 10 seconds left. And a moment there where I think Mountain Alpha just over-rotated a little bit. Thought they had the clear and didn't fully have control of that ball.
Didn't, but must get complete control now. Otherwise, you risk letting Central Bravo pull off the comeback here. Will be sent long by Bach. Can't touch the deck if you are Central Bravo, and Turner doesn't get the height that he really wanted, and well, Mike will send it goal. It doesn't matter in the end anyway. Will be a 2-1 victory in favor of the team in orange here. And we'll get a quick look at the board. And while, yes, there is a lot to talk about when it comes to Water Mike and the 2 goals that he scored, I'm really glad the MVP gets handed out to Buck here. Obviously gets the assist, but 5 saves, and 3 of them were incredibly early. Really stopped Central Bravo's team getting any sort of momentum going through the early stages, drowned them out. You do get that late goal come through, and honestly, I think the Bucks' defensive work there, the difference between walking away with this one is in the victory column if you're Mountain Alpha, and potentially being pegged behind because Central Bravo, they put a lot of pressure on.
I agree, because I think that the pressure was there, and Buck did a great job at finding those saves. And I think although there wasn't a lot of dangerous shots coming out from Central Bravo, it was the small ones that nearly slipped by. So if you didn't have Buck there, I mean, it could have easily been a swing back the other way for Central Bravo. I think for Mountain Alpha, you're going into this next game, and you know, where me personally, and I look at the experience from a lot of these players, I was expecting it to be quite one-sided from Mountain Alpha's point of view. I think Central Bravo did a great job at showing their promise as a team in this one, and it really came off of the back of the offensive pressure that they had. I think the offensive time was definitely favored from Central Bravo. It's just going into game number 2 now. We saw it towards the end of that game with that goal coming out from K-Rush. It's just transferring these shots on net into shots that potentially could be dangerous and find their way into the net. So whether that's going to be passing plays, some better timed demos, whatever it is. Turpin, the only one to find that goal there. Make sure that's not a shutout. See if he can do it again.
I agree with something that you've said there. It's all felt a little bit clean. Let's see some bumping. Let's see, as you said, some of those perfectly timed demos. Bully our opponents a little bit. Make them feel that pressure even when it's not on the ball. Eggy will try and drive this forward. The one thing that concerns me here is you have all 3 players forward if you are Central Bravo. And while K-Rush does get back just in time, you do at least get the reinforcements into play. You've rinsed through a lot of boost in that moment in order to make that play happen. So you're now going to get out, retrieve some, go again, but ball will at least head to the other end of the field. So we'll reset that. Water Mike just going to try some aerial play just to shift things forward, but just a little bit of a jostle back and forth. Nothing too much to worry about either side.
Oh, and scoreless throughout the opening minute. Central Bravo just continuing to keep these wide clears out of their zone. K-Rush going to knock it down. Goes for the 50 on the wall. Pinches it high. Aggie Sends it on down. Looking to get there is K-Rush, but won't be able to beat that defender. Pops it back to Aggie with the shot on net. 2 players there. Buck with the save. You talk about his defensive presence back in game number 1. There it is in game 2 as well. Water Mike. He was the goal scorer in game 1 to really give him these chances. You got to watch out for him when it goes back into the zone of Central Bravo.
We'll get pushed out now. If you're Central Bravo, but not as far as you probably would have liked. And both K-Rush and Turner are going to send themselves to this, essentially double committing on that ball. So K-Rush going to send the ball goalward. Oh, and it might have just dropped very neatly. An incredible save by Buck. That was an awkward one to read. Looked a little bit like it was intended to be central in terms of a pass, a box play, basically. Instead, it looks like it was dropping just inside. We are through quite a bit of time now. No score just yet. Defense is on top. An errant touch from K-Rush almost put Water Mike through, but you get back just in time. You go again.
Turner on the wall. Can't get there for the save. Buck's going to open up game number 2. What a shot. You see that? It's Monkey Man to set it up. The pinch off of the defender sets up Buck. Turner on the back wall. He had no boost to get there. Awkward angle, but it's Buck to get it done. Opens up game number 2. 2.5 minutes left. Lots of time for Central Bravo to recollect themselves. But you're looking for 2 already. Mike nearly with a chance. Buck in the air. Back wall. Turner wipes it away. K-Rush looking for the clear, and it looks like you're going to get that.
As worrying sign for Central Bravo there. It's all about the reaction from this point. You go a goal down. Stand tall. Ensure that that's not the floodgates opening. Yes, you've got to be more on the front foot and find some aggression, but as if you've been out of this matchup, really, very much so level pegging with your opponent. It's just about finishing some of these chances that are coming your way, and while K-Rush drives forward largely by themselves, as such, will not be able to get through. Back to midfield now. K-Rush actually might be completely through, and no, Monkey Man gets back in time. Keeps it 1 apiece. 1-0.
Yeah, miscomm there. K-Rush definitely the intended receiver of that pass. Turner looking for his teammates to tie this one up. Minute 30. And you can see this scrimmage through the midline for the pitch. Aggie going to get there to send it away. K-Rush, no boost. Has to collect the midfield. Not going to carry this one. K-Rush uses all that boost just to contest it. It's going to be a pickup from Aggie. Pops it up off the wall. Turner redirects it towards the net. Mike should be there, and yeah, but Aggie trying to send it home. Drives the net for the shot. Saved away again from Mountain Alpha. And a wide clear from Buck. In the air, Aggie's going to be there to defend.
Almost an instant response there from K-Rush. Seemed like he'd found the timing. Oh my lord, what a save. Buck gets crossed just in time to stop the rookie from burying it. The tie us up. And does incredibly well again on the line. 6 saves at this point from Buck. Some of them in dramatic fashion. Mountain Alpha leading in this one. Very much so turn their heads in Buck's direction as a thank you.
Aggie.
Oh my god.
Off the hood of the car. I mean, that could have been a good shot. Pass out from K-Rush. Nice shot from Turner. And that's going to reach the net finally. They break the defense. Alpha tied up at 1. Bravo with the goal. Turner here. What a pass from K-Rush. Nothing Monkey Man can do. 30 seconds left in this game. And we got ourselves a tie. What a play.
It's that response I was talking about. That reaction. Your spine. Do you stand up? Face up with Mountain Alpha. Central Bravo certainly do. It's a lovely flick to finish things, but all the hard work comes in before that. Just relentless pressure at the goal mouth. Now 10 seconds to go. Last attack saloon for somebody in a moment. Trying to get that ball up in the air. Drive it forward. And actually, Eggy just takes it to ground. I don't know if that was intended. We're straight to overtime.
Hopefully this one's going to be longer than our last overtime. Felt like it was in the blink of an eye. So Turner pops it up. Eggy, good defense. That's going to clear it for a second. Bach keeps it in the offensive zone, and Water Mike going to carry this one up the wall, looking for an opportunity. Eggy in the back wall. It's going to be or to send it away. Monkey Man not going to relent just yet. This one's an awkward drop. K-Rush does get there. Monkey Man for the pass. Buck, no boost. Has to give it up. And you see that positioning from Water Mike. He's trying to steal this boost, try to at least dry out the fuel tanks of Central Bravo. Turner trying to be fancy with it. Holds on to the shot, goes low. Buck able to defend the net yet again. 47 seconds into this OT. And now we can kind of talk about it a little bit. Now that the pressure is slowing down. First to score. That's it. There's no time limit. Just continues to count up.
Considering how much the defenses of these two teams have stood strong. Might be here for a minute, that being said. Mike is doing a wonderful job of just starving Eggy, in particular, of boost. He's managed to get a hold of some right now, but largely just kind of operating on the walls. Trying to get that height and elevation without the boost in play, being forced into that. And doing a great job, but how long can you hold out if Mike's just denying you of any replenishment, any refueling? Will continue to be
very fast.
It has. It's all out aggression at this point. And Mike's going to bury one onto the deck and off the bar. Bounces away, fortunately, for Central Bravo.
Yeah, he's just going to get bullied, too, into the corner. No boost there. K-Rush finally going to get some. See if he can get a counterattack going. Buck feathers it. And there's the swipe away from the defense. Pass out front from Aggie. Turner's there. Shot on net. Buck again. Saves it. Turner for the pass. Water Mike not there. K-Rush just sends it wide. And you can see, I mean, Central Bravo, it takes a second for these offensive setups to really come together. As soon as they do, man, it is so frightening.
Buck must be on double digits for saves. Has to be just in this match. A ridiculous defensive effort. Turner is going to drop one into the central of the pitch. And oh my lord, might have just let your opponents through here. Mountain Alpha, no, clips the crossbar. Drops down again. Monkey Man's going to send it high. K-Rush is there. That might drop. Lovely. No. Somehow doesn't go in. If you are Mountain Alpha, Central Bravo hanging on by a thread. Need a way to counter. And that's a lovely clear. And oh my god, pressure relief for another half second again.
The defense is straining themselves on both sides. K-Rush. Buck. Can intercept this one. Water Mike redirects it out front. Turner. No boost. Gonna go for that midfield. K-Rush is gonna get there. And no follow-up. Buck's just going to send it. Turner goes back. He picks up boost. He's going to go high off the wall. Bounces it back down. Aggie can't get it. It's a race back down. K-Rush just going to send it into the corner. Buck back to his player. Monkey Man. Out front. K-Rush should be able to defend the net here. And we are 3 minutes into this one. Nearly 2 games through in game number 2. And here's a shot in. Oh, another save. Turner there this time. Just barely getting there.
Done so well to get across just after K-Rush. It made an incredible clear, really. Decided to run the ball basically along the bar and out to the corner instead of just off the backboard. Would have actually dropped really neatly from Mountain Alpha. Instead, Central Bravo continue to be really effective with these defensive plays. But it feels like you're basically besieging a castle at this point. And surely those walls crumble at some particular moment. But you get away again if you are Central Bravo. K-Rush is going to flick it towards the center here. Sets up Turner and hits the base of the post and up into the air.
Somebody's got to call game soon. 4 minutes in. It has just been non-stop from both sides. K-Rush looking to get an offensive drive down. Looking for the follow-up. He misses it. Aggie. Pass intended for Turner. Not able to get there clean. Mike down the mid. Pulls it into the corner. He's just trying to disrupt this one. See if he can pull some defenders away from the net. And Heggie calls him for it. Mo into this one. Turner looking to take it out front. Buck sends it high. K-Rush now out front. Nobody's there from Central Bravo. Turner not too far away from the action, though. Looking to feather that dribble out in the air. The air dribble not able to carry, though. Aggie now low on boost. Same with Mike. Contest on the side wall. Buck leaves the boost in for Mike to grab it. Back into the defensive net. Mike flies up high. Air dribble. Past Aggie. Over the top. Turner there. Another save from Central Bravo. This game keeps going. We are past the 2-game marker now.
5 minutes and 15 seconds of overtime, and we cannot find a decider. These two teams so evenly balanced, so well matched. Well, there's incredible offense, there is staunch defense. Now K-Rush got the opportunity. An incredible save by Watermike off the line. Felt like that was a certainty. Basically scooped it from out from underneath. David Seaman, eat your heart out. And oh my lord, K-Rush then answers with their own.
I mean, you can't overcommit on plays like that, and K-Rush does a good job at getting back to his net. Mid-boost stolen by Monkey Man. Turner, no boost, just trying to make a play. Watermike on the wall, fully tanked up. Aggie, though, going to get dropped in another crossbar. Oh, my God.
How has that stayed out?
Aggie's got to get back, and he's just going to cut it mid. Up the wall. Aggie looking for chance number 2 out front. 2 members on the defending side. Buck there, just trying to get it by. Turner bats it down. Mike now with the 50. He hits a pass. Can this be the time? K-Rush, no, says, let's go back into the corner. Let's draw this one out even longer.
Take a breath, ladies and gentlemen. Take a moment to yourselves. The pressure, the pace, it's been unrelenting. We get 10 seconds of corner play before everyone starts to send it again. A couple of boosts to replenish. Monkey Man will retrieve that corner one, so Turner's going to have to go on a low tank here. Eventually hands possession over to Box. Going to send it high. Try and just touch it down for your teammate. No. Off the line yet again. Coming up to the 7-minute mark at this point. It feels like it's just become desperation for everybody. There's no setups. There's barely any team play. It's just a case of send it goalward.
Shot, shot, shot. One of them's got to go in at some point. Turner with the demo in the buck. Can this be a moment? K-Rush looking to pick it up. Turner goes for the corner boost. He steals it. Turns back around. Back out front. Monkey Man out to Aggie. Aggie with no boost. He still gets a piece of it. Rush for the turn. He slows it. Going for the follow-up. Tries to send it home. Drilling one in front. Turner. His turn now. Up front. Watermike keeps it away from Aggie. And this game keeps going. Now in the back check. Aggie gets there in time. Allows for the defenders to set up. K-Rush goes high. Turner now his turn. Off the front of his car. Down.
There we go.
In. And it's a tie series. 1 apiece.
Incredible game. My first chance getting to cast Rocket League. We're getting matchups like that. Oh my god. Ridiculous work in front of goal from both defenses. Constant answered movable objects at times. That does confirm that Central Bravo basically came from 1 down to complete the comeback. 2 goals out of Turner in the end. But look at the numbers on that board. 10 saves out of Buck. And that feels like only a fraction of the story. Every single player having a lights out performance.
You said you'd be surprised at the end of it if Buck didn't have double-digit saves, and surely enough, he was standing on his head in that net. A lot of players, I'd say, from both sides having some great defensive pressure to keep their team in that game. Long overtime for game number 2. That's going to be stressful for sure, but a big pick-me-up for Central Bravo to tie up this series. Just 2 games into it. I mean, you go down 0-2. Like we saw from Mountain Bravo, we know how hard it is to come back from a deficit like that. Mountain Bravo did their best, but for Central Bravo, they don't have to worry about that this time. So you tie it up in game number 2. You win a nail-biter of an overtime. And you got to talk about it for Central Bravo because game number 1, I mean, the pressure was great. Lackluster in terms of shot potential. I think that there was a lot of, like, feathers on those shots, like some really weak shots on net. Game number 2, a lot of that setup really takes time for Central Bravo, but as soon as the setup is there, I mean, there's some scary shots coming out from not just K-Rush, but just the entirety of that team. Turner, too, has just been unreal. 2 goals in 2 games. I mean, Turner really on top of everything for Central Bravo, the forefront of their offense.
It has been phenomenal so far in this matchup. Honestly, it's hard to take your eyes off the action, and just as we think, you know, we can take a second, maybe put our feet up for a little bit. Oh, straight back at it after a grueler. Case of marathon, not a sprint in this series. How much do you have left in the tank after that one? And Watermike gets his squad off to a great start here. Monkey Man just going to contest that. Pops up. Mike's there. Looked like the save was coming through, and Eggy just can't get there in time. Another half second, another tiny bit of boost. Makes that clear, but no. 1-0 up go Mountain Alpha.
Goal scorer for Mountain Alpha back onto the board. It was Buck in game number 2 that gave them that opening. This time Mike back into the driving seat. That's going to be a feel good for Alpha to pull themselves back. Bravo on the defense. Aggie gets a piece of it, and Turner with that boost in the corner won't be able to get it past Monkey Man. A bump too onto Aggie, so little disruption coming out from the attackers. Buck pops it up there. You imagine that you were going to be seeing Mike for the shot, but Turner will be on that back wall. Defense again all over this ball. Monkey Man's going for the ball on net, leaving Buck with an open goal for Water Mike to play off of his touch. Another play from Monkey Man. Look at this one. He drives straight for the defender. And Buck happy to tee up Aggie for the shot. Or sorry, Mike for the shot.
Yeah, lovely bit of bump work there coming through. Clears the lines. Buck blows it up. Mike slams it home. Mountain Alpha, what a response this has been to losing that incredible second match up in overtime. In their statement early, and to make it clear, we are the Alpha squad for our region.
Oh.
And well, Central Bravo, speaking of responses, they'll have their own. Turner with all the hard work at the front foot, but K-Rush just finds the gap, spots the hole there. Despite Buck's best efforts, get yourself back to within one.
Central Bravo making sure that they're not too far behind in this matchup, as they have been all over the offense in games 1 and 2. Struggling to find the net for the most part, but in game number 2, they got it done. So game 3, trying not to overestimate Mountain Alpha's efforts in this matchup. Trying to tie things back up. Aggie just going to contest things in the air. Buck backwards, goes for the backflip, and he's just being annoying right now. Just continuing to get a piece of that ball. K-Rush can't get it past Water Mike. Finally, Turner up in the air to Aggie. Knocks it down. That's a dangerous one, but not dangerous for Buck. Another save into his column. Goes for the boost, and Turner just taps it over him. Gets it past 2 defenders. Looking to pass all 3. Still has boost, but can't follow up with the shot there. It's Aggie over to K-Rush. Booms it forward right to Monkey Man.
Monkey Man does well there. That's where K-Rush has exceeded and excelled in this matchup. Those long-range efforts, just spotting that rebound opportunity. Drive one from distance will be retrieved by Turner. Rush is going to go high. Very little boost, or if any boost to work with. Decides to back off instead. Retrieve some boost and fully fueled now if you are Central Bravo. So what's the game plan? How do you work with it? Ball drop. Ball Monkey Man, who will only get as far as Aggie. Guys forward, and Rush goes too high there. I think you were expecting a touch through. Aggie's maybe misread as well. Turner's trying to back off here for Buck. Gets there in time, but not enough of a redirect. Clears the goal mouth, but only drops it basically back at Buck's feet. The wheels, I guess.
Oh, Turner
And just taps it home.
I think Turner thought he was going to pinch it off the ground for the clear there, but instead he beats the ball to the ground, and that one's awkward for sure. Mountain Alpha back on the forefront for this series, 3-1 in game number 3. K-Rush trying to set up Turner here. Turner pops it into the air. Going to redirect it. And control on the back wall. He's got Mike alongside him. Mike finds a demo, and fortunately that demo is going to force that ball all the way into the neutral. Aggie, this is awkward, and tossed up into the air. Buck back into it, just continuing to throw that ball towards the side of Central Bravo. Buck back up. Can't get that flip reset, but Monkey Man, oh, into K-Rush. Mike not able to get the shot on. Monkey Man nearly finding his first goal of the series. That would have been a crazy one from Mountain Alpha.
K-Rush does incredibly well there. Not only for the initial save, but the way in which the defense comes through. He just lofts it high enough so the follow-up shot isn't easy. Gives you a second bite of the cherry to then defend. It's off the line. The problem is for Central Bravo right now, we don't want to be speaking about them in a defensive aspect. They've got to get on this front foot. 65 seconds to go. Currently trailing by 2. Need one more goal to at least make this interesting. Buck's just going to drive it into the corner. There's a little bit of a setup into the middle. No one really there for Mountain Alpha. So Central Bravo will clear their lines. Head back up again. Eggy doesn't connect with that. And all of a sudden, you've got a counterattack coming through for Monkey Man. And that's a great clear on the demo. And no, K-Rush does very well to clear it. Not only their own demo, the box as well, and regain the ball.
And unfortunately for Monkey Man, you're just a little too fast on that counterattack, and you backflip in front of the net. Not able to take that shot at all. Still, though, pressure is here, and Monkey Man finally gets it done. First goal of the series, bringing him up 4-1 in game number 3. Dominant efforts from Mountain Alpha in game 3. You can thank the entire roster for that one. He's got the Twin Dragons at the end, titanium white. Beautiful goal explosion. Off the back of this one, 30 seconds for Central Bravo to find really any confidence going into game 4 at this point.
That's what it's about. Frame it correctly. Through all the hard work to tie the series up in game 2, you've run out of steam a little bit. Certainly feels like flatter in this third one. All Mountain Alpha, who despite losing in that fantastic overtime that we got, come out and are dominant in game 3 here. Water Mike leading the line, will pick up 2 goals. But incredible work just across the board. And again, I think all 6 players, well, putting on a Mountain Alpha, you could just see where they offered that bit more there. Plenty of work on goal, plenty of offensive pressure. And this time, that unmovable object that we saw in game 2, was it certainly shifted. Break through those goal lines 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, Mike with 2 goals. Buck finds 1. Monkey Man finally gets his goal as well. Only 2 saves needed for the side of Mountain Alpha in this one. So you can see how hard it was for Central Bravo to really get any offensive drive in that game. Definitely a lot different than we had in game number 2 or even game number 1. I mean, Central Bravo just not clearing their zone, not connecting with these passes. Not a lot of shots really on target that you would have liked to see. I think for Mountain Alpha, it's the complete opposite. It's just shot after shot, interrupting at the neutral zone, doing a good job at clearing it from their nets. And as soon as they do get that clear, it's both Mike and Monkey Man just all over the targets, all over the ball. Buck just waiting for those setup shots, passing shots on net, whatever it is. Mike is there, and the rest of the team just doing a great job at facilitating.
Yeah, facilitating is actually a great way of putting it. It does feel like consistently you had players willing to take over the kind of dirty work, if you will, like little bits of roles of, okay, communication style, okay, my players have sent forward. It doesn't feel like, for example, in our last matchup, in our last series that we had, it felt like you had very defined roles in the team of, okay, well, I'm going to sit back further here. I'm going to play the front line. Because, like, on Mountain Alpha, you've got 3 players that are capable of doing a little bit of everything. So, chipping in, making it work. Another matchup, though, will start to draw out. Mountain Alpha with a 2-1 lead here. Central Bravo have got to find the response, the correct one. And, well, unfortunately, that will not be it. Monkey Man's going to pop it off the backboard, drop it to Water Mike. And it felt as soon as that 50-50 comes through there and Eggy comes out the worst, feels like he's out of position. And you're scrambling as the 2 defenders, and you don't get there.
You don't get there in time, and Mountain Alpha start game 4 the exact same way that they stopped in game 3 with goals on the board. Mike there with another one. He has been lighting up the opposite goal. Block in the corner, looking for goal number 2. Off the top, Eggy should get there. It's going to drop on down. K-Rush doesn't get a piece of this one. Monkey Man going to pop it back up in front of the net. Mike is there, but won't take the shot. Turner carries it away off the top wall. No control here. Turner's going to steal that boost in the corner. Cuts it back in front of the net. Buck gets a piece of it. Just barely a piece of it, too. And this is a lot better from Central Bravo. Would like to see them put that goal in, though.
It's moments like that where it just breaks for Eggy. I'm looking for him to kind of loft that into the center or try and set up a teammate. Awkward angles, really, to try and slot that home. Instead, it's just driving it forward at all times. K-Rush. I don't think he intended to drill that into the deck. A little bit of a contest there. Falls awkwardly, but you will retrieve it if you are Turner. Misses out now with no boost. Monkey Man going to play forward here. Try and time it and sets up Water Mike. K-Rush is there just in time. 3 minutes still on this, so plenty of time, but if you are Central Bravo, you feel like you're constantly chasing. At some point, you got to get yourself on that front foot.
They rush. Good defense up that back wall. Buck with full boosts. Play with the ball a little bit. K-Rush really just going to send his body there and invest it into the corner. Interrupting any play out of the zone. Water Mike carries it. He's out of boost, though, in the air. Won't be able to get any more off that dribble. Hard bang off to the other end. Eggy waiting for it off the top of his car. and down. Neutral zone. Good demo there should take some of the pressure off the offense out of Mountain Alpha. And really slow play here coming through from Central Bravo. Just waiting for that perfect moment to take these shots. 2 players up. Aggie behind them. Mike goes over those 2 offensive players. Turner fumbling for any sort of contest off that neutral zone. Here's the tip up over the back wall. Shot opportunity for K-Rush, and Mike gets there to just put it over the attacker. Taking away from that shot and setting it back down. Buck on the counterattack.
Great work from Mike there. Times it perfectly just to loft the ball over that rushing attacker. Now trying to play that defensive side again. Driven into the corner. K-Rush will try and knock it down. Let's get a hold of this. I think what you mentioned a minute ago is correct. Central Bravo looking a bit more patient in their play. Trying to assess the correct time to make things work. But you might have just let Mountain Alpha burst through for an opportunity. And no, Turner will get there. Puts the boost to great effect. More clear lines. K-Rush to the midfield. It up. Drags it forward. Won't get very far before being contested. Ball breaks.
Off the wall.
Won't land. And there you go. K-Rush arrives in time. Great play from Eggy there. Called it. Bounced it off this back wall. Might not have been the initial intent. Doesn't matter. Results in the same thing. And that's a goal to tie the game.
It's a little awkward too, but it really seems like the recipe is just try to fake the shot on net. Force this defender on Mountain Alpha to dedicate themselves to the save. And allow for that rebound to have an open net there. I mean, Central Bravo do a great job at just making Buck's life quite difficult in that defensive setup. So goal on the board ties us up. 50 seconds left. I mean, surely we don't get another 7-minute overtime. At
this point, I'd count out nothing. These two, other than that one game, match 3, so close, neck and neck. Hold break. He's just going to loft it up. It feels like more of a hit and hold. Wasn't really setting up anything there. Very far from target. Mike will retrieve. A lovely bit of an air work, but 50-50 breaks in favor of Central Bravo here. And Buck will get there in time. 12 seconds. Got to make something work now, or we're going to see in that OT.
High-flying ball. K-Rush. Oh, he whiffs on it. Water Mike's going to be here with Buck. Buck over the top. Crossbar. Nobody there for the follow-up. Third shot, but it's again off the post. And here we go. Overtime for Game 4. Another 1-1 game. And Central Bravo ice up yet again. Tie us up. Is this their chance? Turner in the corner. Trying to clear it out of their zone.
He just makes that one difficult for Buck. Which means it doesn't fall favorably. Retrieve again. Attempts to go high there. Buck reads it. Pops into the middle. And no, great save from K-Rush. Looked a certain goal. Gets across just in the nick of time.
Keeping away from the offensive box, too. Just outside of the net. Nothing really too threatening just yet. Back wall. Buck not able to take the shot. They rush on the pressure. Mike out front will be picked up there. K-Rush just looking to boom it back down. Anybody there? Turner doesn't really have the boost there. Has to wait for the midfield. Still going to make a play for this one. He's going to try to force it out mid. K-Rush try to battle his way through, but not enough speed behind that Octane to reach the ball to take the shot. Aggie looking for the pass out front in the midfield. Won't be able to get it. Aggie back up top. Wastes a lot of boost to take that shot. Redirects it right towards that crossbar. Buck there to save it. K-Rush this time looking for the pinch off the ground. No shot there. A demo. Thing to threaten the net. Will be back off the reset there for Mountain Alpha looking for a counterattack.
Demo comes through. But that's oh my lord. There's no way that our overtime ends like that.
What?
I don't even think Buck's attempting to do anything here other than clear his lines and essentially just shepherds the ball home. No one gets back. Central Bravo fully overcommitted. K-Rush just gets a touch, but nowhere near close enough to deny that. And while our previous overtime was a 7-minute masterclass, then in stunning style, this one, Buck gets one of the more fortuitous goals he'll probably ever score, rolling on through. And we'll give Mountain Alpha a situation where they're now sitting on series point.
Like a fish out of water. Buck was just flopping around. Hey, that was crazy to close out an overtime.
Well, 13 fakes in a row.
I mean, Mountain Alpha will take that all day long. Up 3-1 in the series now, looking for the Game 5 win to put it away. I mean, you're pretty happy too, Andy, because you predicted 4-1 for Mountain Alpha, and they've just set themselves up for maybe another 2-point game for you.
Yeah, I mean, might be luck, might be genius, and we'll get back to you after the next one. But yeah, feeling pretty about that right now. I will say the one thing this time is with the last overtime that we had, Central Bravo obviously come out on top, and Mountain Alpha have then an incredible response in the next game. That's basically what Central Bravo have got to do here. They've got to come out, and right now in this small break window that you get inside of Rocket League, you've almost got to turn to each other and kind of be like, okay, let's not worry about it too much. One game at a time, one step at a time, build our way back into this series. We have the talent. We certainly have the ability. We've played 2 overtimes at this point. Just make sure we don't come out slow like we did in that game 3, and we're fine.
Yeah, just make sure that you're all over the ball like they have been. I think for Central Bravo, one of the biggest issues is having offensive attempts. I think the shots have been a little lackluster for most part, especially in games 3 and 4. Going to game 5, and you're looking to hopefully be the initiator for a goal, and then playing down a goal like they have been this entire series. Shot on net, Buck for the save. That all series long so far. Buck's always been there. Turner looking to set up for maybe another chance. He's in the air. Oh, he just barely misses it. Aggie with the 50-50. Sends it wide. Will interrupt this potential counterattack, and Buck still looking to carry forward. He's got a full tank of boost. It's going to be an awkward bounce off the corner, and we get there in time for Turner. Another save from Central Bravo.
And Alpha looked so ruthless on that counter there. Broke through the lines incredibly quickly down that flank. Just when it looked like all hope was lost, Turner hits the boost at the right time, gets there. Now trying to dribble this one forward. Has invested a lot of boost there, though. Won't be mugged by Water Mike, so Buck now with the drive. K-Rush gets across. Again, you don't want to make any stumble here early for Central Bravo. We've seen how that goes, and while Mountain Alpha continues to apply relentless pressure, Bravo will stand firm, clear their lines, and go again.
Buck in the air. Sends it out. K-Rush not able to beat him to it. Just over the car, and we're just barely getting a piece of that one. That could have been a goal. The back wall, Aggie double touches it into the corner. Desperately needing a clear here is Central Bravo, as Alpha has just continued to steal their boost over and over again. You imagine that they're trying to break down these walls. Trying to get some shots on net. Aggie out front, maybe looking for the pass. Can't connect with it, though. Turner his boost, but pops it up. And that one's going to be a dangerous drop on down. This is struggle so far to get something going here for Central Bravo. I feel like it is suffocating watching them play in their own zone.
It feels like they're riding the edge of a knife. Cool. Forward. Problem is, I don't think Mountain Alpha will feel any pressure on these attacks at all. It's more of a scrambled clear. There's Central Bravo player really in position to take advantage of it. Almost a 3-man defensive line when out of possession. As such, you never really have forward pressure for a counter. You got to control the ball. I don't think you have at any point here. That being said, 2 minutes 20 left to go. We're still tied up at 0-0, so certainly still in this game. And Eggy just off the backboard can try and tip it into a more central position, and Buck gets there just before K-Rush can tap it home.
Turner up in the air, fumbling for an opportunity. Aggie has boost, 42 to be exact. Can't get the extra follow-up there. K-Rush throwing himself at the ball. Turner into the corner. Can you find the center of the net? Aggie looking to set up for the shot. Drops it on down, but nobody is there. I mean, you immediately see the hesitancy coming out from Central Bravo. Just as soon as somebody looks for the pass attempt, everybody else is already looking to defend their net, imagining that Mountain Alpha will beat them to that ball. You need to start to see some confidence come out on these setups if they want to translate any pressure into the back of the net.
You look at it on the opposite side there, and what Mountain Alpha are trying to do on their offenses. Feels like they've all got an idea on how they want to play this. The setup, the execution isn't necessarily there, but the ideas are. Whereas right now, Central Bravo Trying to make it up as they go along, but oh my lord, just as it looks like it gets there, Watermite with the clearance off the line, puts himself on the line, and KO Rush will demo him. Earners just gets across to make yet another block. And Eggy this time as well to defend in the goal mouth and the scramble, and back again for Turner. Eggy's gone out to retrieve a lot of boost. What can you do with it? Pushes forward. No, too high. And there you go. Off the deck and just slips it under the bar.
What a play. Finally, Central Bravo get through. And a beautiful goal from Aggie to dunk it on down. 40 seconds left. They're going to be the initiators here in Game 5. Maybe a chance to put a second one on the board. Keep the series alive. Mike in front of the net. Oh, good pinch there from Turner. Clears it away from the net. Hey, Rush. Feels the boost, but doesn't get a piece of the ball. Chance here for Mountain Alpha as the time is dwindling. You gotta get back to defend this one. Turner hits it off the back. And they are just fumbling to keep contesting this one. It's just no shots from Mountain Alpha. They just continue to get 50'd every single time somebody's there to meet them. 1 second. Trying to keep this one up. Hasn't touched just yet. No way.
Buck's gonna try and do it all himself. Mike then taps it over, but no. Not enough on that effort to keep it in the air. As soon as it touches the deck, we are done with. So Central Bravo will get one back on the board after incredible individualistic effort from Eggy. And we talked about it. It felt like a lot of the attacks from Mountain Alpha were very much so strung together for Central Bravo. They were trying to do it a little bit themselves, but Mountain Alpha never found a way through, largely on Turner's efforts. 5 saves, some of which looked like certain goals. Eggy, on the other hand, he just about gets his work through. We said, as long as you're keeping yourself in the game, one of those counterattack plays could pay off, and it certainly does there. 3-2 now in this series.
3-2 in the series means your prediction is wrong. I mean, you still might get Mountain Alpha, but you're not going to get 2 points for it if you do get it right at this point. But I'm with Central Bravo here. I mean, you look at a game like that, and it's not clean, it's not pretty, it's a grind to get to the win, but they win nonetheless. And it's exactly like that overtime. It's just constant saves, making sure that you're waiting for that right opportunity. You're not forcing shots on net. You're not forcing offensive plays. You're just waiting for the proper counterattack in which Mountain Alpha overcommit on their own attack. And, you know, with that, you play the 2-on-1 back down the pitch, and you see plays like that from Aggie where you just dunk it on down. It's a mistake from Mountain Alpha more than it is a mistake from Central Bravo. And Bravo are just waiting for those opportunities to come into play.
Well, Mountain Alpha must have been on the front foot through this entire series. Think back to that 4-1. They do have devastating offensive potential. Lineup that is built to attack. Not that they're necessarily bad when it comes to defending their own goal, but this is a team that could go out and put up serious numbers. Just didn't see it in that last game. And, well, Mike's just going to slowly feather that one down. Turner's just trying to clear the lines here. Let Eggy go to work, and no, doesn't happen. Okay, Rush's next effort is then blocked by Buck. Monkey Man will drive forward down the flank.
Turner, pick up there. Good pressure from Mike. Looking for a second touch. Buck, can you put it in front? No. It is going to be a loose shot on net. That one just sends high. To the pick up there. Feathers some of the boosts. Going to see if he can get one off the ground. Oh, Mike! Beautiful. I'm not just talking about that kaleidoscope. Look at this one. Feathers the boost. Upside down. Pinches it off the ground. Aggie thinks it's going to bounce up. Instead, it slips underneath the defender. And the second one doesn't even know. Doesn't even realize before it's too late.
Mike does well there. Very creative. Little daisy cutter. Just drills it along the floor. As you said, Eggy goes high. Completely misreads the play. And Turner unfortunately can't react quickly enough. 1-0 up. Alpha now. See this out from here? Take the whole series. And my God, what a series it's been. Imagine all these players right now desperate for a moment's relief, a moment's reprieve for Central Bravo. You've still got the long grind to go if you're going to win this series. So, moving the ball, and well, no. Buck capitalizes on what looked like a bit of a fumble in the back lines there. Maybe a miscommunication all stacked up together. Don't really get a touch on it at all, unfortunately, if you're Turner, but capitalizes.
That's a mistake that might come back to bite you. I mean, we even saw back in game number 3, as soon as you go down 0-2, you're able to put a goal still in there. However, they didn't walk away with the win. So, game number 6, you're down 0-2. How can you pull yourself back here? You need to start to see some shots on net. Maybe some desperation. Just attempts is all I'm looking for. Chances from the team. Good steal of the boost there from Buck. Turner slow plays it for the contest. 50-50 going to be sent back on down into Central Bravo zone. K-Rush has to put himself on the ball. Turner really has nothing to work with here. Still flips it over the attackers. Buck knocks it down. Aggie's there. Buck goes for the dunk, but Aggie gets it past him.
Aggie's very far forward, though, at this point. And Buck, well, you do demo Turner to stop him clearing, but unfortunately, in the same motion, you inadvertently clear the ball yourself, essentially. And oh my lord, Aggie with a long-range effort. Monkey Man gets it across. It looked like it was dropping inside and underneath that crossbar for a moment. And Water Mike in the corner. Gonna float it high. Tries to line it up for Buck. Not there, really. And Monkey Man was more focused on bumping than waiting for the pass, so he never gets there in time. Clear your lines. 2-0, 2 minutes to go. All looking good for Mountain Alpha. We've got to see Central Bravo on that front foot. They cannot rely on counterattacks while being this far down.
Oh, Aggie and K-Rush both of the demo. This has to be your chance. Turner trying to get it past Mike, but look at that slow play. Mike just waits it out. Does not take any chances. Minute 40 left. And here we go, dialing up the pressure. Here is Turner trying to put one in front of the net. Aggie on the corner, can't knock it down. Mike for the carry, Buck no boost. He's still up in the air. A great clearage from Mountain Alpha. Still Monkey Man on that back wall pressure. Mike, some shots around the net, just peppering things towards Central Bravo zone. Turner, not enough boost in the world to clear this one. K-Rush goes back and he's not fully able to get a piece of it. Aggie patiently waiting. Pops it up. And you get the second touch here past the defenders. No, Mike is there to meet him. And Mike is not giving up anything here in game number 6. 1 minute left.
Now or never. Your Central Bravo. He's going to retrieve this. K-Rush has no boost. Backing off just in case. And Aggie's not involved in the play at all. It's like just in a moment where we need at least 2 players forward from Central Bravo. You basically get no one. So possession of the ball is great and all, but one player isn't making it past 3 opponents. Buck's just going to bide time with this. That's it off from the end to water, Mike. Goal or not doesn't really matter right now. For Mountain Alpha, it's just about sending that ball as far away from your own goal as you can. 1 player forward, 2 are going to sit back and invite pressure.
14 seconds. You need a goal here and you need it now. Turner out front. Here's Aggie up top. Pinched away by the defenders. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. This one's away. This one's over. Mountain Alpha with a heroic game in number 6. A 2-0 win over Central Bravo. Puts them 1-0 up in this round robin. Central Bravo going to walk 0-1 away from this game. I mean, moments from this team where you really thought they could get it done, but Mountain Alpha, in the long run, they work their magic.
Certainly do. Incredible stuff from all the players there. I know we said that at the end of the last series, but somehow this one got even better. A real grind between these two. I mean, you think of Game 3, that's the only one really that had a window in it, a gap between the two teams. Other than that, Mountain Alpha and Central Bravo has delivered a spectacle here. All 6 players just doing incredible things. It felt like Central Bravo would often sit on the back foot, invite that pressure, try and then counterattack off the back. But felt a little bit individualistic. Felt like you were trying to string things together, maybe a little bit by the seat of your pants. For Mountain Alpha, a lot of efforts where they've kind of played it together, worked things together. You saw, for example, Monkey Man trying to make bumping clearances to set up Water Mike and Co. to really slam things home. A lot of lofted situations like that off the backboard and from the corners that gave them eventually the edge in the offensive side.
Well, 4 out of the 6 games was a 1-goal deficit. Whether it's Central Bravo winning or Mountain Alpha winning, it is as neck and neck as you can ask for. Game 3, 4-1. I mean, Mountain Alpha were just lighting up that net, making no mistakes. Game number 6,
same thing. A couple early goals and a misplay from the defenders of Central Bravo that they just could never bounce back from across the rest of that game. I mean, I'd say for Mountain Alpha, there's a lot of trouble in those close contested games where they just couldn't finish some of those goals that they were setting up. Central Bravo did a great job at keeping it scrappy, making sure that there was always a player on the ball defending and interrupting in that neutral zone, and that's what kept it so close. It was Mountain Alpha eventually just overcommitting a couple times that really did cost them in those 2 games that they did lose. Other than that, it was pretty lights out from their side, where for majority of the series, they were just controlling the offensive drives, always putting shots on, never really felt like they were in danger defending their net. Buck was always making sure of that, and when you got Mike playing on the offense like he was, just putting so many goals in for Mountain Alpha, you know that was the recipe to success for this team.
No, without a doubt. Great breakdown, summing up exactly why we have seen Mountain Alpha walk through, but yeah, look at Central Bravo, and much as the way I looked at Mountain Bravo as well, is a case of, okay, what else are you going to do through this tournament? Because there's so much talent on that roster. It's definitely a situation of, I want to see players like Eggy again. I want to be like, okay, what do you look like against other foes? And, well, I'm sure we'll get to settle that later on. But for now, of course, both those Bravo teams will slump to 0-1. Alpha teams off to the races. And, well, we still got a little bit more of this round robin to go today. Well, I say a little bit more, plenty more. We're going to be treated to a hell of a lot of action, my friend.
We got our last round 1 matchup versus Eastern and Western coming up very soon here for our CONUS Championships, up next after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Esports Championships as we're getting into our third game for round number 1, looking towards Eastern versus Western now. Andy, through our first 2 blocks, it has been the Alpha teams on top, the Bravo teams both falling 1-0 or 0-1 respectively. Now we get rid of the Alpha and the Bravo side, and we get to see West versus East just as its own, and this one's going to be a little bit different, I find.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough because, again, we're trying to figure out exactly who these players are and what their stories are going to be. But even when it came down to kind of like who's going to win this one, it's like, well, there's no Alpha Bravo here. So I'm a little bit like, well, we're trying to line it up a little bit East and Western. The series have only gotten tighter the more we've gone on through the day. So I'm hoping that continues to be the case here, man. I'm really enjoying this action and the grudge matches, the gruelers that we're seeing, the gauntlet that these teams are having to run right now.
Yeah.
Only makes for fantastic cinema for everyone tuning in.
Well, look to the beasts of the East as we got a roster looking to jump in to take over this series in a best-of-7 format of Ham, Rook, and Chip Slayer all coming together. Ham from Tyndall Air Force Base, Rook from MacDill Air Force Base, and Chip Slayer from Fort Meade. I want to say I'm saying that one right. All 3 of these have quite a long time in terms of playing some games. I like this from Rook that he used to coach Rocket League as well, or his coach for Rocket League is T. He's known as Chill from the Central team.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hoping actually those two get to square up against one another then, right? Would the Padawan become the master in that moment? That would be an incredible thing to see. An interesting fact coming out of Ham, by the way, I can walk on my hands. Now, there's many things that I'd like to think that I'm very talented at, but being upside down is definitely not one of them. So let's hope there's multiple other things you can do with your hands as well, such as score a hell of a lot of goals. But this guy also plays for the AF flag football team. So multi-talented man, if ever I've heard of one.
And not only that, he said he's going to whoop anybody in ping pong or bowling at this tournament.
Look, all right, ping pong. All right, if I was there, Ham, not a chance in hell. I'm absolutely slamming you. You can say bowling though. Yeah, you can say bowling.
Bowling is a tough one. I got to give some respect over there. We don't really know much about Chip Slayer other than the fact that he is looking to slay out across the competition, especially against the best from the West on the other side when we're looking towards their opponents. We got Crow, Leggy Puppy, and Demoholic, which hopefully is something to note in terms of what we're going to be looking forward to from this player inside of the server. If your name is Demoholic, I imagine that there's going to be a lot of demolitions.
Yeah, this guy's just a griefer, right? He's just going around butting heads of anybody out there, smashing them up. Crow we haven't quite unlocked yet, but for Laggy Puppy, that's arguably the best name I've ever heard in a tournament in terms of gaming names. So yeah, I'm somewhere between him and Jambo, who loves cats. Let's see them two square off as well, by the way. See how that goes down. But yeah, there's an interesting bit of trivia here for Crow. He actually won the Allied Forces Esports Invitational in Germany last year. So again, another one of those players coming in with a little bit of a CV. Could be the difference maker in this series. I want him to go out and show us exactly who he is. Make a statement.
Make a statement here against the Eastern side. We can look at them matching up against each other on either side. Ham Jam, Rook, Chip Slayer, Crow, Leggy Pucky, Demoholic. All going to be taking the server in this best of 7 to round out our first round robin matches against each other. For both of them, you're looking to kind of rise to the ranks of our alpha teams over in the Central and Mountain side and kind of stay away from being 0-1 going into round number 2. Andy, we're going into the series with a little bit different because we don't get to kind of go and, for yourself, like, bet on the alpha team. We don't have an alpha team in this time around. So when we're looking towards our predictions, as you are beating me right now 3-0 so far in day number 1, I got myself 4-1 for Eastern. You got yourself 4-2 for Western.
Yeah, well, they call it the Seymour Cast a Curse for very good reason. That's because you could not pick a prediction to save your damn life. Me, on the other hand, this is light work. So, Team Western, you're very welcome for the victory. I don't know, 4-2. Maybe I'm being a little bit generous to your opponents, but I'm expecting you guys to walk this. No pressure, of course, no pressure.
I mean, I don't think it's a Seymour Cast a Curse at all, personally, but, like, that's just me. Like, no.
You can think that, but you're on 0 points right now, brother. Like, you gotta lock in. You gotta figure this out. So
look, my teams have been putting up a fight. I mean, don't disrespect Mountain Bravo or Central Bravo one bit because it's only the beginning of the tournament. And I expect that they're going to turn it around, come day 2, come day 3. Those teams going to make some serious damage. I'm looking forward to see what Team Eastern can do. I think I'm a big fan at, just looking at, you have somebody like Rook who's been coached in this game. He's played with Chill, who's plays for that Central Alpha team. You have Ham Jam, who says he's peaked Champ 1 in Rocket League. He loves to game. And he has so much experience just in competitive assets around, not just gaming, outside of that as well. So I think that this is going to be a very competitive game. I think that I would favor Team Eastern. However, for Team Western, they've already been putting up quite a fight.
You only have. Well, nudge it forward. Chip Slayer, send it clear. Just these early jostles that go on in these games. Everyone to find their flow, their footing in the matchup. And the pacing, the angles, the endless math that goes into playing Rocket League. And on top of one another for Rook and Laggy Poppy, but back and forth. It feels like no one's really gotten control just yet. Very much so all over the place, but so we say that. Hamjam's going to have to clear one off the line. Minute and 10 in already. Feels like this has all been Team Western, and a great save, though, to prevent Crow getting his first.
Ham Jam on the goal line there with the save. Everybody jumbled up into the net. Clears it out. Slayer on the wall now. Let's see if he can get something going. Ham. Not able to. Off the back wall, though. Rook's going to miss it, and Demoholic takes advantage of this one. I mean, clear, cut, and dry. You thought Rook would get there for the save, but instead, Leggy Puppy off the back wall. Demoholic there connects with it, and Rook just a little bit tripped up on the back wall.
Yeah, a little bit. Feels like a bit of a misread. Either way, great work by Leggy Puppy. Drags that ball along. A bit of a fake in there that potentially is what sends Rook the wrong way, or the wrong elevation. Demoholic taps it in, so 1-0 up if you're Team Western. It feels like all the pressure has been coming from that side. And Laggy Poppy, oh my lord, just basically takes the length of the field and gives Crow a tap in. The assist will eventually go to Demoholic, but look at this work from Laggy Poppy. It's the flip, mid-air roll. Wow, that is an incredible explosion there at the end.
Oh my god. And it's just like Team Eastern cannot get any clears to save their life right now. Chip Slayer on the back wall already Ham Jam demoed by who else but the Demoholic himself. Chip Slayer trying to carry it over the defense. Crow taking things up in the air. Demoholic should be able to swipe that away from the net, and Rook goes for the boost steal right away. Cuts it back in. Look for the mid pass, and it's a little too fast for Chip Slayer to get a shot on net. Still holding on to it is Team Eastern. They haven't yet put that shot towards the net, though. Team Western doing a great job at just sectioning this away from their goal.
Certainly all. Feels like any time we've seen Team Eastern work their way up the pitch, Team Western smothering the ball in complete control. I see your response in the Discord, brother. This is looking like a long series for you. And, well, another demo comes through, and that sets Laggy Puppy up for a tap-in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a demo there from Crow. Leggy Puppy turns around a little bit disjointed from Team Eastern, and Western taking full advantage of the lack of communication coming out from Team Eastern and who's going to do what and who wants to take these shots. Western feeling really good in this one, up 3-0. Here's Leggy Puppy over the top. Trying to find the front of the net there. Demo back to Crow, who's on the back drive there. Ham turns around. He's going to leave the ball. Going for the contested. Chip Slayer now trying to get a pass there. Actually over the top of the defenders. And Leggy Puppy, fortunately enough, will be there. Demo sends it away. Not fully going to get that clear. Rook on no boost. Can he set up with his teammate? Nobody in the net. And Ham Jam finally puts it in. A goal on the board for Team Eastern. Minute 50 left in the game. Lots of time.
Glimmer of hope in what was a very, very dark tunnel. There will be that fraction of light creeping through. Team Eastern still a lot of work to do, but your first real attack there has resulted in a goal. So Team Western just needs to lock it in just a little bit, and Crow almost instantly buries one all through his own work. Pops it off the post. Will drop awkwardly, which sees the ball go the opposite end of the pitch. Demoholic's just going to juggle this through the air and set it up for Crow, but Trip Slayer reads it. Gets the block in, and oh my lord, 2 players in the end dive after that, and it bounces fortuitously away. I'll give you a second to breathe if you're Team Eastern, but you really need to retrieve this ball and get on the front foot. You're 2 down, a minute 15 to go.
Good save from Rook. Chip trying to get it clear, not able to boom it down. Bro, Hyde looking for the rebound. He's going to be attacking and has to just give it up. Turns around and cuts it short. Keeps the pressure on, going for the back wall touch. Able to get that flip reset in front of the net. Doesn't do anything with it. This one gets a little bit awkward. Ham jam on the back post, though. Able to put himself in front of that ball. Out front. Chip with the clear. Straight to Leggy Puppy. Pops it up. He's going straight for the dagger. Over the top off the backboard. Not able to connect with it. Demo, it's his turn now. Has the flip reset. Not able to get the shot, though. So much mechanical prowess coming up from Team Western, just dominating the top of that net. Team Eastern are fortunate enough to be in the situation they are right now, down 1-3, and this could very well be an even bigger scoreline.
Certainly could. Feels like you have just sat at the mouth of the goal if you're Team Western, and a 4th will drop in. Laggy Poppy this time off the backboard after ripping it away from Crow. Slots home. It's lovely work from this side. Feels like 15, 20 shots maybe approaching. No wonder we're seeing a 4-1 scoreline. You have that much time, that much pressure on your opponent's goal. They are going to relent eventually. And unfortunately for Team Eastern, it's been pretty consistently as the double demo comes through. Rook holds on for dear life, but, well, I doubt it'll be much comfort looking at this scoreline.
Demo up in the air. That's going to touch on down. 4-1 for Team Western. A dominant game in game number 1. Not really giving anything up to the opposite side. Team Eastern, I mean, they do get that goal towards the end there of its ham jam, but off the back of a major misrotation out of Team West. 2 shots on net compared to, what is that, 22 shots from Team West? Yeah. 1 save needed. I mean, it's just constant pressure coming out from this team. They look so good. They look on top of everything from what we've seen all day long. The most dangerous that we've had so far.
Yeah, the fact that you've even walked away with a goal in that one is pretty impressive for Eastern. Very much so dominated. And I guess you could call it efficiency. The way in which you get your goal. 1 goal in 2 chances. Obviously not seeing that for a lot of teams right now, but that's the only glimmer of hope I'm going to give you. The only chink in the armor we really saw out of Western. They were fantastic. As you said, 22 efforts there. Felt like they just camped basically in their opponent's half. Defensive players pretty much not needed throughout. Just laying effort after effort on goal, besieging. And, yeah, doing a great job of looking incredibly comfortable here.
Yeah, you're seeing lots of aerial control, just flip resets in front of the net, just lots of chances given to Team Western off of how good they are at this game. Demoholic looking to start game 2 off where they left off in game number 1 with a shot attempt gone wide. Crow not able to follow it up. Go on to the rotation back towards their zone. Or should be able to get this clear here. Already Demoholic working to see if he can follow this one up. That one is all the way down and Crow needs no help. A long drive. Let's see this one again. And he just clears it fully. Ham Jam tries to get there, but he is just not quick enough.
Yeah, the problem that you have there for Team Eastern is Team Western, they're not even really trying to put an effort on goal. It's just a clearance. Can't get back in time. You've overcommitted. Scrambling. Don't really possess the ability to clear. So, right now, we've got to get on the front foot. We've got to see some sort of control out of Team Eastern. And, well, a demo like that won't be helping the situation. Rook will push it out towards the middle of the pitch. But Demoholic and Laggy Poppy, who have been phenomenal so far. Get it back. Pumped it towards the middle. Thrown out, send it skyward. Has a lot of boost to work with. Game plan, beautiful work. You saw Demoholic just sat up in the top corner there. Just times it. Spirals in. Crow says, not a problem, brother. It's waiting for you. And look at that teamwork. My lord, pops it straight in.
And that just teamwork is so good from Team Western. Just teeing up your teammate, holding it still over the top of all those defenders. I mean, it's a level of Rocket League that you look for in a lot of teams looking to be champions, and right away, Team Western putting themselves in the forefront of the attention of this tournament with plays like that. Just constantly holding the ball in the air. Nice roll. What is that? No way. The fact that he gets that in is crazy. Ham Jam didn't even know that was possible.
Completely honest with you, neither did I, but you can see that Team Eastern were not ready for him to recover that. Maybe that's a mistake that you've corrected if you're Laggy Puppy. If it's completely intentional, then my god, this guy is a god. He's gonna, again, with this, it's this aerial ability that he has. Just complete control of this. 3-0 up already. Team Eastern staring down a relatively long barrel at the minute. Remember, it's the best of 7 series. You got to play all 4 out, even if you don't come out on top in any. So right now, trying to figure the way into this matchup. Instant clearance will come through again, and Rook will get the boost instead of Laggy Puppy. So an opportunity to play out from that, but Ham Jam having to defend at the goal line. Feels like it's just it's an attack v defense, basically training drill at this point.
Knocking on down in front of the net. Team Eastern trying to find anything right now. 3 minutes in, already 3-0. Almost 4-0 there. Laggy Puppy nearly calling a game way earlier than intended for Team Eastern. Yet to get a shot on net, it feels. Laggy Puppy carrying it out, fumbling around, but he still controls it. In front of the net there is going to be Demoholic, but won't get a touch off. Crow off the backboard. Chip Slayer picks it up off the ground. Crow's there still. Get away. Back up to Laggy Puppy. Redirects it off the crossbar. And Rook trying to get something off the other end, but Crow won't let it happen.
From Team Eastern here, you got to send more bodies forward, and every time you do, it's just being punished by Team Western. Crow will put the 4th home. It's a delightful little feather of the throttle here just to keep him in the air. The spin, the boost, and the splash. Great stuff.
Splash at the end there just to have fun with it. 2 minutes still on the clock for Team Western. Trying to run that score up. Laggy Puppy holds it still. Crow gonna just bang a shot at the net. Rook doesn't get a piece of it. He gets the demo though back on down, up in the air. Crow knocking it down. Mahalik now. It's his turn in front of it. Rook puts it in his own net this time. 5 now for Team Western.
Looking so good. And this is just a 50-50 basically that breaks favorably. And unfortunately for Team Eastern, neither of you can get across to clear. I think one player was being blocked off by Laggy Puppy, and the other just with the misread, unfortunately. 5-0. And all the close games that you and me have gotten cast over already today, this is not one of them. Team Western showing incredible prowess, and surely not another. Demoholic comes close. 2 goals and 2 shots. Laggy Puppy now. Oh my lord. You're having fun with it. Laggy Puppy just says, yo, Crow, you Central Park? Yeah, be ready for one. Just redirect there. Great stuff.
This is so one-sided. I wasn't ready for this one at all. Chips trying to win anything with Team Western. I mean, how do you get, like, different than this one? This is unfair.
Yeah, I'm getting that kind of vibe. I think for Team Western and for Team Eastern, it is a case of have fun with this now. For Team Western, also being a little bit creative, put some style on it. For Team Eastern, it's a case of, look, what can you learn from this matchup? You can't, at this point, gotta think about it as 0-0. We go again. We just try and get whatever we can out of this game. Can you win the final minute? Something like that. Anything to talk some confidence and courage into the boys on that stage. But, oh, well, Demo basically bounces on the end of his own nose. Crow shall win the 50-50, or at least punch it more in the direction that he intended. Rook's going to actually punch out. Gets a boost on the way as well. Laggy Puppy gets himself up. Again, he's just understanding where he's got to be at all times. Great reading of the play. 45 seconds. Are there time for yet more goals if you are a Western fan?
Bounce off the side there. Demo. Into it. Keesler up the wall. For the bouncer for the net. See if you can put anything on the board. Rook. Oh, just barely misses it. Hamjam's going to send himself out there. Demoholic going to anticipate this one. He backs up. Back into the corner. Leggy Puppy just burning that clock. Ronel sends it back on down. Goes for the redirect right into the net. I mean, come on. These guys are styling on them.
Saying stuff here. Crow says, don't worry, I'll do it all myself. Thanos snaps an eighth into existence. Slam dunk or splash, don't really matter what you call it. Undeniably fantastic, this Team Western lineup. Putting their opponents to the sword, no mercy, no let up. My God. Heading 2-0 up in this series. Team Eastern probably just want to put this one on the deck. Let it end. Let it be over. Let the suffering come to a close. We could actually try and punch this goal. Look, you get one on the... Oh, no, off the post. It would have been Team Western regardless. And, well, I don't really know what to say about that one.
I mean, that was just... I don't know what to say either. 4 goals, 2 goals. You had 2 shots on net again. And only 2 saves against the other side. It is relentless from Team Western across this match. And a best of 7 that, you know, we were hoping that was going to be close across the East and the West. But so far, I mean, the East just continue to get styled on by the Western side. This is what the West are going to be bringing. I mean, like, how do the Alpha teams even match up against them? It makes me beg the question of, like, where do they match up against these Alpha teams? Because I didn't see those guys on either Central or Mountain making flip reset plays, passing through the air like these guys are, or just dominating from the top down like Team West is in this matchup.
I mean, yeah, it's hard because it's a case of, okay, well, are Team Western just a class above Team Eastern, or are they a class above everybody in this tournament?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Team Eastern have hit the biggest juggernaut walking into this first matchup. If so, that I really feel for Team Eastern. I think right now I just generally feel for Team Eastern. That's got to be a hard one. Again, it's got to be one of those. You are online playing video games with your buddies. Look across at one another. Look, why don't we just go out and have some fun with it? To hell with it. We know that we're probably outclassing this one, but whatever. We're playing video games and, well, everything that I was just saying. Well.
Off the kickoff?
1-0, guys. We're 2 seconds in.
Off the kickoff? Like, come on. Oh, that one is like salt in the wound right there. So, yeah, I mean, for Team Western, they look fantastic. The game of Rocket League. The Eastern on the other side, I mean, their own rights just haven't been able to connect with each other in any way. Crow there for a demo. Mahalik swats that ball away. Slayer going to be demoed as well. Here's Rook in the sky. Drops it down off the post. Ham maybe. No, that's just over the top. Missed opportunity for Team Eastern. And here comes Leggy Puppy the other side. And Chip Slayer just going to drop it down in the corner.
A little bit of a back and forth. Down this flank. Well, the wing play will just continue to see the ball punched back towards the Team Western goal. Rook again gets a shot off. 2 shots inside the first minute. That's, well, I was about to say, looking better than your previous 2 games. Then Demoholic puts one in from considerable range. Just floats that one, drops it off the bar. And in. Yeah, Team Western again looking pretty much unstoppable at this point.
I mean, they're just having fun with it.
Yeah.
No boost on the wall. Leggy Puppy, come on.
Oh my God.
That was dirty. He just collects it, pops it off the top. Thinks you're going to shoot this one. No, off the bottom of his car. He fakes the shot, brings it down, and just puts it past the last guy with no boost. Yeah, these guys are a cut above, and you can just tell in the plays that they're making, not just as a team, but as individuals. Just the control that they have with the ball, the understanding of the mechanics and the physics of Rocket League. It just really ahead right now of Team Eastern. Leggy Puppy here again, over the top for Crow. Drops it on down. Pick up there from Chip Slayer, which, to be fair, I mean, there is a basic understanding here from Team Eastern on what to do, especially for these setups. It's just mechanically, I mean, you're not seeing those shots on target to close it out. I mean, you're getting those clears. I mean, you're getting some setups, some passes in play. And then the shot, the last part to pull it all together, just goes a little bit off target. Really harming you in this matchup. There's a Devil Demo. Leggy Puppy off the top. Crow. And just waiting for the guaranteed goal there. You just know that you have 2 players off spawn. Force them to play for the save. Let Crow do the hard lifting.
Yeah, Leggy Puppy there just lifts it up. Eastern defenders were scrambling for the initial shot, weren't ready for the second. The thing is as well, every time you sit and you go, oh, okay, so Western just a devastating attacking outfit. And then you have moments like that where Team Eastern have a great effort on goal and Team Western get all the bodies across to block it off the line. It's like, okay, no, these guys can do it all. Incredibly talented players. And then 2 quick goals drop in here for Team Western to go up 5-0. We had an 8-0 in the last matchup. Can it get worse than that for Team Eastern? I'm hoping not. As much as Western were my prediction, as much as I'm feeling very confident about that right now, I'd love to see Eastern build their way in, find a couple of goals, show us what they're made of in what is an incredibly tough matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be feeling good at all if you're Eastern. I mean, right now, you're just fighting to keep the ball out of your net, let alone, find goals of your own. Like, that just seems like it's off the table. I mean, you got that 1 goal from Ham Jam in game number 1, but since then, I haven't seen them take a shot on... It's said that they've taken shots on net. I haven't seen them take a shot on net, Andy.
I think it's more one of those where it's been like a redirected one. It is goal-bound, technically. Someone's come across, but... Yeah, on life support if you're Team Eastern. Team Western are cutting them apart at will. Leggy Puppy now just going to style on it. Put some tricks on it. Crow's going to loft one up into the middle of the park. I guess for Team Western here, this is an opportunity to really kind of, okay, what can we practice? What can we set up for maybe tougher foes later on in the tournament? We get a little bit of teamwork come through out of Team Eastern, but Chip Slayer's cut off by Demoholic. Leggy Puppy shall retrieve. And Crow's there for the instant pickup. Drive, send it into the center of the park, and well, Demoholic wasn't there this time. Ham Jam and Crow will scramble it away, but yeah, well, I guess you get a demo. Put that on your sticker chart. Leggy Puppy, R.I.P.
Yeah, off the board for a couple of seconds here. Eastern in the corner. Leggy Puppy off the car, almost puts it right in front of the net. Crow's still going to have a shot opportunity, and every single time it is quality from Team Western with these shots. Leggy Puppy going to direct that one back center pitch. Holic cuts it. Go back up into the zone of Western. Crow not going to give it up over to Eastern's control. Leggy Puppy upside down, tries to go for the flip and not able to get that shot on target. Just a little bit wide. Demoholic knocks it on down for Leggy Puppy. Back off the respawn. Up to Crow. Crow to the rooftop. Can't drop it back on down. This is just floating in front of the net of Team Eastern for the past minute and a half. Finally, Leggy Puppy's going to put their 7th in. Just waiting to break down these walls.
Yeah, it just bides his time here. It's incredible, actually. Looks like Leggy Puppy was essentially trying to set up Crow. He just ended up crossing paths. So it's technically Leggy Puppy with the final touch on the shot. It was already goal-bound, but you'll take it. Doesn't really matter at this point. All 3 of these gentlemen have earned their share of the spoils. Yeah, 7-0 after an 8-0 thrashing in the second matchup. Has been one-sided, and it's the goals like that. I think when Team Western put together a really well-worked play, you just got to tip your hat. It's moments like this. You're just clearing lines, and no one's back for it. No one's able to cut it out. And those are the ones that I think will be very difficult to stomach.
Yeah, those are the ones where you just know you've made a mistake. And Team Western happy to put another one in there. 8-0 in game number 3. 17 seconds left. Leggy Puppy knocks it on down. Demaholic over the top looking for another one. Swiped away to the side. Closing out on the time for game number 3. Another dominant showing from Team Western. As soon as this ball touches the ground, it is 3-0 up. Another 8-0 effort. Dominance from Team Western start to finish.
And having a hell of a lot of fun along the way. 11 shots on goal from Crow. Pretty much that's all you really need to know. Having his entire way with the Eastern goal. 2 8-0s now. Back to back. And victory in the first game as well. Leaves you on series point. Again, for Team Eastern, I think that this is one of those. You've got to sit there and believe that you've just walked up against the best team in the tournament, essentially. And right now, you just got to go, okay, well, what do we learn? How do we tune a couple of things up? Maybe get better through this matchup so later on when we play other foes, we're going to stand a better chance.
Yeah.
It's got to be the way you look at it. Anything else, well, it's not going to be particularly pretty. And remember, we're all online having fun playing video games. So definitely take the positives, try and look for the silver lining on the cloud.
For sure, and I think going into this game number 4, everybody's going to be looking at Team Western to close out this series. I mean, nothing has pointed any other way. Game 1, I mean, you did get that one goal. I think that, you know, you had a lot of contest around the net, just continue to keep up with those saves, but really it's just been the shot opportunities lacking for Team Eastern. Even when they do get an opportunity, it's like that third person in line to take that shot just misses the net. A couple moments in game number 3 that you said that they had a chance to maybe put a goal in, but just barely missing it. And another kickoff goal.
Surely.
Like, deja vu much?
Surely not, right? Surely not. There's just no way.
Same thing.
Like, it's just one of those. You come out and you're like, right, boys, don't worry, the comeback's on. We're gonna make this out, and then that just drops a rock into your stomach. If you are Team Eastern or a Team Eastern fan, those of you that exist out there, this will be tough watching. As well, Laggy Puppy decides to clear his opponent's goal in the moment, looking to set something up. Rookie Call will drive forward and go on. Bit of an effort on. No, driven into the corner by Crow, who intends to defend all clean sheets at this point, regardless of their dom.
Oh my goodness. A double touch off the backboard. Demoholic all over the case. Sets himself up here. Backboard touch. Back into the net. Ham jam on the line there. Ready to defend for a shot, but doesn't really understand where these shots are coming from.
Doesn't get close. Both Crow and Demoholic going for the same ball there. Like, both of them just want as many goals as possible from this. Track our highest scorers, and, well, all these fellas want to be up there. It'll be a bit of a 50-50. Drops into the deck, pops up. Crow sends it forward. Demoholic just a little bit too high, but ready for the play off the backboard. And it's like, yeah, this is... I'm watching this right now, and it's a case of, I don't know if we saw this from any of our other teams. Now, we could talk about maybe Eastern or a lower-end team in this tournament. We don't know just yet. But Team Western certainly looked like a top-end team.
In the air, Leggy Puppy looking for another one, just trying to carry it in. Demoholic now, not letting up. And Rowe just dropping it back on down. Yeah, Ham's trying to chase this one. Team Eastern don't know what to do across this even to catch up to it and in front of the net. I mean, what is this? Like, how do you even contest this? How do you keep up with it? Leggy Puppy gets the flip reset, tosses it up, and 3 members throw themselves at the ball.
Threading a needle by himself in midair. Essentially juggling the ball with all 4 wheels. Just ridiculous. Get close to the opponent's goal, and Rook just tries to force one home just for morale points. If morality came into it, Team Western would have let up on this ridiculous defense long ago. Instead, I wanted to everyone at this tournament make a statement. Everyone watching, whether at home or in the stands itself, these guys are the squad to be. Clearance off the line comes through if you are Team Eastern, but yeah, Laggy Poppy, as soon as you see that name controlling the ball where he is, you know you're in trouble, and there comes Crow. Lovely work from the pair of them. Great teamwork.
Wow, 2.5 minutes. Like, this has been consistency. Like, last time they were in the same exact situation. I mean, Team Eastern can't defend against Team Western. And even off the kickoff there, I mean, Demahawk's just driving it forward, drops it back to Crow. Crow not able to get a shot. Likey Puppy, flip reset, another flip reset. Almost goes for a third one before the contest actually happens there from Chip. Rook has some boost. A double commit leaves the net open. Chip gets there in time, holding on to a full tank. Back out, though, to Crow. Crow backboard. Amoholic. I mean, the teamwork is just... It's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Every single time you see all three players in the offensive zone just playing in tandem. And I think for Team Eastern, maybe it's a pacing issue where they just cannot figure out how to interrupt this pace, this tempo.
Two all seem on a wavelength. Even moments like this, Crow's lofting it. Laggy Puppy's there in case, but Demaholic just waiting for that ball to drop. Guides it beyond the three defensive players. This is truly different gravy from this Team Western lineup. Maybe we should have saw it coming when Crow was putting on his CV that he won the Allied Forces Esports Invitational in Germany last year. Laggy Poppy, well, I pulled Twitch chat up a moment ago. A quick scan, and there's a lot of love and support for that guy. So maybe we're in the midst of some celebrities here, my friends. Some people who are running a hell of a lot of support and love because they've shown before that they're ridiculously talented.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. A lot of support for Team Western. Minute 30 left in game number 4, and they're looking to sweep their way across the East. West on top right now. Demo from Crow. Demoholic over to Laggy Puppy. Backs up. Ham Jam with the pressure. See if they can get something going here. Nobody in the air, though, to pick this one up. It's Laggy Puppy off the backboard. Anybody home? Demoholic backboard again. Looking for the double touch. Sends it wide. Last minute of play in game number 4. What can Team Eastern give us? Can they give us anything?
I would love them to get a goal. I'd love there to be something to celebrate coming out of this one. That one from Ham Jam in game 1. It was like a very, very long time ago, and get yourself to the goal mouth, but unfortunately what that does is it opens you up defensively. You get scrambled back just in time. Laggy Poppy will just waltz this ball off towards the sideline. Back in. Demoholic arrives, maybe getting a little bit greedy. Demo comes through as well. Rook's there for the defensive play, but 20 seconds on the claw. Let's get something for the boys in blue.
Anything, really. Kind of what you're looking for here. 11 seconds left, though. Laggy Puppy's going to take it off their backboard. In front of the net. His own net.
Hey!
And puts it in for a goal there for Team Eastern to not go scoreless in game number 4.
Well, we said we wanted something.
Laggy Puppy said, here you go.
A lot of victory for Team Western, it feels, as Chipslayer rolls through for a second. Team Western far more invested in their, well, sportsmanship at this point.
Giving it a couple over towards Team Eastern. They feel like the job is done. And so is the series. As soon as this one touches the ground, Team Western going to advance 4-0 over Team Eastern to a 1-0 standing after round 1 is done. They're going to join the Alphas. They're going to join the top side of the round robin for Team Eastern. A lot of work to do heading into the rest of the tournament to see if they can climb their way through this round robin into the bracket play. I mean, that was definitely not pretty if you're a fan of Team Eastern, but for the West, for Team West, I mean, that is as good as it gets. I mean, it's a team that I'm definitely going to be looking forward to seeing later on in this tournament.
It was certainly a devastating showing from Team Western, let's face it. And again, we come to this point now, okay, Team Western, you showed us a lot of incredible things. And hopefully what that tells us is that, well, you're going to be a squad to watch out for throughout the entirety of this tournament. You may have cast a lot and played a lot of esports over the years. We know kind of how this can be sometimes in groups. There can be a massive mismatch, either because one team just really isn't up to the par of everybody else, or because one team is very, very strong. Now, my hope is that Team Western are incredible talents, and what this is going to end up doing is giving us some amazing matchups later on against some of those alpha teams. For Team Eastern, I think, again, you just got to kind of talk to each other. Look, all right, don't worry. We'll play for the rest of these groups. We've got other opponents to face. We just came up against a very tough team day one, game one. We're coming in cold. We just got to go on to the rest of our matchups now, see ourselves at 0-0, and work our way through this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, for Western, how much better can you really get from this one? It begs the question, is this the best team in the tournament? You know, how do they match up against our Central Alpha, our Mountain Alpha teams? Will it be a little bit different as soon as they're contested in a lot of these aerial plays that they're making? Will the tempo change for this squad, you know, when they're going to be having to play some defense? A lot of questions on kind of what to expect for Team Western. I mean, this is as one-sided as it gets. Doesn't really tell the story of where the ceiling is for this team. And I think once we get like a look at Team Western versus our Alpha squads, we'll definitely have a better understanding of really how far this team can go.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the matchup I think everyone wants at this point now. It's okay, we'll put Team Western up against some of the other squads that we've looked at that have been incredible. Central Alpha, Mountain Alpha, they were both great squads in their series. And for different reasons, some of that being for offensive power, some of that being for defensive resilience, others just for grinding a hell of a gauntlet of a series. So yeah, for Team Western right now, this is great. This is a fantastic showing, but we've still got a long ways to go before you're the top team in this tournament, which no doubt these guys have the ambition of being.
Long way to go through the tournament just in general, as it's only day one. We're 3 matches in. 1 round is already done. As we get ready for round 2 matches, we got to take a little bit of a break, not just for us, for the players as well. So when we return, we're going to be looking at Central Alpha versus Mountain Alpha very, very shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. After a little bit of a longer break for the CONUS Esports Championships, we got our round number 2 matches starting to kick off. Once again, my name is Seymour, with me, Enigma. And Enigma, I mean, we get through a couple of matches. We get to see all these teams now in Rocket League. We get to kind of rate these teams across our matches, too, because after that, I mean, the Western surely shooting them up the stocks. We got both our Central A and our Mountain A teams looking absolutely fantastic. But aside from those ones, I mean, where would you put the Bravo teams, especially Central Bravo and Mountain Bravo? Because respectfully, between both of those two teams, I would say that they are contenders now against those Alpha teams after the way we saw them finish their matches.
I feel like if I was going to try and power rank. Now, this is going to be incredibly loose, obviously, based on the fact of we've only ever seen each of these teams play once. I think I've got to stick Western at the top. I think their dominance was absolutely insane. I think then I go Mountain Alpha, then Central Alpha, but not far in behind. I think I go Central Bravo, and then Alpha Bravo. I think with Central Bravo, that was what, Eggy, Jolly Pop, and Kea Rush. And I feel like we saw quite a bit out of that team that made me feel quite confident in them, especially defensively. I felt like they put out a lot of great work. So yeah, I think that is where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, no, I kind of would put that. I think I would flip Central and Mountain Bravo kind of around. I think that Fruit Loop was absolutely fantastic in their match for the playmaking. But hey, you know what? We can have differing opinions on this topic for sure.
We should.
And, you know, I'm sure we're going to be able to see, you know, where those power rankings kind of even out as we go throughout this one. So we got our rosters ready for our matches here. Let's talk about our first one in this matchup between Mountain A and Central A teams. We got
A lot of goals. We got that impression early. But then he started to contribute to pretty much everything else as well. A lot of goal line clearances, basically involved in all elements of the play. Next, he was, of course, great as well, but felt like he was a bit more of that sit-back kind of player, a bit less involved on the front line. So maybe we didn't get to see all of him at his glory because obviously his team was relatively dominant in their series. And then with Jill, it felt like he was, again, involved in all bits and pieces. Kind of felt like he floated between front and back. But when he played more forward, he was that poacher element. He was very much like, oh, there's a tiny mistake there, a tiny gap there. I'm just going to capitalize on it. And I think when this team come down to a very close series, I think Chill could end up being that X factor. He's the kind of player that could turn nothing into something. I'm excited to see him maybe do that here.
And I like that you're talking about X factors because that brings us into our Mountain team now to kind of talk about if we can bring up our second roster here for our Alpha matchups. We could talk a little bit about Buck, Mike, and Monkey Man, kind of what we got from this team, because 100% when you talk about Chill being that X factor, I talk about Monkey Man being that X factor for this team at the same time. I mean, you had Buck and Mike who were just a dynamic duo on the offense, and I mean, it took a little bit for Monkey Mike to find the back of the net, but his facilitation on just trying to get that ball into Mike's hands, or I guess wheels, was just fantastic.
Yep. No, I agree. I think that what you end up with is, in any sport, right? We always talk about the glue guy, the player that does the dirty work, the player that understands the tempo, the timing, the information, and all those sort of things more intrinsically, more naturally than the star players sometimes. And it's the reason that they, and you use the word correctly, facilitate those victories. They facilitate their best players, open them up and let them do their thing. I like what you're saying about Monkey Man. I agree. While there's a billion and one things we could say about Buck and Water Mike and how good they looked in their series, Monkey Man was that kind of player that popped up in very important moments. So yeah, I'm with you. I can see why you like this team. I can see why they're very strong in your opinion, and yeah, strong in mine too.
Well, we get this matchup between both Central and Mountain Alpha, which leads us into a best of 7 to see who is going to separate the top of the round robin and maybe fall down into a 1-1 standing. Both of these two teams looking to go 2-0. Andy, that kind of leaves it into our predictions to see kind of where we're going for this one, because obviously, you know, you bet on both of the Mountain Alpha or both of the Alpha teams early on to kind of take that win. You know, you were correct. You know, you've been correct so far across all of our predictions. I'm going to go for Central Alpha. Now, and, you know, I got a 4-2 win, and I'm going to defend myself right now. I feel like when it comes down to that X factor that you're kind of talking about, You know, we talked about Chill being that X factor for Central Alpha. I really kind of put that onto Nexity, truly, in my mind. And I think that Nexity on his defense towards the end of that game for Central Alpha really cleaned up that game for them versus Mountain Bravo back in our first match of the day. I think that when you look at Central Alpha, Nexity has the edge over Monkey Man. I think that that X factor is going to bring them over the line.
I can see, I can understand it. I mean, I understand why you're trying to defend yourself. Your predictions have been terrible so far. So, of course, you're going to lean on a little bit of an explainer beforehand. Maybe even ask her some of the reasons you might be wrong. And why I think you might be wrong is purely because I just want to go against your prediction. That's why I've gone with Mountain A. But I think it's going to go all the way down to a Game 7. I think it's very difficult to split these two teams. We're going to find out if that is truly the case nice and early as they square off for match 1.
My friend, there's no reason for you not to go against me so far. We have been lighting me up in that scoreline. So you can see if I can finally get one on the board here as we're going for Central Alpha off the start. Haven't got any names off the top, but it is going to be Central in the blue, Mountain in the orange. And there we go. We got them on either respective sides. Down in the field, Buck's going to pick it up, see if he can clear.
A lot of jostling for position and possession, but that mental statement very early, that dagger of we are better than you, no matter how close this matchup is intended to be, I want to put you on the back foot. Currently will be Mountain Alpha who pressure most, but that being said, Central Alpha are now getting their opportunity to squeeze forward. We'll just pop that into the central position, but Nexity's there to retrieve. And you can feel the tension already. You can sense that all 6 players here just kind of not overcommitting, not diving into things, trying to weigh stuff up.
Backflip from Mike. That's going to defend the net. Chambo still on the back wall, trying to set up his teammates. Nexity down forward. Buck scrambling for this one. 0 boost. Still able to win these 50s. Buck's going to go for the clear. Not able to get it past Chill. Pressure still on in Mountain Alpha's side. Central looking for the pass. Open. Nexity puts it in front. Open net. Chill's not there. Back down the other way. It's just opening game has been minute 40 so far of back and forth, nothing.
Very much so stalemate at this point. Poor Mike there, actually, like he went for the demo, misses. And invests a lot of boost just to shove the ball off and towards this corner. Worried about his team set up, but gets it across goal, and somehow that doesn't go in. Central Alpha ride the line. And will get the ball clear. Chill now drives it onward. Chambo with him on the run, on this push. What am I going to take a half second? Won't be able to keep the ball, though. Robbed of it by Nexity, who also then drives the ball across the face of the goal and cleared if you are Mountain Alpha.
Central Alpha looking to see if they can find the back of the net. Here's a chance for Buck. Nexity gets there. Across it. Nexity now trying to get the clear going. Mountain, a little bit of control here. Front of the net. Nobody there to follow it up. Chambo looking for Chill. Pass intended. Chill's going to miss this one. Demo onto Mike. That's going to stall out this attack. And we see it right now for both teams just trying to get to the neutral zone. Mike trying to get this pick up. Nexity almost getting that pass in. Chambo, this is it. Mike go for the clear. Chill up the wall. Can he find Chambo here on the other side with 100 boosts? He's not even going to get the pass off. Monkey Man interrupts it. It's Nexity. Shot on to the far side. Nobody in net. And we got ourselves a lead for Central Alpha.
Certainly do. Great read here by Nexity. Spots that the Mountain Alpha player is going to be out of position, trying to clear. And just wonderful use of angles there. Off the corner of the car. Into that far post. We'll set you at 1-0, and almost immediately off the kickoff there. Mountain Alpha forced to scramble. Central Alpha 1 up. Wow, that's great. And momentum continues to build. The pendulum certainly has swung in your favor. You know the pressure that Mountain Alpha can bring, not only from their previous series, but what they've already done in this match so far. They will threaten. So you want to increase that buffer if possible.
Chill. Calms it down. Going for the 50. Chambo. drives it in. Chambo going for the shot on. It's blocked away by Buck. No boosts on the side of Mountain. Good chance for Central here to get a play in. Chambo a little awkward on the approach. Still able to control it. Gets that double touch too. Off the flip reset. Sends it towards the net, but not really on target the way that Central Alpha are looking for with this 1-0 lead. 45 seconds. Mountain need themselves a clear soon. They need a chance in the other zone.
You'll get that clear. And Buck now will drive after it, but next City. Punch is clear, and with some space, to knock it up off the backboard onto the ceiling. Chambo tries to time, won't get there. Buck now driving down the wing, needs some support through the center. Mike recognizes we're not going to be there, so backs off for the counterplay. Nexity does well as well. Fakes the push, which buys a couple more seconds.
Buck knocks it down. Hail Mary play, trying to get it on target. Swiped away by Central Alpha. Water Mike not able to connect with Buck. Buck pops it up. Wasting all that booth to get up there. Chill, though, beats him to it. Monkey Man sets it downfield. Chambo looking to ice it, and there it is. Game 1 to Central Alpha, kicking off this best of 7.
We knew it would be tight. We knew it would be going down to the wire, but that was as tentative as you could ask for. I mean, technically only, 6 shots across the two teams popped on there. Obviously, a lot of pressure around the goal mouth and such, but just goes to show defense is very much so on top. And right now, Central A will take the lead in the series, but I wouldn't be walking away from that map as either team feeling like you're relatively controlling, dominating, or out of the series.
I mean, I think it's as contested as you would like from these two teams. Off of what we've seen so far from the top side of this round robin across our first couple of matches. I mean, you had a great game 1, a great series 1 for both Central A and Mountain A. So going into this one, having these two match up against each other, I mean, you can definitely tell that the competition is a lot more close in contention, and the way that these back and forth fights go, it's hard to find the back of the net. I mean, you see there, it really takes a lot for Central Alpha just to kind of pull that defense forward away from the net, allow for that ball to get in behind them. It took a lot to get that play to start, and I think for Mountain A, they're struggling on the same part at just kind of trying to knock down this defense that Nexity is holding in front of the net of Central Alpha. So you go into this game number 2, you're asking yourself, how do we get past this defense? You know, does that involve a little bit more passing plays? Are we going to be trying to pull it up the wall, play for some aerials? Just really anything to draw out that third defender.
I think there's something that you mentioned there, and, well, if the goal for Central Alpha is under lock, it's Nexity with the key. I think Mountain Alpha have to put him under some pressure now. Could be that. Could that be bumping? Could that be demoing? Whatever it was that he had as a plan coming into this second match, you might get thrown out the window pretty quickly. You'll be forced onto the front foot because Jambo pops one down for Chill, who glances it home. Right off the roof there. Great stuff. Mountain Alpha with it all to do.
All of it right now. Chambo already going for that boost still in the corner. Monkey Man off the clear. Takes it over the halfway marker. Next he's going to meet him. Actually, only Buck back there. Buck has 0 boost on the back wall. Not able to get in his corner either. Chambo steals that one. So a couple of members a little hungry for boost in front of the net. Next he goes for the bomb. Chill tries to put it home. And he steals the boost again. And the demo.
Mountain Alpha being starved out. Central feasting right now. Another boost gained. Every time Mountain Alpha just seem a fraction behind the play. All the momentum right now with their opponents. And Buck will do well to clear lines here, relieve that pressure, allow his teammates to grab some boost. And he's managed to get it down the entire other end of the field. So great work from him. Get his team back into the matchup. And, well, Monkey Man, unfortunately, with the miss. And then doesn't win the 50-50. But Buck to now try and bring it down. Can you set up Water Mike? Can you do? Great work there from Buck. Drives out, gives his team the chance to hit the boosts, and then brings them into the play. Definitely not a solo effort because Water Mike, of course, gets the beautiful touch here at the end. But, my lord, scoreboard won't show all that work from Buck. Yeah, we certainly got to witness it.
I mean, it's just, it's a different attack on both sides, and that's really how you starve an opponent. You see from Mountain Alpha, they attack from the skies. You know they don't have boosts, so try to make an aerial play. On the other side, Central Alpha, when they were going for their boost steals, just shot after shot towards the ground. I mean, it's easy saves for Mountain Alpha just to scramble and knock it away. I mean, for Alpha, I mean, they were doing so well at keeping the pressure on. They just never changed their angle of attack. And for Mountain, they're happy to play that game. Dambo in for the cut. Nice to take a shot on net. Nexity's back there. He's going to pass it up to Chambo. Drops it back on down. Nexity, shot on. It's high. Water Mike, plenty of boost to get there for the save. They get there for a second one. Yeah, Buck's there to help him out just in case.
Chambo's high. Chill will try and knock it down. That dynamic duo that have already teamed up for so many goals in this tournament already. And oh, Buck spots the misplay. Reads it just in time to get across for the save. 2 minutes 30 left. It's the second half of this game now. And Watermite will contest Chambo. Again, all the pressure really coming out of Central Alpha, but Mountain are dangerous on these counterattacks. Central always have to be wary at that and kind of position a player further back just in case.
That's really where a lot of the mistakes come through from many teams, is that rotation on the counterattack, because as soon as you get caught out there without any boost, it doesn't matter what the angle is, a player like Mike is going to make you pay for it. What a shot from the side wall. Nexity thinks that's going to go high off the crossbar. Not able to get there in time for the save. And Mountain now swing it back in their lead with 2 minutes left.
We had a possession statistic or a heat map to show where the game has been played so far. Wouldn't look pretty for Mountain Alpha. They've been ruthlessly efficient with their chances thus far. You got Buck and Mike in particular rolling forward. Very difficult to stop. While Central Alpha have largely invested in this idea of starving their opponents of boost. I think there's a change up for the last 90 seconds here. Is it more of a Hail Mary attempt? And oh, goes low if you're Buck. Nexity won't get there, but thankfully the shot's wide.
I mean, you're putting so much pressure onto the boost. You're losing some quality in these shots. I need to see some passing plays come through from Chill and Chambo to connect with that net. Nexity going to be back there playing for the defense. Backed up a little bit. Nice flip over off the back wall. Water Mike looking to make it a 2-point game, but no. Chill catches it on the ground, carries it back up the wall. Counterattack now for Central Alpha. Looking for Chambo. Intended pass sent wide off of Chambo's car. No shot there. 1 minute left. Central Alpha looking to tie this one back up. Haven't been able to get a good shot, though, in a couple minutes now.
Nexity, the control in the back line. Monkey Man contests and bounces awkwardly, and there's no way that that goes in. There's no shot that Mountain Alpha are going to see their lead evaporate from this. It's a weird 50-50. Bounces up and over. Nexity almost does his best to keep it out in the end. Maybe a little bit embarrassed about the fact that that one's going over the line, but to hell with it. Take all the luck you can get when you get it. Tied up to a piece, 40 seconds to go. And we'll get a double demo, one on each team. We'll see you guys in a couple of seconds.
I mean, what a play from Nexity. I really felt that he was fumbling his way into the net there, but just to play for the 50-50, give yourself a chance at the net there. He breaks through the defender and ties up this game. Couldn't ask for more here, but Chambo looking to take that lead back and a little bit off target. Just carries it from post to post, sets up Chill, shot on Water Mike, saves it. 10 seconds left in this game before we go to overtime. Will we see a winner in regulation? Another demo. This time onto Mike. Buck pucks it back into the offensive zone for Mountain, but nobody's there to carry it, and we go the extra mile.
Earlier on, we had a nearly 8-minute overtime. However, they were two teams very heavily defensively favored. This one, more stacked of attacking prowess, so don't see it get into that 8 minutes, but on both squads, jostle for early possession. It will settle into that same old rhythm. Central Alpha applying all the pressure. Mountain Alpha for now, holding the line.
Buck down to Mike. Tries to take that shot. Chill gonna beat him there. Buck has to get back. He doesn't have the boost. It will make it to the corner. Nexity creates a little bit of an issue for Mountain.
Still Buck, though. Working out of his zone. A demo. If Monkey Man could clear this one, maybe you have a chance there, but Chill's going to slow things down. Wait for his teammate. Nexity. That's a shot on target. Monkey Man has no boost, and there we go for Central Alpha. Climbing their way back 2-0 in the series. Down 1-2 in the game. Nexity not only finds the tying goal, but the game-winning goal, too.
Yeah, incredible performance all round, but Nexity going to take the plaudits. Deservedly so. You're going to see Finisher and Slowpoke as the achievements coming through there. But yeah, both Nexity's goal, those long-range efforts. You could argue that the first one was maybe not playing out as intended, but again, you'll take them as they come. But that second one, most certainly, just that goal effort where he spotted a gap, he spotted that moment, that timing of Mountain Alpha are in position here. I've got a chance. And he takes it to get his team over the line and make it a 2-0 series. Opposite end of things, I've got to say, fantastic all the way around. I see why I love Monkey Man so much. He did a lot of great work there. But what a mic with those 2 goals. So ruthlessly efficient on those breakaway plays, those counter-attacking plays. Always going to keep this series on its toes. Going to keep Central Alpha just always nervous about their backline.
That's what I talk about from a guy like Nexity who just continues to surprise in those big moments. The driving play to tie up that game goes for the 50-50. A little bit of a why not? Like, why not take this shot on net? And it works out for a goal. I mean, things like that, you just have to take a chance. And, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. There you see it right there for Nexity. He ties us up, and missed rotation from Monkey Man with a lack of boost. Nexity with 2 goals in game number 2 to send Central Alpha up 2-0 in this best of 7. A big change up now for Mountains. They haven't really faced a deficit like this. See how they can answer back going into game 3. Put themselves on the board for the series.
Central will clear in Mountain Alpha's direction, but Mountain Alpha here, I think one of the things is you gotta avoid a situation where you just have such little possession of the ball. Your counter-attacking play is great and all that's superb, but you got to control more of that midfield battle. Win more of these 50-50s, control more of the boosts. So even though you're riding that wire and that line incredibly close in every game so far, CONUS are seeing it over for a particular reason. So it's better to kick things off in this opening minute. It's all about when Central Alpha get themselves in that position. Do they just lock it down?
No, I agree, and I think that Mountain have proven to be the better team in those long, drawn-out offensive attempts inside of Central Alpha's zone. It's just, how often do we see attempts like that? Central have been so good at finding these quick clears. Chambo does it again right there, and even off the wall, he gets another touch at it. Or might have plenty of boost. Nexity, no. Still knocks it down. That gets scary. Chill in no position to follow this one up. I don't even think he thought he'd have a chance at this one, so we say scoreless, minute 30 in. Central Alpha already looking yet another attempt on net. They haven't been able to put one in the back of the net just yet. I think Mountain are going to be happy for this one.
Big demo comes through there. It's a great play to try and support Nexity's push. His drive to the goal line will be cleared by Buck. What about now? Nexity will contest. Monkey Man to try and break away. Push down this right wing. Shambo just bounces it centrally with the effort and drops inside the post. Great play there from Buck. Redirects it so well. Shambo thinks he's got the clearance on here, but Buck arrives and just guides it. Flips the inside of that post on the drop in. Chill unable to keep it out.
It's the first time in the series that Mountain have started off with a 1-0 lead in this game. Looking for a quick answer back. Nexity almost finds Chambo on that pass attempt. Chill on the side wall, able to keep it in Mountain zone. Nexity not going to let it clear just yet. Pressure's still in to see if Mountain can get it past this one. Chambo of the back wall. No boost for Chill. Still attempts the shot. That's going to be knocked over his head. Good contest in the midfield from Nexity. A demo in front of the net forces Nexity to make a play. Chill's going to boom it downfield. Lots of time for Chambo off that spawn to get back into position.
Midfield 50-50 will again go Central Alpha's way. Now, in previous two matchups, it's been the edge, really, that's allowed them to keep on the pressure and take the lead. And Buck, well, he does win that aerial duel. Unfortunately, he's a falling star. A Comet that he really can't redirect enough to get that rebound on target. Water Mike. It's up and over, and there's Buck at right time, and it's off the board twice, and surely, yes, Water Mike knocks it home at the third time of asking. Buck here, so incredibly close. There's the first. Realizes it's too high. Tries to get himself down under it. Unfortunately, won't close, but well, Water Mike was there to support to lop it back in.
Minute 45 on the clock. Mountain Alpha feeling good in game 3. Looking to put themselves in the category of win. Water Mike going to carry this one. Good dribble. Keeps it into the offensive zone. He's going to follow this one up with 0 boost and just try to play annoying. Chill's going to take it up the wall. Over to Chambo. Redirects it. A hot shot on net. Buck wins the duel. Puts it away. Exity sends it high. Keeps this ball in the zone of Mountain before it gets boomed out by Monkey Man.
Scoop the full boost if you are Monkey Man. Can Buck send it in your direction? You'd be ready. And no, this has to back off instead. You saw that in that free cam there. Buck's got the hold of the ball down the wing. So what Mike and Monkey Man decide to do is both just drop off. We don't need to send numbers for this. Let Central Alpha be baited into applying that pressure, and we'll just hit him on the counter. We know what we're doing there. And speaking of which, Buck and Water Mike make light work. Go 3-0 up in what has been our least contested matchup so far in this series.
I mean, you remember it for Mountain Alpha versus Central Bravo. It was game number 3 that they took a 4-1 win to take an edge in that series. Yeah, they weren't trailing 0-2 like they are to Central Alpha, but game 3, they wake up again. And this could be their way back into this best of 7. 41 seconds. Central Alpha looking to at least ice this shutout. Put one on the board for yourself. Chill gonna bang it on down. Has Nexity on his wings. Passes it over. Nexity far side misses. Chambo cuts it in. Looking to get it over Buck, but Buck with a little bit of a quicker jump over that ball. Gets it past one offender. Nexity carries it over. Nobody there to take the shot. Chill again, just not expecting that to make it past, but finds the net anyways.
Kind of wild that of all ways the clean sheet is to be dirtied. Just a little gentle one from Chill. Monkey Man and Water Mike both just spinning a little bit there. They will only make it 3-1 in order to push this even close. Central Alpha will need something very special. Not winning the 50-50 on the break. Sure as hell not be the way to do that. And well, Monkey Man puts the nail in the coffin. 4-1 up. We haven't seen him on the score sheet much today, but gets the opportunity finally to break in through the back. Beats Nexity to the jump. Drops it home.
Yeah, that should be enough to guarantee yourself game number 3. Mountain needed an answer to Central Alpha's quick race to a 2-0 lead. And this one's it. Ball's going to drop. Mountain Alpha take game 3, 4-1. What a way to bring yourself back in this game. And again, I mean, it's just Mike and Buck making plays. 2 saves from Buck as well. He gets himself 4 shots on net, 2 assists, really on top of it all for Mountain A to make those plays. So big things coming from Mountain Alpha when they start sieging out the side of Central Alpha. That's what we're kind of looking at from this Mountain team. That's their win condition.
Certainly is. I mean, we can look at those statistics there, and it spells a very different game. If we hadn't handed you the final scores for this game and the previous, it's a case of, in the last couple of games, Central Alpha have been largely dominant. They've controlled possession of the ball for so long and had so many efforts on goal. Mountain Alpha have really been making it work with counterattacks and breaks that they've had to be ruthlessly efficient with to kind of make it work.
Yeah.
No such thing this time around. Mountain Alpha smothering the offensive side of things. And again, winning that midfield battle, a lot more of those possession fights. We didn't see them starve to those boosts. And as such, it just allowed them to activate their star players into driving forward and taking this one by the horns.
So now for Central Alpha, I mean, we get to see them deal with a little bit of adversity going into game number 4. A fun series. We get ourselves a battle. You didn't want to see a team like Mountain Alpha go down 0-3, and so they give us a little bit of a longer series in this best of 7. Guaranteed 5 games. Let's get into game number 4. See if they can give us 6 now and tie us up 2 apiece.
Jambo just play it forward here, scoops it up, pops it off the hood. Monkey Man next to contestant. Oh my lord. Quickest goal we have seen in this series so far. Comes in just 16 seconds. Defend it off the backboard. Unfortunately, that just drops into a very dangerous area. Nexity, who has shown his prowess from distance, will also show his ability up close as well. Just knocks that one back. 1-0 up. Well, everything that Mountain Alpha did in the last game to build their way into this series might be very quickly undone here. And there's bucks denied on the line as well. Central Alpha be feeling pretty good about the start of this one.
Chill for the backflip, looking for number 2. Nexity for the follow-up. He's got no boost, but who does? It's Chambo. Sends it back down his side, looking to pick it up off that backboard. Bums Chill. A little bit of limbo now. Chill flying his way through the skies. Chambo's going to clear it on down as everybody else looks to rotate back into their own defensive side. Buck to Mike. Mike forward. Chill booms it back on down with a demo. This one gets a little dangerous. Chill goes for the passing play. Nobody there. Nexity not going to give this one up, though, and Buck's going to swipe it away before Nexity can turn that into anything.
Yeah, what if Chill could have gone for goal by himself there, to be honest? Feels like he's trying to knock it across the box in the end for a tap-in, but honestly, it looked like he had the right approach initially. Either way, we'll march on forward. Still 1-0 up. Buck, just about gets the block in there. Now Water Mike in possession. A lot of boost to work with. He's going to invest that to just slowly control things out. The aim is there to gain some position for his teammates. You don't get too much of it, but Water Mike's here now. Knocks it down. Monkey Man's arriving. Not in time. Just too slow to the punch.
Yeah, you thought Monkey Man would get there. Chill's going to interrupt his own teammate. Opportunity back the other way. It looks like Chambo does a good job at tying up his opponent. Into the corner. Chill. Ooh, just waits it out. Good pinch down. Almost sets up Nexity. Has to back it up, though. Going the other way. Nexity is going to get demoed, so you're looking for a clear here to give Nexity some time. There it is. Nexity spawns up on the right side to Chambo. Chambo misses it, but that's okay. The whiff fakes out the opponent, and that's a 2-0 lead.
We're going to assume Chambo intended to do that, right? But Nexity with yet another long-range effort. We'll drop in 2-0 now. Central Alpha, this is one that they needed, really, because Mountain Alpha winning that last game in the style that they did gave them a lot of momentum to really tie this series up here. Central Alpha have been in control. Demos galore. Nexity with the final one. Ball gets sent up into the air. Jambo will now just push this into the corner with that little bit of a cushion. Expect Central Alpha to start to not necessarily back off, but play more on the passive side here. Allow more numbers to sit back and just time their blocks and be aware of any Mountain Alpha pressure coming through. It's the luxury that they've afforded themselves.
Now you get yourself a chance to make some mistakes. Really comfortable mistakes, but opportunity for 3-1. Now here, Jambo deep into the other end, leaves it for Nexity. A little bit of a mix-up on who's going to attack, and Jambo backs up, waits for it to come to him. He's going to send it high. Water Mike interrupts it. Jambo still taking the shot there. Buck, oh, just barely gets there off the crossbar. Jambo again, this time finds it in the back of the net. There's the goal number 3. Central Alpha are all over game 4.
Just as you thought, Buck had pulled off a heroic play. Chambo's there to push the sword back down and through their hearts. Real, well, as you like, really. And
well, okay.
hello?
Comfortable as you like, indeed.
Now, this is, I mean, of all breaks, Monkey Man does well there to kind of get across the ball rather than hitting head on. Aware that Nexus is going to try and play that through. So maybe a lax moment out of Nexus team, but Monkey Man will just drop it on a plate for Water Mike. Make it 3-1. 90 seconds still to go. A quick second here, and you never know.
Shot from Chambo. On target. Gonna get demoed. Water Mike up top. Buck's gonna be here, but Mike goes for the double touchdown. That's a 1-point game.
In 10 seconds, a 3-0 lead has completely gone through the wayside.
Love the control of that from Watermike. He's hanging in the air for a long time. He knows how important this effort is. Locks in for long enough to drill it home and set us up for a hell of a showdown, and an instant demo comes through. And oh my lord, Monkey Man misses it, and Buck, thankfully, will be able to just redirect that onto the crossbar and out towards some sort of safety.
Jumbo back down to Monkey Man in front of the net. That cushion has completely left you. The comfort has completely left. It doesn't stop you from trying to make some plays here for Central Alpha. They got the offensive attempts. Pressure's in. He's going to have to cut through mid. And City over to his teammate. Oh, that's going to be a miss hit from Chambo. Forces Chill up the wall to clear it down to the left side of Central's zone. Nexity, good backboard defense, and Chambo's actually going to swing it over the player. Can anybody get there quick enough? Nexity punches it again off the backboard. No follow-up shots. 30 seconds left for Mountain to find that equalizer goal.
Right. They're pushing into the corner here, set it up for Buck. And Chambo sets himself up for Mike. Will now be answered with the demo of your own, and Mike's now going to look to break. 2v2 for a half second. Buck's going. The spawn's in, but you won't get there. Mike's going to try and put it across, but won't manage to get the ball into the box. Well cleared in the end. 3 seconds left.
One more chance. Monkey Man sends it up. You gotta put it in front of the net. Mike will. Buck has boost. Won't get there, though. And it settles things for game number 4. Central Alpha 3-2. That game, a lot more closer than would have expected with the way that Central Alpha had their 3-0 lead. But, I mean, hats off to Mike for taking advantage of those 2 goals. Both Buck and Monkey Man keeping Mountain Alpha in this game.
Yeah, weird matchup. It felt like for so long Central Alpha were in complete control here. And then you just have that weird break on the kickoff where Monkey Man, instead of head on with the 50-50, just decides to cut across, happy to arrive second, because next he's essentially going to play it off of his roof. And it's just going to roll through for Mike, who's gambling. Yeah, Mike bags, and then all of a sudden you just find that pressure, that momentum. You can never really physically see it, but you can always feel it, and it definitely swings the other way. And as such, you have this gallant effort of a comeback, but it's too little, too late, really. If you are Mountain Alpha, will now leave you looking down the barrel as Central Alpha put themselves on series point.
Look, Rocket League's a game of perfection, and if you're even the slightest bit off the mark for your positioning, your rotation, whatever, I mean, mistakes happen. I mean, you saw a kickoff goal, 2 seconds, 3-0, ended up 3-1. Other side, you just missed the rotation into the back end of your net, and quickly a dunk in from the side of Mountain Alpha like brings it into a 1-goal game. Like you said, I mean, quickly enough that pressure just turns around and momentum swings over to Mountain Alpha. But I think it was less Central Alpha taking their foot off the gas, more just small mistakes costing you.
No room for small mistakes for Mountain Alpha now. Very much so. Throw the kitchen sink at it, leave everything on the table. Alpha put themselves incredibly close, going 2-0 up in their group stages. And Nexity just lifts that one off towards Chambo. He beats everybody to the ball incredibly well. Just arrives late, understands, reads it very well. Might be 2 defenders, but it's up and over. And unfortunately for Buck and Monkey Man, they're both going for the same thing. Now we all know.
Expect Nexity to take a shot like that. I think that he's going to go for the double touch. Instead, the fake leaves it for Chambo. Because of the double commit, wide open net for that goal. Another lead for Central Alpha off the start of this game. Mountain, only time that they ever did get that first opening goal was in game number 3, which they ended up winning. Every other time, Central Alpha has managed to walk their way to the finish line. Now looking to put this series away quicker than either one of us would have anticipated. You predicting this to go 7. I predicted this to go 6. Central Alpha have different plans in mind.
Enough talent in this Mountain Alpha team, though, to pull us to that 7th game. There's plenty of opportunity. Just got to see them take it. Got to look a little bit more like we did in that 3rd game. Not falling to the pressure. Instead, driving in the oven. that is being cooked up here by Central Alpha. Unfortunately, you're just not getting yourself out of your half right now. And, well, it will be a double dom coming through. Nexity getting lifted into the air. And, yeah, right now, just jostling. And this only suits Central Alpha. They're 1-0 up right now. They're happy to burn through time.
More than happy at this point. Just looking for a clear from their zone. Good offensive attempt from Mountain. Monkey goes side to side. Buck and Mike kind of on top of themselves. Nexity in the air. Tries to drop it into a centered shot. Chill went for it. He misses. Embo on the other end is going to meet you on the rooftop. Keep cornered out. No way. That goes all the way from one side to the other. Nexity with the perfect pinch off your opponent with Mike. You throw your hands up in the air. What do you do about that?
That's one of those when your luck's against you, it's just against you. Not your day. Sometimes Mountain Alpha might have just sided that out. Nexity will certainly take it. He's been brilliant. While he will know that that was fortuitous, he has certainly done many incredible things that mean his team are up 3-1 in this series already.
Another shot on net. Chambo again. From the corner. It's these 50-50s. Off of Buck. Off of his car. That is one of the most annoying things in Rocket League. That, if it hits off of you, pinches off your car, but you don't know where that ball is going to go all the time. And twice, back to back, it goes straight into the back of your net. Not a lot you can do to control those outcomes.
No. I'm Mountain Alpha. Just have to sink those thoughts and feelings down low right now and go about trying to get some goals. 2 minutes 10 to make it work. We've watched them bag in quick succession before. Buck and Watermike in particular have put up high-scoring games already this afternoon. Got to come alive, and they've got to do it right now. Watermike will take pretty much every boost on this flank. And you'll also get the demo come through as well. So an opportunity. And Mike's going to bounce it up and over, but won't retrieve the ball. Will be beaten to the second punch.
Chambo looking for number 3 in the game, and there it is. A hat trick for Chambo in game number 5. 4-0. Mountain haven't been able to do anything in this game. They've completely been sideswiped. Unfortunate stuff after what we got in both games 3 or 2, 3, 4 with how close it's been between the two of them. Central Alpha getting away with highway robbery now in the series.
It's a tough one. If you are a Mountain Alpha fan out here, Nexity now will just carry this forward, but I guess if you're Mountain Alpha right now, you're aware that the game's gone. Playing more for pride at this point. Can you at least get something to drop inside your opponent's posts? Buck will just dig it out of the corner here, but not before Chill then applies instant pressure to send it straight back in. 60 seconds left on this. And as you said, this series is going to be over so much quicker than either of us expected. I think 7 was purely my way of saying that I expect these two teams to be super tight. And while it has been that way through a lot of these matchups, 4-1 is going to be the score at the end. And yeah, neither of us were predicting that one.
40 seconds left. Mountain just looking for confidence at the end of this one. Consolation goals, you might say. There's one from Mike. 35 seconds. I mean, hey, we saw 2 goals in about 10 seconds from this team back in game number 4. 3 goals in 30 seconds might be difficult, to say the least. I'm not sure if a team like Central Alpha would let you do something like that, but crazier things have happened, Andy.
Certainly have. The instant demo and the win of the ball off the kickoff will suit you well for now. It's got to drop, and it's got to drop pretty much now. And, well, Nexity will give them no chance at that, and will then read the push out up the wing. And Chambo just says, no problem. I'm just going to send this in pretty much any direction that you're not standing in.
And although you force this to a game 5, you show quite the fight in games 2 and 4.
Central Alpha just have your number in this best of 7. They're going to take a 2-0 lead in this round robin. Topping off round number 2, Mountain are going to settle into a 1-1 standing in the round robin. They're going to drop down a level. And that makes things a little bit more interesting, especially when we talk about where the differences are in these teams. Andy, we go into this one talking about who is going to give the edge, who's going to be that glue, the X factor. Nexity, man, we got to talk about this guy across the entire series. Defensive plays, offensive plays, passing plays. Nexity was quite literally doing it all. I felt like everywhere that we looked, Nexity was challenging that ball, just continuing to give his team opportunities.
Yeah, it's incredible because Nexity's the guy that they often have sat back, right? It's usually chilling Chambo, leading the line, let Nexity be the guy that kind of does a lot of the cleanup, the goal saving and all that. But unleash him and let him do incredible work. He could score at range, very much aware of when he could capitalize on, these really long-ranging efforts. But also then up close as well. He was very happy to simply drop him in from pretty much all angles. And you said someone who's Mr. Do-It-All. Well, I don't think many people have summed that up this afternoon other than him. Some glorious efforts, of course, from Mountain Alpha to get back in. They had that really strong game to take the lead at one point. Double crossbar hit, of course, coming through. But yeah, it was unfortunately, it just felt like, I think back to game 4 where it was just too little too late. And moments like that where it's like you're not be able to give a team like Central Alpha that kind of lead and then hope to build your way back into the game. They're far too good for that.
Yeah, no, I think that, you come into the series for your Mountain Alpha, you had an idea, and that was just to kind of outpace your opponents. It doesn't work against a team like Central Alpha, and then, where do you find your success? It's just those long, drawn-out offensive attempts. Sometimes you saw Mountain with control in Central Zone for quite a long time, and after, starving them of boost and, setting up those aerial plays for Mike, it turns into a couple goals here and there, but the consistency of those plays, Central Alpha just did not let that last. So many good clears from Chambo, so many good plays from Nexity, Chill, always there. And yeah, I mean, like, that's just, again, moments like that in game number 5, not gonna feel good for Mountain Alpha leaving this series the way that they did. Really, really close again across games 2 to 4. Game 5, though, not gonna be that way. 4-0 to close it out in 5 for Central Alpha. They're going to move 2-0 in our round robin. Mountain Alpha drop on down 1-1, Andy. A big change than we were expecting.
Without a doubt. I mean, we knew those two teams were going to be close. I think we expected it to be closer than it was. And through, I'd say, the first 3 or 4 games, it certainly looked like pretty much anyone could take it. There was that endless pressure coming through from Central. Mountain largely playing on those counters. The one time Mountain did control the game, they came out on top. But that last one, we saw that one there from Nexity where he just clips him basically off the ceiling and jettisons off underside of the bar and in. It looks glorious, but even Nexity himself is probably hitting that one, looking around like, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. That's like one of those let moments in tennis where you're just like, yeah, my bad, dude. Yeah, my bad about that one.
So the way everything lines up for you and Central Alpha walking away with a huge best of 7. Coming up next, after this break, Andy, we're going to be moving over to our final matchup on our Rocket League matches for day number 1 of our CONUS Esports Championships. We got Mountain Bravo taking on Western, a team that we saw smoke the competition of Eastern back in their match versus round 1. We'll see what Mountain Bravo has to contest this team coming up next. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Esports Championships as we get into our final series of Rocket League for the day. We got Mountain B taking on our Western squad. And Andy, this one is going to be quite insane, especially considering, Mountain Bravo, a little bit slower in the start of their matchup. They picked it up towards the end, but this Western team, in our eyes, looks to be the cream of the crop.
Yeah, now we're going to put a tiny asterisk there and be like, we've got a small sample size. Did they just beat up on a team that, is maybe weaker? I don't think so. I think that Western were just that damn good. But we'll remain to be seen if our predictions and stuff look pretty stupid in a minute. But yeah, this Western lineup, very, very strong. I will say, though, I don't want to count this Mountain Bravo team out, because we did see a hell of a lot of class from them. Camille in net, very, very good at defending that line. A lot of saves coming through, a lot of play that kind of facilitated the likes of Fruit Loop to come through and score great goals. So I'm really hopeful that this team can put up a real fight. And if anything, even if you were to lose this series, I think if you're this team, you compete well, I'm pretty sure that this would lift you in my power rankings, to be honest.
I would agree with you, too, because I think this Western team looks fantastic. But let's take a look at Mountain Bravo first and foremost. We got a couple to talk about here, and the way that she kind of handled herself in game number 1 up against Central Alpha. I think that you look at her to be the playmaker for this team, the understanding on how to set up offensive drives for your team, whether that's playing the contact on a player or playing for those shots on net. I think you saw best of both worlds from Fruit Loop in timing those demos properly, setting up J-Dubs and Camilo for those plays, or just making plays yourself. I mean, she was fantastic in the goals area as well as the playmaking.
No, I agree fully. I think she's been brilliant in the little that we've got to see her so far. So I'm looking forward to see what she brings to what will likely be a tough matchup and build her prowess through this tournament. As you said, very much so facilitating J-Dubs and Camille. That being said, is it going to be enough? The lineup on the other side of things, they're a very top tier team. We got to look at them. We got a quick look at them earlier on, and in Crow, Laggy Puppy, and Demaholic, I don't think we've seen a skill set that high otherwise. They were having a hell of a lot of fun.
And the difference of this team in the way that they were handling themselves, that you and I put them in such a high regard, is not just the pace that they play at, but also the angles they play at too. I think that, the flip resets, the plays off the backboards, the sidewall setups, like everything about Western was a complete Rocket League team from top to bottom from what we saw, whether it's Laggy Puppy or Demaholic in the air setting up for those double taps in front of the net, or Crow just booming it downfield. I mean, you think you had everybody stepping up for Western to kind of put that game in the books back in our game number 3 of the day when they had, what was it, 1-4, 8-0, 8-0, 6-2. They dominated versus the East in that matchup, barely giving anything up. Those 2 goals that they gave up in game 4, they scored on their own net. So Mountain Bravo, they got their work cut out for them.
Yeah. That is what, about 26 goals scored to 1 against, other than if we count those last 2, which, I mean, goals are goals. You're going to take them if you're Eastern, but you don't really care if you're Western because you're so damn dominant right now. And everyone in the venue will have seen that game and gone, okay, these are the players to beat. Now, they might have already known that walking through those doors, but that's an early statement. They're not here to mess around. They're here to take it all. They don't just want that top 4. They want to win this whole damn thing. And looking good to do so, but obviously on the opposite side, again, there's some quality players that could put up a bit of a resistance just yet.
Well, I finally put myself on the board, Andy, when it comes down to predictions. Let's take a look at where we are going to be looking for this series. Both of us kind of handshook on the Western side. I want to give Mountain Bravo a little bit of courtesy from their end. I definitely see an area where they could definitely play Team Western close in a lot of these matchups, but I think that, you're right to say that Team Western looked like the better team going into this matchup through and through. I gave Mountain Bravo a grace in a game there. You said it's going to be a 4-0 sweep. Whichever way it goes, it's still going to be a point to one of us, Andy. I just want to see a series go further than 4.
I agree. I would love that. But and while I think the inside the games are going to be a lot closer, I don't see a world where Team Western don't come out on top. And there was moments in that series that we saw them play against Eastern. And while it's like, okay, on the front foot, they're great. They're scoring a lot of goals. But what do they look like when they're finally placed under pressure? Anytime that happened in that series, they were lights out. Defensively, great teamwork, great counter-attacking plays and off the back of it. So I didn't really see a weakness. And that's my concern. So I think this will be closer than the previous series, but I'm expecting Western to sweep this.
Well, both of us have our predictions in play. Both of us are going to get a point for this series if Western does walk away with it. If Mountain Bravo comes out with the upset, oh, what a series we have. What a tournament we have in front of us. So we got our best of 7 loaded up for both of these two teams, and you can see exactly how we're going to get out the gates here. Oh, my goodness. No way. Demaholic. It's 6 seconds in.
Okay, there's no need to panic. We've seen a few of these goals already. Could just be a little bit of fortune coming through for Team Western. Demaholic does incredibly well there. Brings up, carries the ball himself, but now it's Camille's turn. Aggie Puppy will have to scramble across for that. So, reminder, this opposing squad aren't bad. Demo does very well there. Gets the demo, which denies possession of the ball to Mountain Bravo just as it comes across. That being said, Camille will then contest the effort on goal. Drop into the midfield.
Loop going to drop it on down. A-Dub's not able to connect with that. Pass up in an open net again. This time it's Leggy Puppy. Unfortunate for Mountain Bravo. Just a little bit of a mix-up there. J-Dubs actually gets bumped out of the way. And not really expecting to lose out your teammate in that play. Nobody's on the back burner to save that goal.
Wonderful opening there. Open the gap. Made sure that Laggy Pop could slot it home. And honestly, with how good this team are, I don't think there's ever a second where you can have nobody stood in goal. I think that's one of the big problems. Mountain Bravo, you're 2 down right now. You want to send those bodies forward. You want to get pushed up into your opponent's half. Unfortunately, the second you do, they're going to punish you for it.
Another one?
God. The thing is, they're so consistent with them. This can't be fortune at this point. They're just reading, all right, I'm going to be second to this. So what I'm going to do is position myself in a spot where I'm just guiding it goalwards. Demaholic drops in off the underside of the car. 3-0 within 60 seconds.
He makes that look a lot easier than it actually is. The play off the sidewall, he feathers the boost too to stay level with the ball, to redirect it back towards the net. Demaholic really is on a different level right now. Looking for a redirect again. Fruit Loops trying to make the play in front of the net on her own. And there it is for Mountain Bravo. Finally in the net there. A goal their side. Keeping up with it. It is Fruit Loop to make the play.
Well, we've talked about her for a good reason. Was great in the previous series. Shows a little bit of her own prowess right there. Does the entire job. The intercept. Plays it up over the top. Pops it home. Only make it 3-1. Just a little bit of a reminder to Team Western. You're up against a solid team. So what Demaholic does is he goes, I ain't taking no chances. Cheers, Crow. I'm going to slam this down to give ourselves our cushion back.
Four 4-1 up. Mountain Bravo, their hopes kind of getting crushed there on the end there. Demaholic just relentless in game number 1. Leggy Poppy looking to dunk it on down. Camilo for the clear. Fruit Loop off the side wall. Fruit Loop looking to set herself up for a shot on net. There is Leggy Poppy for the save. Camilo on the other side. Oh, I don't know where the comms were for J-Dubs, but I think he thought Camilo was going to let that go for him.
Yeah, it's going to look that way. J-Dubs hurtling through the air. Ready to touch it goalward. Camille maybe a little bit nervous about dropping that ball central to an opposing player and letting them break. Decides to take matters into his own hands and just denied an opportunity to get back into the game. Either way, oh my lord, it's off the bar. Crow should get there though, and just tips himself enough to pop it low. Finish it off. 5. These guys are so good.
Yeah, these guys are insane. We thought maybe it would have been a matchup issue against Eastern. No, this is just how good Team Western are. 5-1 up. 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. Leggy Puppy looking for number 6. Andreas is barely getting the save on that goal line. Mahalik now off the top side. He's trying to dunk it down. Leggy Puppy chips it on over. Milo gonna get a piece of it. And it very high and wide. Crow intercepts it. Demoholic in the air. He's going to quickly set himself up for another shot there. Can't redirect it to the net. Leggy Puppy stuffed away by the defense. Mountain Bravo now on the counterattack, but Allen's quickly going to be snuffed out by Crow.
And Camille gets an effort on target, but that means basically everyone's forward, so you got to go. And, well, oh my lord, the open goal sees it off the bar, hits the line, but bounces the wrong side, up and out. But this is what Mountain Bravo basically has to commit to at this point. You got to send bodies forward, and, well, Team Western just shooting practice at this point. Camille, usually the man furthest back, drops it down. Intended for Fruit Loop. Leggy Puppy gets there first. And that's as easy as you like.
In for number 6. 5-goal deficit. Mountain Bravo struggling to keep up with the skill of Team Western. Crow with a bump in front of the net. Milo kind of set up off of this one. Leggy Puppy going to bang it off the roof. J-Dub side wall. Picked up by Leggy Puppy on the way down. And Fruit Loop's going to drive one towards the net. J-Dubs for the follow-up. Temo stuffs it with the defensive player. Not going to stop Fruit Loops from setting up another offensive attack off the roof. However, without any boost, she's not able to contest that any further. And Crow just continues to keep it into the corner. Demo, front of the net, just picks it up, carries it off to the side. And here's Leggy Puppy over it. J-Dub's in trouble off the back wall. Camilo's going to miss it. Leggy Puppy's there, and there it is from Crow to Puppy in for the 7th goal.
I'm going to wrap it back to before they even began the offense there. There's a play forward from Mountain Bravo. And Crow just watches it, and lets it just pop down, drops it down next to him to then begin their own play. That's gorgeous. But then it's the setup afterwards. I thought J-Dubs had done so well to actually prevent the initial effort. Leggy Puppy just goes, don't worry, you stopped my first one. Ready for the second one. Feathers the throttle, pops it in. My lord, I mean, while I've been talking, an 8 drops straight home. These guys definitely sat at the top of our power rankings for very good reason.
On top of everything right now, nothing is stopping Team Western. 44 seconds. Shot on nets. Snagged high by the defense. Camilo up in the air. Fruit Loops, the back end, trying to pick it up the wall. Camilo, plenty of boost to carry this one. Side wall, looks for the pinch, not going to get it. Leggy Puppy on the other side, just up and down, looking to get in front of the net. Weird pinch off the wall. It's quickly the Crow. Send it high over to the center field. Ammo off the corner. Nobody out front. Chipped over Leggy Puppy. Crow's on the backside. It's going to bounce off his car. Camilo maybe with a chance there, but Crow puts it over the offender. And it's J-Dub's turn. Not able to get a piece of that ball. Fruit Loops in limbo. Ball's going to get one more chance. Over the other side, Crow knocks it down. Team Western in game 1. 8-1 over the side of Mountain Bravo. What a lead. What a team.
What a team is completely correct. It's really hard to talk about it in any other way. Look at that stat line. 4 goals for Leggy Puppy, 3 for Demaholic, 1 for Crow. Crow happier to sit back a bit more and let the other boys kind of off their leash, but it's one of those where it doesn't matter the player. Let's go back to that play a moment ago. Crow just watched that ball drop out the skies, one touch to pop it out to his left, and then just plays it forward for his teammate. And it's one of those where it's like, okay, if that's the guy that's least involved in the play, then what do the other two look like? A different gravy right now, a true cut above, absolute class. I will give Mountain Bravo plenty of flowers for the effort and for the work, and it felt like there was a lot more contesting. They were willing to go forward. They were ambitious in driving. The problem is, they're just so damn good on the other side of the field.
I think it's kind of getting an understanding of your opponents too, and right off the bat, you saw like a difference in their matchup versus Western and their matchup versus Central Alpha, because versus Central Alpha, you could go 3 up and not have to worry about a deep clear back into your net. This time for Western, every single shot is on target. So if you don't have a player rotating back onto your net, you're going to be losing some pretty easy goals. And Western are showing you that you need to go into the series with a different understanding of how to play Rocket League from a positional point of view.
I think one of the things you said there, every single shot's on target. It's also these awkward angle moments, these 50-50s. They just position themselves in a way to, all right, well, if I'm not going to get there first, then my intention is simply to redirect the clearance that you're playing right now. And it's always a threatening play. There's never anything that's passive or anything that's desperately defensive. Such, it means your opponent is endlessly under pressure, unrelenting force.
I was gonna say it's already better in game number 2.
Yeah. That's exactly where I was going. We are 45 seconds in, we're 0-0, so we're making progress.
I say that, I thought for a second Leggy Puppy was gonna put it away there. Across the side. J-Dubs downfield for boosts. Off the corner, looking to set up somebody. Fruit Loops makes a play. Crow, though, homes it downfield. Demaholic might be there for the touch. Good read from J-Dubs to recognize that shot. Fruit Loops up in the air. That's one on target. It's going to force Crow up for it. Sends it wide to the corner. Leggy Puppy spawns right on top of this one. Gives a little extra momentum out of the zone.
It's just that defensive work as well. Crow goes up there. Instead of just knocking it down centrally, instead of just popping it off to a place where maybe a Mountain Bravo player that's arriving can nod it home, it's sent out towards the corner. It's going to take an extra second for Mountain Bravo to do anything with this. That's going to let my boys back into the play. It's just so ruthlessly efficient. No mistake in the play at all. Nothing for Mountain Bravo to really capitalize on. They're going to have to make their own luck, their own plays happen. And Demaholic, well, he's going to launch this forward. Not enough so that Fruit Loop can't do something about it, or at least do something while you're alive. Demoed out. See you in a couple of seconds. Reset back into the game now, and does get immediately into the clearance.
Crow up in the air. I mean, scoreless halfway through this game. I want to say every single time that we've seen Western play, at this point of the game, they have 5 goals.
Yep.
So for Mountain to be doing what they're doing, you can see that they've adjusted their style. They've understood a little bit better on what they're kind of playing against. And I mean, that shockwave of game 1 has suddenly been limited. So can Mountain now turn things around and put one in the net? Demaholic with a chance to dribble it around 1. Defender 2, though, gets a piece of it. Back up the wall. Demo leaves it for Leggy Puppy. Up in the air, Fruit Loop's gonna bump it away. Weird bounce off the top, though, and it's a good read from Camilo. No stop on the pressure, as this time Team Western throwing themselves at this ball just above the net. Nothing connecting, though, with the goal.
Yeah, Camilo did incredibly well there. Positions himself perfectly and times that 50-50, because again, Team Western are so good at those, recognizing if they're getting there first or not, and how to play it out. Camilo forces the equation. Makes himself very big at the goal mouth. 90 seconds left. And still scoreless. It's pretty insane to see. That being said, Demaholic is here. No, Camilo will send it forward again. Crow, though, with yet another one of those majestic touches that he likes to bring in. But J-Dubs answers with his own, and off the post. Crow incredibly close.
Throw in the corner. Milo clears it. Still an opportunity in this game for Mountain. Can they work a counterattack? Milo pops it into the air. J-Dubs up top. Pinches it off the opponent. Back into the corner. Fruit Loops now. Trying to get one in front of the net. Trying to open up this goal. Weird shot over the top of the crossbar. Mountain have so many opportunities here. They just continue to be thwarted. Down to last minute of play. 40 seconds left. Here's Camilo again. Gonna drop it on down. J-Dubs with no boost. Fruit Loops is here. Nobody on the backup. You're still gonna go for it. Over the top. Nobody's got boost here. They gotta get back.
Feels like you invested a hell of a lot, and I was about to say that would be a dagger after all the hard work from Mountain Bravo, not to even see OT. Team Western denied at the line. Crow will try and send this forward. A little bit of a fake from both players, so the ball just saunters on. It drops now. Camilo won't get the timing. Fruit Loop sends it. Crow will block. 10 seconds left. Both teams fully sending to close this now.
Milo down into the central zone. We get an overtime for Team Western. Who thought this was going to be on our docket for today? A-Dubs tries to make a play for the ball. And Mountain Bravo control their boost in time. Allow Western to walk all over them. A-Dubs pretty low on that tank. Nice chip over. Shot for Fruit Loops is going to be sent to the left and it's past that defender. Nobody there to pick it up though. Test on the back wall.
Oh my god.
Another shot there. Fruit Loops there for the save. J-Dubs down to the corner. Mahalik, lots of time to you do this in the air. Gets the flip reset. No. No chance to take that shot. Crow's turn now. Drops it down. Another save coming through from Mountain Bravo. Leggy Poppy now over the top. And Camilo finally keeping it away from them. And a demo now hopefully should settle things for a clear. But Western is not giving him a chance.
Holding on, clawing with your fingernails if you are Mountain Bravo. But Team Western get it over the line. It felt like it was coming. That dam had to burst at some point, and it'll be Demaholic to lead the decisive blow. But my god, what a game that we just did not see happening. Looked like we would have Team Western run away, especially with how good they were in map 1. We can take a quick look at this. The amount of saves on the board. They're seeing 10 listed for Mountain B, but there was so many more moments where they were getting across, last-ditch tackles, huge plays. Great stuff out of them as a team. It will feel a little bit of a dagger to have lost that one, but honestly, I think you got to hold your heads high, rock into this next game, knowing you can go toe-to-toe with what we're calling the best team in the tournament.
That was, I think, a missed opportunity for Mountain Bravo. Do they get another chance to play a game that close against Team Western? I mean, towards the end, it was hard for them even to get a clear out of that zone. It was just constant pressure in the overtime, shot after shot, just withering away that boost from Mountain Bravo. And that's one thing that needs to change in this series if you want it to level up as a team and to try to steal something away from this Western squad. You got to do two things. Not only do you have to find some clears with each other, playing off those passive plays to exit your zone, but you need to make sure that you're keeping up in your head on when those boost spawns are coming, because you need to make sure that you're defending your net with full boost. If not, these clears are going to be quite easy to handle for Western, like we saw in that overtime, and it's just shot after shot. Eventually it goes in. 2-0 up for Western over Mountain Bravo going into game number 3. If Bravo can get it done.
Laggy Puppy will start things off with a bit of control, but I like what you said in that little segment there about looking after your boosts. I think we can see in overtime there, Team Western just starved Mountain Bravo of anything. So often looking down that right corner, tanks are empty. Just holding on, but dug into a ditch that you could never climb out of. It's about putting yourself on that front foot, giving yourself the best opportunity. Really put the sword to this Western lineup. And J-Dubs will have an effort blocked by Crow. Try and push out. Ball will drop yet again into the midfield. Scramble is on. No one really back yet, though. And no, Kamira is there just in case.
Crow top off the roof. Tries to fly his way down. A second one. Fruit Loop can't get up in time. Goal from Western. A lot quicker than we saw in game 2. Minute into this game. It's Leggy Poppy to finish that job. I think you definitely expected J-Dubs to get a piece of that one off the crossbar.
I think J-Dubs just goes for positioning himself in the most central way possible. As big as you can really be when you're guessing in those moments. So close that all you've got really the opportunity to do is no reaction in it. Ball will drop off the bar. 1-0 then. Demaholic trying to play pretty close. Crow brings it up into the air. Camilla is there again. That will allow Fruit Loops to escape with the ball, relieve pressure, and pretty much everybody misses it in the middle of the pitch. So Camilo tries to capitalize, but there's another one of those little 50-50 contests that Team Western are so good at. Never seems to put them in a disadvantaged position.
Well, here's a chance for Camilo. Almost getting the pass out front. Leaves it for J-Dubs. J-Dubs maybe for Fruit Loop, but instead elects to just disengage. Back up. Shot in the front of the net. Fruit Loop's going to knock that away. Other end. Crow. Nice finesse play around 2. Goes for the backflip. Not able to get it there mechanically. No boost for J-Dubs, but he's still in the offensive zone. Fakes it out. Camilo's going to take the shot. J-Dubs leaves it for the teammates, and they connect for a goal, tying us up 2 minutes into this game.
Could be the moment that Mountain Bravo have been looking for. And Western have conceded 1 goal in regulation. Well, 2 goals so far through this tournament that basically wasn't inflicted on themselves. So, they are not an easy defense to breach. Tie us up. We're halfway through this match, and Camilo goes from offensive player to instantly on the defensive. Great challenge there. Demaholic will juggle this through the air, but it's heading in the wrong direction. Hands it over to Crow instead. Just gives J-Dubs and Fruit Loop the opportunity to reboost, and look at what they do with it.
J-Dubs up top. Camilo off the roof. For a second, Leggy Puppy might have been able to miss this one, but hasn't been doing it so far and won't start now. Carries it over into their corner. Off the rooftop, playing off the bottom, looking to dribble it underneath Camilo, but won't falter. Fruit Loops on the backboard, looking for the follow-up. Demoholics there to send it the other way. Right into Crow. You're looking for some defense here. Camilo knocks it down midfield. Demoholic without any boost. That's going to reset this game.
Demaholic will just slow it down for a second. Allows Puppy and Crow to get back into position. And Camilo will be sent into the underworld. Fruit Loop knocks the ball back. It just feels a little bit bitty. Just jostling again for that positioning. Just no one really taking control right now. Team Western not necessarily under a lot of threat, but understanding that Mountain Bravo are very much so here to contend this. And will take opportunities should they fall. Crow knocks it down, and Demaholic takes a wide shot. Like he probably just going to try to send it back in there.
Loop's getting knocked around. Shot on net. Oh, Camilo doesn't expect it to be as tight as it was. Knocks it into the close corner. And Crow barely sneaking in for a 2-1 lead. Look at that angle. I mean, that doesn't get as close as that.
No. Threading and needle for sure. I think Camilo, before he had all angles covered, again, made himself very big, pushed the ball, was very aggressive towards it, happy to face up, square up. Just hadn't spotted that tiny crack in the window, that little gap there. Certain Crow had, and speaking of which, he'll now drive forward and, well, put this game relatively out of doubt now. Sets Demaholic up for an easy one. All his own work, the little boost, little flip, and the roll. Just drops it down. An easy setup there. Lovely work.
And momentum is a hell of a drug, and you just look at what happens for Weston there as soon as they find that second goal. I'm not sure if that's Mountain Bravo maybe letting up a little bit on the pressure that they've been getting, or it's just Western carrying on from that second goal into a third. It's just fantastic setup. Bravo missed the mark. Mistake leads to a 2-goal game with 30 seconds left, and I mean, you've said it going into it that I mean, you expect Mountain Bravo to have some grace to keep this game close, but when it comes to closing out these games in a war of attrition, I mean, Western are just ready to go the distance.
Usually the last game, it felt like a missed opportunity, really, for Mountain Bravo to not take that one once we were pushed into overtime. I don't think Team West never gave them a chance to. They were basically being throttled at their own goal line. Strangled the life out of them eventually, and I think that's what Team Western do when they need to turn it up a notch. They have that extra gear to go into, and as the ball hits the deck, that will confirm victory yet again for Team Western. Closer than most. but still the same old result, and we'll put them 3-0 up in the series.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate for Mountain Bravo. They're playing a great game. I mean, aside from game number 1, that was just, I think, a misread on what to expect from Team Western. You go into game number 2, you force that overtime, it doesn't go your way. You go to game number 3, you tie things up, and then you let in an unfortunate second goal. And I think that second goal really shakes things up in your mind, not really knowing where to go from that. You think we've done all this work to keep it just as close as could be, just for it to let up yet again. And in that lapse of judgment, that hesitation in your brain, that's when Western are going to strike again. I think when you're looking at any team to be able to play up against a team like Western, you have to make sure that you can take an unfortunate event, like losing a goal like that, and just wipe it from your memory, reset, go into the next one and try to get it back. I think in that moment, it really seemed like you tried to do a little bit too much to answer back, and Western, you're just eating out of their hands right there.
Yeah, you're right. The short-term memory in those moments has to be very short. You have to very quickly move on and forward and just drive again and go again. Every time, reconsider, it's 0-0, we go again. Just keep setting it back down, keep playing baby steps every single time. Don't look at this wider picture. We've got enough to deal with when it comes to the micro of what's going on right now. But I will say, yeah, Mountain Bravo are putting up a great effort. This is a squad in Team Western that we've looked at now. Pretty damn good. They're not bad, right? What did they get last year? Like 26 goals across 4 maps or something. So, yeah, they're being held a little closer here by Mountain Bravo, and I think we can send a lot of credit over to the players on that team. It's just a case of that bridge too far. You're talking about the amount of work we've put in to at least make this close and contested. And then Team West will just go, all right, overtime, we're just going to strangle you. We're just going to take the life out of you, make sure you've no boost. You're not going anywhere. You're going to hang on for dear life at the goal line. And when we're ready, we're going to drive the dagger through your back. And yeah, no one else is doing as good as them right now.
No, they truly are not. So going into game number 4 for Mountain Bravo, it's just how do you put one in your column there to see if you can at least answer the call against a team like this. Team Western have been all over it. They look fantastic. They look good. Mountain Bravo trying to get something going here in this best of 7.
Well, it starts with a staunch defense early. We've talked about this a few times. Team Western will often get that early goal, make it so that their opponent has to step out of their half. And then that's when the floodgates tend to open. The one time we've had it incredibly close, Mountain Bravo, well, they didn't concede for an incredibly long time, not in regulation. That just hung it in the balance a little bit, left Team Western a little bit worried. Right now, it will be the same old story. Team Western are going to continue to threaten the opponent's goal, and Laggy Puppy looking to set up his opponent.
Front of the net. Oh, good save. Fruit Loop sends it to the left. Camilo trying to play for the 50s, but beat out by that Western attacker. Crow knocks it down past J-Dubs. Now trying to carry it into the zone. See if he can make a play. Pops it up for Leggy Puppy. Not able to connect with the shot. J-Dubs sends it away into the zone of Western. Mahalik has been waiting for an opportunity now to carry it. Just elegantly soaring with the ball. Contests Fruit Loops. Not allowing that anywhere close to the net. Easy clears here from Team Western. And it's Leggy Puppy not able to really take these shots. A demo gives an opportunity, and that's all you need, really. Just one small opening to put it away.
I thought J-Dubs had gotten there. It looks like he'd gotten across in time, and just by a fraction behind the ball, scrape over the line. No VAR required here. We have that technology already. Makes it happen, does Demaholic. The 1-0 up now. You held out for around about 90 seconds. Now you've got to come forward. And this is when the gaps usually appear in your opponents. Team Western very happy to seize on those moments. Camilo will contest here. 50-50's up. J-Dubs will get nowhere near. Demaholic's going to pass it on to Laggy Puppy. Fruit Loop, who's done so well today, will be supported by Camilo in the defensive play. J-Dubs will remove Laggy Puppy from the field for a moment. That at least should relieve the pressure. That being said, it doesn't matter. Demaholic drops it in, times it to perfection, beats J-Dubs to the ball, and knocks it home for a second.
There you go for Team Western. Floodgates opened up in game number 4.
I mean, you look at the difference between a team like Mountain Bravo and a team like Eastern. I mean, you barely let up a goal against Eastern. Against Bravo, you've been really held close to the chest throughout this entire best of 7, but in the long run, Western looking like the more comfortable team in this series throughout all 4 games that we've seen so far. Good demo there from Crow. Won't set up Demoholic for a shot just yet, but Crow's going to turn back around, put it off the backboard. Demoholic looking for the shot on net, looking for the far side. He's found it. 3-0 for Western. Dominance so far on day 1. Nobody at CONUS is looking to hold a candle to them.
No, any other team watching on right now is kind of glancing over a little bit nervous. I'd argue the top 4 won't be an issue. Demoholic with an early hat trick as well, by the way. 2 assists from Crow. Team lights out. I feel like it doesn't matter which one we talk about, which player, able to do it all. It wasn't 3 going over to Demoholic. It's incredible last-second saves like that from Laggy Puppy. It's Crow dribbling the ball out or controlling it at important moments. It's starving boost from your opponents and utilizing it yourself. You're doing everything right now, masterfully controlling the chaos.
It doesn't even feel like a last-second save. It just feels like you're in the right time all the time. Like, the flow state is found, and there's nothing so far that Mountain Bravo has been able to attain to match them throughout a full 5-minute game at this speed. You go into game number 4, you're down 3-0. Fruit Loop finally finding the back of the net for Mountain Bravo to put 1 on the board. 1-3, minute 32. And they do what seems impossible.
Well, always starts with 1. What you can't allow to have happen right now is an instant reply from Team Western, which they have done so many times. Several different teams. Will not get there if you're J-Dubs, and just like that, the instant reply surely buries this one.
You got to think that that might be the dagger, and in such an unfortunate way, too. Over the top of J-Dubs, nobody in the back net to save that. Both players on the rotation to the left side boost. Yeah, that one's going to hurt after so much is used to get that big goal for Fruit Loop. She truly has been on point for this team. But for Western, all 3 players are on point at all times, from the top roof to the bottom of the net. Leggy Puffy just barely missing away on that. Fruit Loop looking to cut things through mid. No boost, can't dribble it. Let's even get it on top of the hood. To make that happen, J-Dubs off the back wall.
Save.
Milo for the rotation out. Fruit Loops solo effort. Puts it to the corner instead of the net. And Crow, even with 0 boost, making Camilo work for control of this ball.
Exactly. It's just one of those. It could have easily been a clearance for Camilo. Forces pressure up the other end instead. No, Crow keeps on top of him. Keeps him on his toes. Makes him back off. And as such, it allows the rest of this Team Western lineup to come and get involved at the opposite end of the pitch. And well, with that demo as well, you're now lacking numbers. So the one time that Mountain Bravo really needs to control the ball, do at least force it into the air for a little bit. But 5 seconds to go. This one's done. The series is over. Team Western are going to march on 2-0 in the group and looking pretty damn untouchable.
Yeah, untouchable in so many senses of the word. Just always staying ahead of their competition. Always staying ahead of this series. A 4-0 again from the likes of Team Western, putting them 2-0 up in this round robin. Unfortunately for Mountain Bravo, when you were looking to go 1-1 to join the likes of Mountain Alpha, your counterpart, you're going to drop 0-2 in this round robin, needing a big turnaround going into the back end of the round robin to see what that seeding is going to look like going into playoffs, Andy. And you know, it's hard to say too, because both times we've seen Mountain Bravo, they haven't looked bad. They've looked good.
They are a good team. Like, it's hard to say when you've just lost 4-0, but there's a lot of talent in this lineup. J-Dubs does his thing, leading the line when they've needed it the most. Fruit Loop's incredible. Fruit Loop is a fantastic player. of this game and was involved in pretty much everything. Camilo has been a staunch defender at all times, a brilliant save after save, time after time. I'd argue he's a big part of the reason why you had that game, that original game, go to overtime in the first place. I'd hate to think of the amount of saves he made. I know that the game tells us there's a certain number there. I don't believe that. I think it was more like triple. So, yeah, they are a quality squad, and I think they've got a lot more to tell through this tournament. It's been a slow start in your first series. The second one, you just matched a team that's bloody different. That's all it is right now, and hopefully, we get to see plenty more of this team through this CONUS tournament. We get to see them get a couple of victories on there because they're certainly good enough.
You make Western look a little bit more human across the series, and even still, they look so dang good. Just looking across all their goals. Full control at the start. Game 1, not really that pretty. I think that Game 1, definitely a testament to not really anticipating how fast Team Western are, really punishing some of those early mistakes. Game number 2, they cleaned it up perfectly. Game 3, tied up 1-1 at one point. I think that Mountain Bravo had so many opportunities in this series that you expect going into day 2 will look even better for this team. I think for Western, that is a feel-good series on your own right, Andy. However, for Rocket League, that's going to be all she wrote for day number 1 in our matches. And for you yourself, I mean, first time casting Rocket League, my friend. How was it?
We got to do more of this. This game is absolutely fire. I have loved every second of it, which, to be fair, didn't really surprise me. I absolutely love football. It's my pride and joy. It has been from pretty much my entire life. I'm from the UK. It's in our blood here. I'm also a huge fan of cars, whether it be Formula 1, whether it be touring cars, etc., etc. I go and watch it multiple times a year. You kind of combine the two and let each other blow each other the hell up as well. You're mixing all my favorite things there. And yeah, obviously a wonderful time alongside yourself. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next 3 days very much so.
You and I both, but we got some Call of Duty coming up to close out our night, our round 3 matches of COD, as it's going to be Mountain taking on Central Alpha after this break.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game. In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
We're back with the Call of Duty section of CONUS Esports. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, and we're ready to rock in the sunshine of the lovely Keesler Air Force Base. Andy, I mean, Rocket League done. It's over with. We get the Call of Duty side now. You and I, it's our specialty, our bread and butter, and I think it's what we've kind of been waiting for today.
It is. As much as I did enjoy getting to cast some Rocket League, and I'm looking forward to it the next few days, none of that was a lie. It is a case of, look, we have done Call of Duty for years, you and I. We do indeed love it. It runs in our blood. And to get to sit here and cast over what is going to be a fantastic game is, yeah, I've been looking forward to this all damn day.
Not to mention, I feel like we've become a little bit personal with a couple of these players, too, on the Air Force gaming side of things, especially when it comes down to CONUS, Pack-Up, Safety, all of it. I think the players, I love to see how they get better year after year. So looking forward to what we have to offer as we can look towards our standings to kind of start off the day and kind of what we're going into for the entirety of Call of Duty, if we do have that available to going into this one. But so far it's been pretty clear cut on who's been kind of at the top of this one. We don't have a graphic for this, but what we do have is the start of our series that we could talk about a little bit, because we're going into Mountain versus Central Alpha, and we could talk a little bit about these teams, Andy.
Yeah, they have been dominant thus far. It's fair to say Central Alpha have played 2 games, and they won them both 3-0. Mountain have played 2 games, and they won both of theirs 3-0. And speaking of Mountain, let's take a look at the fellas on this roster. Now, this is Revengeful, Kimura, Artie, and Axis. And yeah, we know these players largely. Axis I'm less familiar with, but the other 3 we've been casting over for years at this point, and they're all ridiculous talents.
Of course, I mean, you got Revenge, first at CONUS 2024, third at Worlds. You got Artie, who got third at CONUS 2024, first CONUS 2025, and second in Worlds 2025 as well. So a big team kind of stacked together. Kimura, who, you know, doesn't have the accolades residing from Peterson Space Force base, but when we remember him last year, this guy was nasty when it came down to playing some Call of Duty, especially in Black Ops 6. For Axis, historically, I mean, this guy, I mean, we don't get to see him very often, but when we do, he's been the one to carry his team in a lot of those regional events that we do have leading into it. So I'm excited with Mountain kind of coming together on how they can fare throughout this, but their opponents also are undefeated, and we got to talk a little bit about this Central A squad, because you got Jake, Wazd, Vengeance, and Charms coming together. And this is what I like about this year's format, is that we've taken a little bit from everywhere, and this seems like such a strong squad alongside Wazd and Charms, who I'm looking at to lead the charge.
Agreed. This is another ridiculous roster on the opposite side of things. It's why we're building it as a hell of a matchup. And you've talked about a lot of the plaudits there, but yeah, these are fellas that you and me have cast over for years at this point. They were so good in pretty much everything we've ever covered them in. I look at you talk about, you know, how we've broken up some of those teams from before by having it now so that they're all sat relatively to their zones that they're in. So for example, this is Central, and it still creates essentially juggernaut rosters, because what the hell are we looking at here? Charms, Jake, Wazd, and Vengeance, like these are again players that we've turned around and called out multiple times for insane plays, tournament victories. The plaudits are pretty much endless, and I'm expecting the teamwork to be absolutely on point as well. I mean, one of the things is, obviously, you come in there and they're all given the exact same emotes to start things off, but there's always a vibe between these fellas. I've gotten to meet a few of them out at events and such, and they're always, you know, spending a lot of time with each other. They're you know, so you're not going to lose any of that chemistry. You're not going to be missing on if things go poorly for maybe a rotation or a map. They're going to lock straight back in. So I'm expecting both of these teams to be incredibly difficult to break down.
You know, one of my favorite things is that staff got to sit down and ask some questions towards these players. And Jake himself, you know, when asked about, you know, competing on this roster and how long he's been inside of Air Force Gaming, like the entire umbrella that has been this competition, he's saying, I've been here since the beginning. I just finally get to play with this team. So that's going to be exciting for Central Alpha, who look to be the clear favorites going into this series. Let's look at our map set for this best of 5 between these two teams.
after taking a look, I guess, at the teams itself, from Mountain on the left side and Central Alpha taking each other on here in the CONUS Esports Championships. I want to move on to this best of 5 and start talking about these maps, Andy, because we got ourselves a series to look forward to with Scar, Gridlock, Den, and Scar to round out this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more of the new map, so I'm glad to see Gridlock in there for the S&D, but I think one of the things we all agree with on BO7 is that the maps this year are pretty damn good. Feels like we can drop a hell of a lot of them in, and Scar and Den are mainstays for good reason. So, yeah, I'm not going to complain much about this at all. Interesting to look at some of the bans. I am seeing Gridlock Hardpoint banned out, Fringe S&D, Plaza S&D. These are those new maps. I wonder if that's a case of, okay, we haven't had much chance to practice them. And then that again makes me glance that map too and be like, okay, who knows Gridlock S&D better than the other right now? Because you haven't had a hell of a lot of time to play them. And it's all going to be about who's got that deeper playbook.
Yeah, I think that for Gridlock, this is the first time that I get to see it in a competitive fashion. So I'm excited at how teams do kind of line up on this one. We've seen a little bit in the CDL, a little bit in Challengers as well. But for these teams, I mean, they know how to play Scar. They know how to play Den. It's really standard to be seeing this come through for the map sets in a Black Ops 7 series. So, I mean, getting to that map number 2, is Search and Destroy is going to be interesting against it because we've been seeing these teams play for a very long time. I think the one thing that we have to go for Mountain is that with Revenge and Artie, first time that these two guys come together to play, I have a lot of stock in this Mountain team, and so do you. It looks like our predictions are kind of aligning for this series, Andy, and we can look into it to see what we've predicted. I got Mountain 3-1. You got this going Game 5, Mountain putting it away. Talk to me a little bit of what you think here.
Yeah, I think this is me kind of, again, going, all right, we've not really had a look at these teams, and I think it's going to come down to the wire based just on the 8 names that I'm looking at on this list. So, I think that the respawns, we go back and forth. That S&D is going to be a tough one with it being Gridlock. I don't know who walks away with that. But, yeah, I think it's also hopeful wishing. I want this to be one that goes down to the wire.
Yeah.
I want 1 point hard points, 1 goal overloads, and round 11s, baby.
And I just want a different scoreline so that I can maybe catch up to Andy's predictions there. And he's kind of beating the bricks off of this prediction graphic right now. I won't lie.
So far.
You've been kind of tippable today. I got to give that to you. Locking it down, though, for both sides. I think that I'm looking at Revenge here to be a very fast-paced player in a game like Black Ops 7. I think that you put an NPC in his hand, he's going to be able to change everything for this team, especially in a Scar hardpoint. Artie, one of the straightest shots that we do have with an AR and Axis, who when talked to about coming to CONUS this year, he said, I've done everything but show up, not this time. So I'm looking at Axis to kind of round out this roster to be somewhat of a carry for this team to kind of glue it all together. For Central A, everybody's looking at them, Andy, to be the favorites going into this series, into this tournament in general, and rightfully so, because I think you got some really good players behind Jake, Charms to kind of look forward to, but I still feel like it's going to be quite the issue for them. I know we've been able to see players like Charms really step up and carry. Same thing with Jake. Same thing with Waz. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to take down this Mountain team. I think people are sleeping on them.
It's tough because could I see this Central team walking away with it? Sure, absolutely. It's so tough, but I do look at the other side, and I think a name on that list of Mountain as well. This Kimura, is Kimura. I don't think I've ever cast a map over him where he's not been absolutely lights out and ridiculous.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think there's so much to offer in that roster. But you're right, Jake was Vengeance Champs. It's so hard because if you'd have listed that foursome to me without showing me the rest of the teams in this tournament, I'd be like, they're walking that tournament. That is a great, great roster. And then it's just a case of, okay, you're throwing up the team on the other side. It's like, oh my God, where does this sit? But yeah, how many times have we said, was great play, done something insane, gets his team over the line. So with my prediction being 3-2, I don't know, I'm flip-flopping in my own mind because I don't really know where this sits at all. Obviously, we haven't had the chance to cast over them yet, so we haven't had a look. 3-0 suggests dominance, but we don't know whether they were 3 close maps or 3 blowouts. So right now, we're just kind of walking into this one a little bit blindfolded and hands tied.
I think the thing that really separates this for me is going to be the Search and Destroy when we do see it. Like, I know the respawns are going to be close, but if one of these two teams comes out with a 2-0 lead going into that overload, I could see you dropping that overload, winning the hard point. It's just the difference is going to be that S&D. If it goes back and forth from map 1, map 2, Andy, maybe we'll get to go the distance, but whoever starts this off with a map win, if they carry that into the S&D as well, that might be where the snowball gets a little bit too much. I don't see it going the distance if you're down 0-2, if you're either one of these two teams. So it doesn't matter our predictions at that point. It's just going to be exciting to watch.
I feel like what you're trying to do is talk your 3-1 into existence, which I understand. I know that you need that, but for all the deliberation, all the back and forth that you're going to try, my friend, let's get on with it. Let's get into the hard point. Will be scored to kick things off, and what we're billing as one of the best matchups of the damn day.
Let me take these sunglasses off so I can actually see my monitor for once, too. I pulled my glasses down. It took me a second to actually find them. I was worried that I maybe put them down away from my monitor, and I had to go get them. Nope, they're right here. I can see everything is good, and we got Mountain into the hill right away. Wazd trying to work his way through Market, but it's full control, I'd say, from Mountain just for the forefront right away.
Yeah, looking good early. Kimura will answer. Revengeful as well, putting that NPC to work. I know you're not a fan, but any SMG certainly is a fan. That thing hits hard right now.
It's an SMG world right now.
Yeah, very much so changing up the meta. It wasn't long ago where we were running 8 ARs on this map. But now NPCs will truly feel like they have a place to belong. But the P2 rotation is going to be in from Mountain. They get the vast majority of the share of P1, but no one really cares about that. It's all about this setup. And sorry, it will be Central Alpha in control.
Jake in the off angle, looking to punish some of these rotations over to P2. 3 go down. Central Alpha should get some initial time off of this. Get those green spawns, and doesn't look like Central Alpha are actually going to be ready for this. Quickly, Mountain fight their way back through. Break from green. And already sitting himself in the hill, hiding behind the generators.
Wazd gets a couple of taps in, but not enough to bring RT down. You do have the height, and you win the fight's top bulk as well, so you should be able to make something out of this. Unfortunately, Charms is going to be back down, waiting on that pinch coming through from Vengeance, who finds one, but is then read and cleared out. So Mountain, a little bit of a lead here. Start to turn your eyes towards that P3. You're going to be heading towards the plane, and Kimura is going to be locking down mid, so Mountain just chaining good into great at this point. What
a start from Revenge as well for Mountain. I mean, 44-16. He's 10-5. I mean, Charms there, 10-4. Jake on the other side, 8-5. So are getting quite the fight from this Central Alpha team. They haven't been able to convert it into time, though. You see, once again, spawns all over the place. You deal with Vengeance spawning up over towards green. You have a player on the plane heading. Jake rips him with the pistol. And a follow-up from Wazd to get into the hill. What a play from Jake. Wazd puts it away. He's hopping the time.
Yeah, incredible work. And then a brilliant nade just pops it over. It's going to weaken up Kimura and co. Slow him down for a half second. Might soak up more time. But you read RT on the pinch. Big win. But then instantly traded by Jake, who, in the moment he has to turn his head, then means he gets cut down. But the trades are in. Revengeful around the back. Vengeance got a lot of work to do and won't get there. He'll neutral for a moment.
Hold your lead on this rotation, and look at that mini-map. Already, Central Alpha not only going to fight through and get that scrap time, but they're waiting over at P4. And not only that, they're pressing up the map. You got P2 presence from Vengeance. Plane being watched. If Mountain want to break this fast, they got to roll through the middle of the map, and Waz just gets into position. Top blue, 3 down again. Only player up's going to be Artie, and yeah, he finds one. Team kill might make this an issue. Artie's got to make the play, and he's not able to get it done.
Jake does well there, repositions himself at that nearby door. In prone. It's going to be hard to read that he's in that location before he gets the first shots off and does come out on top. Kimura with a fadeaway in the back line. Axis clears out. Vengeance the last to fall. Central Alpha will be shifted out of this point. Mountain will gain a hold and should now gain the lead. But there's actually a rogue spawn through the back. Vengeance going to get in. 4-11. What a moment that would be to finally come online in this map. And doesn't. You survive the scare for now. But there's still bodies to hit this. And never mind. Kimura lights up 3.
Good break for Mountain. That's going to keep them in the lead heading into P4, P5. Now, you do have a player in green too. That's going to be Revengeful. Can he do enough to keep his team here? Kimura on 6 in a row. Revengeful on 4 in a row. Axis on 4 in a row as well. A combined 14 streak across 3 players of Mountain.
Good
lighting up this kill feed. Yeah, it's going to be a big one, at least, to shut down one of these streaks, but you haven't broke those back spawns yet. You can see 3 players from Central Alpha trying to do that.
Nade just slowed everything down on the front foot. Did buy his teammates time to hit through the back, and Vengeance will get out a window for 1, make it 2. It will just be Kimura in the point, who is then eventually dropped. So all opened up by 1 nade in particular. Then again, that setup not coming through just yet if you are Central Alpha, and now you should be able to get the bodies in, but the pressure's there at cut.
A big fight here from Central Alpha. I have to say I'm impressed at the way that they've been able to contest a lot of these hills. Kind of getting outslayed for the most part, narrowly, but it's there. And even through that, they've been translating some time, or at least stealing some time away from Mountain across that first rotation, only down by 6. Well, Mountain's going to get in for this initial time off P1. You do see Central Alpha still putting some heavy focus on trying to take some space across the map to get these players away. Flank from Jake's going to be stripped away, and Axis going to hold on to that hill for a little bit extra time. Now up by 20.
Goodbye, Revengeful. Jake, though, will spring for 2 in the back. And just get a little bit lost here. Be a nuisance. Not allow this Mountain lineup to really feel they're protected from pretty much anywhere. Comes with 2 more. So 15 seconds left on this. Central Alpha put themselves close to tied. And as Kimura looks to punch a hole over towards P2 for that rotation, he's going to drop as well. The spawn, though, that comes in for RT might not be red here by Central Alpha, and it certainly isn't, and that could be the blessing that lets Central Alpha, sorry, Mountain, out of that trap they were in and into the next hill.
3-point difference going into P2. First in was Axis. Nice nade from Waz. And that's going to get Central Alpha back in with this blue side setup. They also have Charms through the middle of the map, just peppering away some shots. These players try to contest from green side, who haven't been able to get any eyes on this hill. Great shots from the ARs. Axis fights his way back. You take Central Alpha out, but a small lead change. Central Alpha don't want to give this up right now. They are fighting for this time.
Certainly are. Bloodbath. Just 11 seconds between the 2 teams. Central Alpha will get their bodies on the point. Just start to ebb away. Rotation over to 3 last time. Largely felt like it went the way of the Mountain lineup, but Waz broke that all open with 1 set nade. We may have to repeat that as Mountain do invest into the rotation. Revengeful looking to lock down mid. Plus any exit kills. Vengeance me will walk into trouble and doesn't even get past Kimura in the end. So Central Alpha going to have to figure out their hit with a man down for now. And even more men down as Mountain come on top and gone and all the gunfights.
Waz ripped off that heady. Hard fights to take. Looks like Vengeance is opting in for a route alongside Jake. They want to hit this through mid-cut, but really need to time this one properly. Axis off spawn should be able to reinforce this one. 3 go down, and they've completely shut out the retake from Central Alpha. Lead change back in favor of Mountain. Now you're looking to flip these spawns. Everybody pressuring through the boats, and it looks like Central Alpha doing a great job at least shutting this one down. Charms just has to stay alive. He won't get it done. Spawns flip out, and this is red alert for Central Alpha now.
Yeah, you gotta hit the go button. Central Alpha must rotate and quickly. Gotta get numbers over. Mountain already have 2 bodies in position. It's Kimura and RT to hold the line, really. You read Jake punching the gap through the middle. Kimura will be ripped out. You have a body sandbags, and that's gonna be red as well. So great work on the initial fight. That's 3 dead. Only Axis to contest, but you do get the spawn in for Kimura.
Kimura in the back. Has the Hellstorm in his pocket. Shouldn't need it just yet, especially for a hill like this one. Enchins fires off a 2-piece, and see those spawns in the back for Central Alpha should just continue to throw some players on hill, one after the other. Jake in behind will be dealt with. 3 down for Mountain. Rangel trying to play his life as best as he can, but he's going to get caught there. 30 seconds on this hill time. You get the rest of it. You will see a lead change for Central Alpha, but it's going to be one last effort from the Mountain before we go to P5. Axis in behind. The flank works out. He's going to steal a little bit away from this team. Ultimately, though, Central Alpha flip this lead going to P5.
Fantastic job there at blue. And get out very quickly. Getting a lot of map presence instantly. There'll be no mid control in place for Mountain. It's just Revengeful on ahead. He does find 2 at least to slow that pressure down. But look at Vengeance getting through the plane side. Does he read RT? Well, he doesn't originally, but snaps enough. Trade comes through eventually. It's going to be Charms up in the window. He's going to be a real threat right now. Axe's got to turn and face. Won't do enough, but Trade again. And back and forth we go. Just 4 points between these two teams.
185 to 179. Mountain have just been slowly holding on to this lead. Central Alpha, all they look for is one good setup on a money hill. And this could be that. 4 players still alive on this break to P5. Half a player top green. And that was going to be Waz, but he gets shut down. Kamira with some lovely shots. Artie's finding his way top green. He's looking for Vengeance, but Vengeance with a shutdown. Damage done on the front line. And Jake's double kill cemented yet again. A 20-second swing for Central Alpha going into the 3rd set.
Artie's going to try and hold at the plane. Just ensure that no one can play through that mid-cut and hit his boys to a setup in P1. Need a line share of this. If you're on Mountain, or at least keep it white for a while. Central Alpha can't walk away with good numbers here. Then they can just throw bodies at P2 endlessly for the last drebs of time that they'll need. And RT tries to read the back, the wheeler, but won't get there. Hills just remains neutral for now. That will suit Mountain for a moment because they were lacking bodies. 2 on the point now, but Central Alpha weighing up the hit.
The big thing is, Andy, I mean, P2 has been so contested from both sides. Central Alpha did a great job last rotation at stealing away a good amount of time there, but P3 was immediately answered back. So, I mean, Mountain's up by 20. Going into the 2nd hill, they're looking to get the rest of the scrap time. Central Alpha won't let that happen, but you need a good rotation of 2 here if you're Central Alpha.
Cleared out the window. 2 bodies spawn. Out for Kimura that yet again can set up that pinch. And that feels like where Central Alpha have gotten this hill wrong previously. Just overstraying. Pushing themselves up into blue, which means that that flip spawn comes through. And yep, Kimura then gets the pinch in to get himself inside the hill. 18 seconds needed. But Jake will answer. His team need 30 right now. One big hit really to try and stop Mountain getting their foothold on this, and it won't work. So now it's just Mountain hunkering down for the last 10 seconds.
Vengeance going to slide in for the contest. 10 seconds left. Flank's going to be taken care of. It's 3 down. Last one up's Waz. He falls. Spawns on green. Do Mountain read this one? Is this it for map number 1? Somebody's got to get here to touch Kamira on the off angle. He goes down. Charm slides for the contest, but it's not in time. And Mountain, map number 1 on Scar, goes their way in a heartbreaking finish for Central Alpha.
Certainly was, because I think the Central Alpha got off to a really slow start, and if you don't have that, then maybe you're looking back and thinking, all right, we should have taken this map relatively comfortably. There's 2 P2 moments, and both of them are basically what I touched on there towards the end. Essentially, you're setting yourself up, you've got mid-map control, you've got hill control, that's fine, but then we've got this extra body pushing through for blue. When that happens, then you're forcing either, I think both times it might have been Kimura, actually, maybe 1 RT, 1 Kimura, you force them to literally spawn out on the opposite side over near green. If you don't read that coming, you then get pinched in by this team that's essentially surrounded you, enveloped you. And because you had mid-control, no one was contested, you just don't read that. You get cut down, and you throw away easily 40 points. When we look at how close that map was, likely the difference maker in the end.
Yeah. I think P1 at the same time, too. I mean, you just look at how much time they got off that P1 rotation on that 3rd set. Going into P2, Central Alpha just trying to play for those kills, not really worried about that objective. And although, I mean, technically speaking, you got a little outslayed there if you're Mountain 2. You walk away with that map. That is kind of unfortunate for Central Alpha that they just can't turn these kills into time. And whenever Mountain saw fit, they had somebody on that time in those lull moments to just run up that score so often, just barely edging out with this map number 1. We look back at it, and I mean, I got to talk about a couple things too, because you got off to such a quick start if you Revenge and Kimura, especially with that combined 10 spree you had going into P5 for the first rotation. But going into the first set of, or second set of hills, it was only a 6-point difference. Going into the 3rd set of hills, it was only a 20-second difference in favor of Central Alpha. So the fact that it swings back into P2 the way that it was, kind of surprising. Central Alpha really gave up too much in that 3rd rotation, especially the first hill.
Yeah, it's weird because you felt like the momentum was with them at that point. But, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of superstar power on that Mountain roster, so it points to just winning out in gunfights. But There's a couple of moments where it's just you just got to lock this down. Don't need to overcomplicate the setup. Instead, we'd get again a little bit over aggressive with it, which would just force those flip spawns out. And you may have been there a million times in Ranked when someone messes up your spawn situation, and all of a sudden your defensive setup becomes completely destroyed from the backside.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to then lock in and regain straight after.
I mean, you now need to lock in for map number 2 as we go to Gridlock, and for Central Alpha. Fortunately enough, you know, you go into a search and destroy knowing that you don't have to really deal with the objective as much. I think that that's what a lot of players look forward to. And when you look at a scoreboard like we did on Scar, you know that these players from Central Alpha should be feeling good about shooting their guns. As long as you're opening up with these first bloods, I think I look at Central Alpha should have no problem in bringing themselves back into this series. The only thing, like I said, Andy, is if you go into the search and destroy and you end up giving it up over to this Mountain team, that spells trouble going into the Overload.
Agreed. I think that you have to win this now if you're Central Alpha. Otherwise, you're staring down a pretty long barrel, because the team that you're up against are going to be great at everything that they touch. Now you're going to consistently drop them out 3 maps in a row. Not something you want to be relying on. So we take a look at the S&D. Now, this might be a new map, but of course, it follows the old traditional S&D rules. Get yourself a first blood. Play around the timer if you are on defense. Get an early bomb down if you are on offense. Get your post plant into position. None of that is new. Obviously, it just comes down to how much do you know the new map? Do you know what the strategy is? Do you know that you need to lock down mid and stop that instant transition from A to B? Do you know to make sure to watch out for those long pinch rotations that come through from flanking players? So much that plays in here at Gridlock. So, yeah, a lot for these teams to make sure that they're understanding it. And going back to the original point we kind of touched on when we first saw the maps, how deep is your playbook? Because if you've just got one hit over and over again, it's going to get shut down pretty quickly.
And how much ranked play have you really been playing since Season 3 started? Because Gridlock hasn't been here the entire year of Call of Duty. For those who don't know, I mean, we're into our 3rd season of Call of Duty, 2nd season of ranked play, and Gridlock is one of the new maps in Search and Destroy, as well as Hardpoint to kind of look forward to. So teams haven't really had a lot of time with this game mode, or with this map mode combo in general, Andy. So have you cooked up some strats? Have you kind of figured out what goes on for this map timings wise? And we get to see firsthand.
It's going to be a big hit to A if you are Mountain. Central Alpha have 3 bodies here. Make that 2 as an aid catches Jake straight in the face. But Vengeance will answer and get his vengeance. And oh my lord, it's just a straight up trade fest, leaving it in a 1-on-1. What the hell just happened?
Away. Oh my god.
What?
That is what we call a bang out.
Well, if you wanted to cast that round, Seymour, the fellas said no. Because what they decided to do was actually all 7 of us were going to die in an instant.
I mean, I just have one question for you, Andy. Is who got first blood?
Revengeful with a nade, if I remember right, landed in Jake's face. But no, wait, because Revenge got revenge. So someone got a nade basically instantly. I don't know. Either way,
I'm gonna give it to Central Alpha.
Sure.
So we open up a round that's just completely off of kills, no trophies to block those nades, and it looks like we're going right back to the showers for a round 2 to see if they can clean themselves up.
Well, passive approach from Mountain this time out. Vengeance going to take the initial gunfight, aiming to kind of set up a crossfire here with Charms and bait that out. Jake's also tucked himself into mid, and RT's going to be very lucky to get away with his life there. Seemed like it overstrayed, and Axis actually punches through. Finds Vengeance. That drops the bomb, but the activation off the boys afterwards then sees them overstray.
Artie finally gets caught. You don't want to give up on this tree position. Chimera and Axis still going to be fighting for this bomb control. Chimera ends up falling, and it's a 1v1 yet again. Axis doesn't read the reposition, and Central Alpha walk away with another one.
A weird moment there where it seemed like Mountain were actually in control of it. You get the first blood, you drop the bomb, you force it down. I think then you just get over-aggressive. Artie gets caught pushing through mid. You then get back down in that square, and all of a sudden, everything that you just gained from the pretty much a perfect start on defense, you throw away. So Central Alpha were happy to welcome the boys onto the end of their rifles. But both rounds coming down to a 1v1 so far is, well, telling you just how tight this S&D is likely to be. As we get that break off, again, Mountain going to hit showers hard. Central have committed less bodies to this time.
See if Mountain can stop this momentum. Vengeance stunned up. Charm's going to go down. First blood to Mountain. Fake going to turn things around. You still haven't found Vengeance. Can he trade out? He will. That's bomb down. Vengeance now looking to go rogue in the showers. Bad timing onto Revengeful. He won't see it, and Vengeance still putting some shots down. A second one traded out. 2v2. Axis on the other end. Looking to stay alive.
Well, it's going to slow it down and back off. But I think everyone's basically about to run into each other, and they shall. You get the first, but the instant trade correctly played. If you are mounting their buddy system, play hand in hand, pocket in pocket. When that first gunfight comes through, be ready to follow it up. And we're going to get a look at Axis here, who has started 7-2, by the way. Hitting that trade. Great stuff. Another bang out from Mountain. Again, they're not going to consistently get away with that, but for now, just trying to overwhelm with the numbers. And while previously they've been a bit egregious with throwing away their lives or being dropped in 2 pieces, that time, no such error.
No such thing. Mountain finally stopped the bleeding there. Axis gets 3 in that round 2. 7-2 across 3 rounds. Might I say that's a little egregious. 4 hit from Mountain to clog the A site. They leave B wide open, and soon enough, Central Alpha, they should recognize that. Look how deep in the spawn Charms is playing. So if you go for the full flank, there will be bodies here from Central Alpha to watch it.
Vengeful Nazi are actually going to refill at house here. Vengeance gets the bomb down. Smoke should let him cross out. No.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
All right.
I mean, you love to see it. You genuinely love to see the stick there from Revenge. Oh my god, that's wonderful. Pros don't fake.
Well, Ninja Diffuse comes on through. I don't know if you can fully call it that, because obviously there's gunfights, there's square ups, but yeah, Central Alpha don't know what hit them. They were expecting them to push you out, to chow you. And Mountain say, well, why? We've got control of the bomb here. Central Alpha's mistake there being that they just back off as far as they do. But it's the correct decision from Mountain. When they realize the rotation's in, they refill the backside. They make sure they play in for house and L. And that stops them then allowing that punch through for Central Alpha, forces them to leave the bomb.
I mean, that's a perfect play. I mean, that's one of those plays, too, that you look at your teammate, like, hop the bomb. I'm going to take every gunfight that I can. I'm just going to make noise so they don't look at you. And you do a great job at providing some cover for Revengeful. Central Alpha losing 2 rounds in a row. Jump back into the next one. Kick things off with the first blood. Quickly traded out 3-on-3.
Rotations in for Mountain. 3 bodies on this. Revengeful's just keeping an eye on the backside in case a flank attempt comes through. I'd expect him to stay there for a while, unless the idea on this post plant is to push through the other side. And RT, yeah, does decide to get up high. Smoke's faked to cover him out. So he'll have heard that, be calling it. But the hit's still going to come through L side either way.
I mean, it's a lot harder of a site to take, especially with a deep flank from Revenge coming in to reflank this break attempt. Charms has no idea. There's going to be the kickoff. Waz quickly brings things into 2-on-2. 22 seconds. Vengeance looking for an angle, but Artie up top. Going to take one down. Slides across for the second. Artie finds both. Putting Mountain now 3 rounds in a row on top.
Yeah, you called it Revengeful there. Just decides I'm going to go on a re-wrap. What that essentially lets him do is just Central Alpha start to swarm that bomb site and surround it. He's essentially following them in on the back line, and it will pick up the first, which gives you everything really that you need to know. Although there's a trade fest afterwards, once you've got that numbers advantage, you're fine as long as your boys can shoot. And who have they got cleaned up the last 2? It's RT. We know what this guy can do. We've watched him for many years. Take a 3-2 lead now. 3 rounds on the bounce if you are Mountain, leading 4-1 in the first blood category. So Central Alpha got a bit of work here to stem the bleeding. And Mountain, they're continuing to refill this A site with bodies.
They just don't want to give up A at all. They know that it's a difficult site to retake. In a 4-on-4, Revengeful, shots to the wall, drops a smoke. Doesn't give it up, though. He's just going to lay down. Play for the one-ways. Eventually, he's going to give it up. 3v4. And this is going to be a re-wrap out to B. By the time Mountain have figured it out, it might be too little too late.
Every player just passing each other right now. Bit of ships in the night action, but Vengeance will get that bomb down. And the thing is, you've given up so much of this B zone. Expect a really good setup to come through, and well, it's only going to look better when Jake gets a freebie in mid. Will be traded to make it a little bit neater to handle. You got 30 seconds to get across the other side of the map, win 3 gunfights, and defuse a bomb.
Hey, this is not going to be easy. Already has an NPC, not really the gun of choice for breaking this hill from street side. Vengeance gets the information. He knows there's a player 18. Tucks himself into the little room. You got to retake through mail first. Vengeance going to go for the rewrap in. They didn't clear it, and Vengeance should have a free 2-piece. Teammates are going to clean up the rest of them. Central Alpha back on the board for a 3rd round to tie us up.
Yeah, I was talking about cauterizing the wound. That's the right way to do it. There's the initial engagement. They get the information, and they think, oh, we're not going to fight this. We'll just rotate over where we know there are no bodies. Bomb goes down. This time they make the correct adjustment. They don't back away from it. They don't give it up. Play closer too. But Jake as well, through the middle, finds that 1 kill, which makes the situation much easier to handle. So through the 3 we go. Mountain have been an A team thus far through this afternoon. We're on offense or defense, but it looks like they're finally investing early presence at B. With 2 players up against 1, potentially second to rotate over from mid.
Play out to B. Might just be a pump fake. A lot of time's going to be wasted here. Jake doesn't get the information on the repeat from Artie. Stun though connects, and you know that there is a presence on B, so let's take our sights back over to A. I mean, this is one that if you get A site, all 4 players up for free, that might just be a round win.
There'll be... Bomb will go down. What is Central Alpha's response? Well, it's to instantly lose the first. Blood and Charms, he considers several approaches. There is a bit of a gap there that Mountain have left. Make sure you cover over, and, well, Artie, a little bit of over-aggressive, drops to Oz.
Charms gets the timing. It's not going to find that kill, though. Axe is tagged up. Kimura connects for 2. Jake, the last one up. He is so low in the health. 16 seconds. Has to make a play for the bomb, but doesn't really have the tools to get it done. 4th round from Mountain, back in the lead. As what was a good start from Central Alpha in this series. Mountain climbed back, and we got ourselves a back and forth affair.
Certainly do. Great work there by Mountain. I was a little bit worried that you'd left a hole in your setup, and what was about to happen is essentially Central Alpha walked straight through that, but CONUS must have been on point. Heads were turned, arrows were pointed in correct direction, so you make sure everything's stitched together neatly. And as such, that first blood, again, will hand you enough of an advantage. Leading 5-2 there. It's largely, to be honest, why Mountain are leading in this one. Every time, just playing around trades once they have that body.
I told you that first bloods were 4-3 in favor of Mountain. Would that surprise you?
Mine says 5-2.
Maybe we have it mixed up a little bit.
First round, I think, maybe is where we're getting the mix up. I'm
Probably.
not sure. Could be one or the other.
Likely.
Either way, Mountain are winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's as even as could be right now. Trophies down, 4-4. We just saw Central Alpha lose in a retake like this. Can Mountain crack the code? Put themselves on map point. Revenge should be the first contact. Jake wins the fight. First blood there. Artie?
Surely not again.
Okay, I was gonna say, no, he did it right in front of them. I'm watching to see if he's still on the defuse, but I couldn't see it exactly, and I know there was a player from Central Alpha just looking right at him. Didn't expect it to happen twice in one game.
I'm not sure if there was a misplay from Central Alpha there. Someone popped a smoke inside the bomb site, and I don't think that was intended. I think that was supposed to be dropped into essentially the towel side or whatever you call it. I forget the call out now, but basically the defensive side, of showers. And then it just spells panic. Everyone's all of a sudden scrambling. You do come out on top in the end. I'm not sure if Artie intended to pick up the bomb. Maybe thought he was more covered than he was. He's able to tie things up. And it's a big A hit again from Mountain.
This time Central Alpha going to match them. Only 3 players here, though. Trophy's down. Vengeful gets rid of it and slide in for Charms in the NPC. That's another first blood for Central Alpha. Jake follows it up. It's only going to be Kimura inside. The distance is run. Central Alpha looking for the finish line. 5-4, they go. A break point.
Beautiful little crossfires set up there. Even right at the end, you see Archie trying to escape. He thinks he's away from 1 second, which is WASD. Just cuts him off on his escape route. I'm very happy to trade. It's weird. At the start of the S&D, Mountain were happy to play those bang outs and largely coming out on top. Central Alpha have answered in kind. Put themselves on map point. I see a little bit more from RE. Currently 4-8. Feels like the kind of player that you'd expect to excel in those close-range bang outs. An NPC in somewhere like Showers, I think he should really be coming online. But
oh, yeah.
It might be a blind counter entirely for Central Alpha. 2 bodies squeezing towards B. And again, you've flooded these Showers. You really don't want to give this up early if you are Mountain.
I mean, you've seen already firsthand how hard it is to retake on this A site. With how many corners there are, with how many pre-fires or pre-aims there are, wall bangs for the team set up. I'd definitely be the one to kind of plug that as well. However, now look at this guy right here, Jake, who's been so influential in these past couple of rounds. Might be 6-8, but it's those first bloods that he's finding in Showers that completely swings the difference. And this is a read from Central Mountain that they're going to want to have back here. Central Alpha taking a fight in for Showers. 3 players here already for the first blood. In through the wall bangs. Waz gets caught. Vengeance tagged down. Takes one down, but axes soon to follow it up. 2v1. Jake has 26 seconds to do the impossible.
The NPC as well, not going to be easy to pull Axis off of this. Heady, you'll exchange blows. Kimura's just going to wait and hold alongside. You got to force Jake to fight you, and he will press forward and be cut down. Lovely patience. I was nervous initially, once it became that 1v2, that you were going to get an overstep. Kimura potentially straying down Showers. Not a place you want to be up against an NPC. He bides his time. Lets Jake stray out. Cuts him.
I gotta know
round
who gets
11,
defense in this round 11. Defense definitely looks like where you want to be. And that's going to be Central Alpha getting defensive side for around 11. What does Mountain do? This would be a great call to pull a sniper out, go B side, take a shot at the streets, but looks like we're heading back to the Showers.
Invested yet again in that big 4-man hit, and they will have numbers advantage for now. 2v4. They won't have it for very long, and Jake will cut that to a 2v3. And the fact that you're walking away with this kill is incredible. Axis will eventually get the trade, but there's no setup, there's no bomb down, the numbers can start to arrive.
Was going to be spotted in the back there. Late flank from Vengeance. Oh, he's going all the way for a world tour. All the way in behind. Everybody just posted up looking for a mistake on the side of Mountain, and there it is. Already strikes onto Waz. Jake overwhelmed. 1 versus 2, and it's Vengeance's flank that's a little bit late to the draw. This is the timing, and gives himself away. As soon as he swings out, it's going to be another map for Mountain, edging out in round 11 to take it 6-5. Gridlock gives us such a good game.
Honestly, for Central Alpha done a lot of the right things in that last round there. You get that blood, you get one out with your life, you prevent the plant, you prevent the post setup. And you can see that Mountain were a little bit nervous. They were touchy, throwing their heads around. We're not exactly sure where these players are going to be arriving from. The problem is, Central Alpha, you then end up almost isolated on one side. Mountain decides to push out. And then when that final moment there, Vengeance will want that gunfight back. He probably thinks, either I shouldn't have pulled my trigger at all, or I've got to get that kill. Either way, there's neither. And as such, he'll be cleaned up in the round 11 to give Mountain a comfortable lead.
Yeah, it's really one of those situations that if you're going to pull the trigger there, if you're Vengeance, you need to take that kill down. This is going to be too crazy to break because these first couple of rounds without trophies ended so quickly. And it was bang outs to the Showers over and over again. A couple of times where you do see some variation over towards the B-bomb. And I like that we're seeing teams on attack go for that. Unfortunately, this is the outcome of one of Central Alpha's take on A. Or on B, sorry. And then the next time, it's a full retake through Shower, or through the building, thwarted by the attackers in the post plant because of Revenge making that flank through the middle of the map. Other than that, it's just go to Showers, bang it out. So many kills, so much chaos on Gridlock. You can't really ask for a better S&D map, really.
No, it's a lot of good fun. I do like that we get those Bs thrown in every now and again, those mid-plays thrown in every now and again. But yeah, it's loads of square per day and throw down. And I asked for Artie to step it up. And in that round 10, to make sure his team stayed in, he picks up not only the first blood, but an instant second as well. Again, him, an NPC, and the showers should be in for a great time, should our boy. And, well, he delivered right there when his team needed him most.
Well, Andy, our predictions have this going to either a map 4 or a map 5. Right now, you're kind of staring down the barrel of a 3-0 sweep if you're Central Alpha. So going into this Den Overload, you need to see something change, and you need to see a turnaround here and now. We're going to step away for the break for the players, for ourselves. We'll be back with the Den Overload when it's ready. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Esports Championships as we're 2-0 up in favor of Mountain. Everybody had their eyes on Central Alpha being the favorites going into this tournament, and, you know, I will say, and Andy, it's been a close affair. I mean, 250 to 220, 6 to 5. These maps have been as close as you can ask for, but they just can't close it out. Going into this Den Overload up next, I mean, not only do we get to see you and I for the first time how these teams handle Overload as a game mode in general, but if they have the resolve to push this to a map 4.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I think a lot of people would have seen Central Alpha being favorites coming into this tournament. I think Mountain would have been considered a threat, but one that they would push aside eventually. And we have gone incredibly close in both of those first 2 maps. All of that is correct. And if you're Central Alpha right now, you're probably sat in your chairs like, how the hell are we 2-0 down here? We went to around 11, looked like we were in a great spot. We went into the lead in the late stage of the hard point and come out there to tell you about 30 points in the end. So yeah, right now, Central Alpha probably scratching their heads a little bit, but you got to get over it pretty quickly if you're walking into this Overload, because if you get off to a slow start, Mountain will punish you and take this series 3-0.
And you do not want to drop 0-3 to this team in group stages, because that's just going to give them confidence when it comes to playoffs if you ever do match up with them again. So you're looking at going into this Den Overload. How do we bring this one back? Well, I mean, Den as a game mode in general has completely switched the way that we look at game 3s. Because now, instead of having to look at a control and, you know, you're pressuring out some zones, forcing out those spawns, you're doing it a little bit different because you have an objective that really dictates the pace and, you know, areas that you're fighting. And I think that I need to look at teams going to Den at understanding the outcome of a capture, especially on Den, being that the spawns, you know, first spawn middle, second spawn over to tin, third spawn on rooftops. If you're not tracking that in your mind when you go to secure that capture for a goal, you don't have somebody set up for the reset, you can very be prone to seeing counter caps on a map like Den. And I'm looking at this game number 3 to show how much practice has gone in for these teams to deny things like that.
It's weird, right? How many times do you even see that at the pro level, where like a team will be completely comfortably through, you've got 3 bodies around the capture point, one of you's got a hold of the device. You could just slide straight in. Yeah, sure, but the device is going to spawn on the opposite side, and the other team's already set up for it. And yet, they still do it. And you're thinking, oh, the only thing it can be is this momentum thing, this dopamine hit. That like players are like, oh, I'm ready to score. I'm just going to score. Like, no, you got to slow it down in that moment and be like, boys, I'm going to drop this in a sec. You 3 need to get on the rotation straight away. So yeah, those teamwork moments are going to be huge. You're right, because we've watched so many teams work hard for a lead, then watch it evaporate in milliseconds. So you got to figure that out. There's a lot, if you are Team Mountain, that you're doing right now. You got to make sure your SMGs are where they want to be. So looking for RT again to not get off to that slow start, but very much to explode into things. Central Alpha got to get those ARs online to lock down these long lanes that are available on Den.
And then there's the whole conversation of good side and bad side on a map like Den. A lot of people towards the top of Challengers and CDL really favor the side that you see Mountain starting on, just because if you get that spawn trap into the throne room, it's really hard for a team to break it. But that's the top echelon of Call of Duty. Something like this, I'm sure a lot of teams are going to really favor where Central Alpha are spawning up, and that's just because of how easy it is to get lost in couches and cut off those respawns, play from the height that is provided on this choke that you see here. Now fighting for this first capture, Central Alpha paving the way. Charms looking to put that first cap in. Wazd might just be able to get it done. 3 in a row for Wazd and the capture, plus a couple more.
Shouldn't have won that second fight at all. Axe is going to start 0-3. Was going to start 4-0. Tells the tale of why there's such a stunning start from Central Alpha. Device will be instantly scooped again. Alpha in the right place. Pretty sure that they do. Vengeance going to play the outside. Doesn't get there. Revenge will pick up the kill with a stun grenade of all things. And while Charms has that device, he's basically lit up. It's all on Waz to protect.
Yeah, really good, though, from Mountain not to let that rally come through, as Waz nearly had the engage on that spawn trap locked in place. So, reset over towards Tin. Waz just laying away in the corner. 7 in a row. Well, 7 and 1, 3 in a row. Will end up falling. Waz doing some serious damage to this game 3 early. What you like to see for Central Alpha, really fighting for this map 3.
Moore's going to try and be lead blocker here. Nades go out, do a lot of the work. Raids are in. Kimura gets away with 1 and then sets up for the second. Allows Artie to slip straight through. How Kimura gets that kill on Jake, I have no idea. 11 HP and a damn dream in Dojo. It's there in time. And Artie's positioning then, his route afterwards is going to have an instant pinch. He's going to scoop the device. Maybe a little bit too hard. Could have slowed down. Let his boys do some work. But either way, you prevented the counter cap.
Yeah, but you know what I say there? If he gets that, really cool.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong, yeah.
Artie, right to refill through mid. takes care of Vengeance. 3 go down. Ball's going to reset on those rooftops. And you have Chimera in a spot that is forcing those deep spawns on patio. Lose a couple members here. You really be threatened on going down 1 to 2 in this map. Mountain have done a great job at fighting back for map control, and you can see Central Alpha trying to fight their way through the backside. A flank coming out, 1 versus 1 on Vengeance. He wins it. Revengeful on the other side, keeping Central Alpha honest here, but nothing's going to be moved in terms of ball.
You've got a body pushing through mid if you are RT here. So you can just get control of red. Won't arrive with much success. Charms will squeeze 2 lives out. Axis then finds 1 and throws himself off the map at the same time. So ball's just going to sit pretty for now. 1:55 left. 3 bodies here, though, at the roofs if you are Central Alpha. So you have to reinforce this if you're Mountain. You're going to send. The nades will arrive. All about the square up.
I feel like both teams are doing a great job at, like, attempting the proper setups for a rooftop push. Neither team is executing, though. I feel like there's always one player on either side making a hero play. And Charms on 4 in a row is looking to be that hero now for Central Alpha, but it's Chimera. Shuts down. Might be giving his team another chance here. Tucked away in the corner. Artie. I like this play. Nade cooked with Axis. 2 kills in for Mountain to fight their way back out of their spawn. Trying to get up into P2. Charm's the only one left here with the NPC. And the damage is impeccable. Again, just keeping both teams slowed down.
Jake maybe could have just a little bit of trigger discipline there. Was in behind Kimura. Axis will pick up the trade as such. Vengeance actually getting a wrap in through the back here. Could spoil the party. Finds 1. There's the device as well. Vengeance goes huge. Wrath through the middle of the map. Now watch, he's just trying to slow things down in red. Big kill. Doesn't allow that device to be instantly rescooped.
Oh. Thought for a second that he might pick it up himself. Instead, likes to just slay out. And he's got small room control, so say Artie a chance to really do some damage on that side of the map. You get another flank. This time it's Chimera. Vengeance is doing exactly what Artie did to you the other way around, and Chimera's flank is a little bit too late. Only 1 player's here. It's Artie taking care of Vengeance on 6 in a row. Has given Central Alpha the lead back on Den Overload. 2 to 1. We head back to mid.
It's going to be a last-ditch effort from either team, but Mountain are going to want this in their hands, and back and forth will be settled by Revengeful with the pistol, and then an extra one with the M15. Device is way out there, and so we'll see halftime come through. Now, I feel like Central Alpha are on the preferred side there, so it's a case for me of, yeah, you didn't really build the lead that they were hoping for. I think the one you end up capturing there towards the end, you just continually refill that roof side. I think sometimes you end up with people overcomplicating that push. You just get the bodies in, win the gunfight. Basically, tip of the spear to protect your device carrier. Let you walk it home. But despite the fact that you're behind, I think if you're Mountain, you walk away from that first side pretty happy with where you're sat.
Yeah, you know, and this is kind of one thing I think is really dictated off breakoffs for the side that you're spawning up. Right now, if you're Central Alpha, if you get a good break and capture over to Dojo, that's really your way into this half. You know, other than that, you really struggle, if not getting mid-map control off this early break, and right away they go down 3, and you know, this is where things snowball.
Yeah, well, it's got a lot of work to do. Kill the first player, and wise enough time for Vengeance to then pick up Kimura in Broken, so he's done his job. Revengeful will get to, but Wise is there to trade. Axis then next on cleanup, but he's only got a pistol, and I don't think Artie actually wanted to pick that up. Meant he had a pistol for an assault rifle fight. And Kimura's just going to stun everything through the narrow corridors.
Yeah, just trying to do some damage here. You'd like to pick up this drone, I was going to say, before it resets, so you're at least able to stall at that time again, reset that clock. Axis now on the flank. He's going to be shot in behind from Vengeance. A bloody push over to B. Central Alpha finally getting a chance to breathe. I mean, talking about this half in general. Jake, 7 and 18. Charms, 11 and 13. A little bit of a struggle on their side from 2 members, so if you see them step up in the slaying, I mean, you can probably expect this one to turn around a little bit for Central Alpha, but they elect to take the drone through the middle of the map, and doesn't turn into anything. You got Vengeance in a great spot. You want this to turn into a cap.
He's got to arrive. He's got to be quick about it. Just about gets the cutoff, but will be instantly traded. So it's all on Axis then. There's the first. Knows the second's arriving. It's Waz, who has been nuclear all map, but will be dragged down to his grave now. 2 bodies to push through rooftops. Will be met with 2. And obviously one of yours, he's running only a pistol. So let's just back that off. And you don't even get the chance. Charms with 2. You drop the device. All on Artie to protect.
Artie, 8 HP. Vengeance coming up with the flank. He's just going to pop himself in the corner. Vengeance has a chance to really shut down and facilitate an attack over towards B. 4 go down for Mountain. And here goes Waz to punch in a 3-1 lead for Central Alpha on Den. Already, Mountain trying to rotate their way over to Tin to see if they can stop a rally.
Waz will find the first. Just locking down the southern side spawn. And 3 gunfights. And it feels like that sums up these last couple of gunfights for Vengeful. I don't think he was expecting to have a smoke on him there. I think he was thinking he had a stun. And it might have just cost him big time. You will do enough here so that Waz is forced to slow, gets 1. Kimura trades.
Smokes aren't even allowed.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we're following the GAs. I'm assuming that we are.
I think it was just an accident.
Yeah.
Still doing a great job at defend, though. So, ball's going to reset back over to Tin. Paused. Excellent all game long. 30 and 16. Truly one of a kind right now in this server. I mean, Vengeance right there, 29 and 19, and he's been unreal with the NPC in his hand. It's the reason why we're looking at a 3-1 deficit. Instead of Mountain maybe capturing a couple of the pushes that you thought they would have got here. Artie might be looking for a Hail Mary run, but he walks right into Jake. Waiting in line over towards the towers. Axis now. And he kickstarts somewhat of an attack. These are some great shots from Axis. You just need to get into position for this capture to come through. And Kimura is trying to be that player, be that front runner. You have 1 more to deal with. That's going to be Waz. And as soon as Revengeful gets into position, there's a capture 1 point difference.
Minute 10 to go. Jake does enough onto Artie here, but Revengeful's in through the back. And you've got complete control here. Vengeance has got to arrive quickly. And doesn't get Axis down, so Axis should be able to just spring through. We'll get the coverage in then from Vengeful. And no, you get there. There will be a Hellstorm from above. Waz drops it on Axis' forehead. And now the mad scramble's on. Artie's going to arrive here first to cut this off.
This one's getting too close for comfort for both sides. Vengeance, though, might be able to give them some comfort back. 4-2. Vengeance, Mr. Do-It-All in map 3. 33-20, a capture. Waz right there next to you. 24 seconds. No longer does the ball stop the timer once you pick it up. So it's got to be rally after rally. And Charms says, not today. Time's going to run out. And it's going to be Central Alpha forcing us into a map 4 hardpoint. Back to Den we go. This series is far from over.
Waz 34 and 18. Vengeance 34 and 21. Every time their team required a multi-kill, a 2-piece, they stepped up and struck home against players that are of the highest caliber in this tournament. The level at which they were playing. Best play somehow going to go over to Revengeful here, but those 2 gentlemen on that side, on that Central Alpha line up, you deserve just the highest plaudits on getting their squad through. Any other scoreboard you look at there and you think, okay, Mountain are walking this one.
Yeah.
Look at that for Central Alpha. Nearly 4,000 damage out of Vengeance. That NPC was being put into the back of everybody.
I was saying for a second, you know, Jake and Charms was having a little bit of a slower game in that map number 3. As soon as they start to pick it up towards the end there, I mean, you see those constant 4 down, 3 down as we were kind of looking for dojo control out of Central Alpha. And when they found those moments, that activates Waz and Vengeance to just hold that space. And it was just constant triple kills, constant double kills for them to really delay Mountain from stabilizing in this map 3 off of their respawns. It's what Den is mostly known for, is when you get a position like what we see Waz and Vengeance in so often, that player is just continuing to fire off kills. That spawn trap is so lethal on this map. I think that Mountain had some opportunities to really fire back, but never truly understood how to hold that space or where to go with this ball. It was very much some Hail Mary plays.
When you think of the fact that Central Alpha are walking away with, what, like nearly 70 kills between the two of them, it's relentless pressure that Mountain never really felt comfortable under. You never had that four-man setup able to hit something that we did see Central Alpha with several times. You never saw Mountain with an opportunity to just cleanly break a line.
No.
Central Alpha did that multiple times because Waz and Vengeance were doing more than their fair share on the map. Don't get me wrong, Charms and Jake, obviously part of the success story. Those two players decided that they didn't want to call the end to this series just yet and took over.
Not at all. And you see Vengeance there. I got to give him MVP for map number 3. That 6th spree that he had in P2 to give them that second cap towards the end of the first half. And then, I mean, you just see him over on Patio, the opposite side for the B zone. He just fires off kill after kill with that MPC. Truly a fun player to watch throughout this series. But it does seem like, Andy, we have a little bit of a break for a PC reset needed inside the venue. So we got Den Hardpoint coming up very soon after a little bit of a technical pause.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Esports Championships on the Keesler Air Force Base. We're in deep with Call of Duty, especially the series between Mountain and Central A. Central A coming out a little bit flat across our first two maps, at least in closing out the series. They've been as close as you can ask for in the games itself, but go into the Den Overload. You say that this team needs to lock in, change a few things up. They do exactly that, Andy. Big game out of WASD, big game out of Vengeance, and now we're heading into Den Hardpoint, looking to see if they can go map 5.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing which team comes out better off after a little bit of a longer break. Because, I mean, typically, a team comes off of that map through victory. It's like, okay, this is how we build our way back into reverse sweep. But we have the extended break. Now, for some teams, that can kind of cut their momentum. That kind of flattens them out a bit. Whereas for others, it's a case of hoping that you don't end up wallowing in that. You know, the players over a Mountain, they can't afford to have spent that extra time sitting there thinking, oh, we should have won this, we should have won that, we should have done this. He said it's got to be, look, chalk it, we've lost. There's no point investing good time after bad time. We need to just focus on our hard point. So, yeah, I'm very curious initially in the break-off. Do we get one team dominating, or is it much more of an even affair like we saw in map 1?
No, I think that in map number 1, too. I mean, you look at that from the perspective of Mountain, knowing that we were outslayed, we still walked away with the map win. You know, that's going to feel good for them going into Den. This is a map that even if you're getting outslayed at, as long as you're rotating to those, you know, P2s and P4s, you're going to get a lot of time off these hills. You know, this is something that you definitely don't want to overestimate losing out on a rotation for, especially for those P4 hill setups. If you don't get those first spawns, you're going to be feeling a little bit worse for wear and trying to break from the front. It has changed a little bit since the introduction of the NPC. I will be honest, I think that the NPC has given a lot more break attempt to these big hills, but it's still difficult.
No, it definitely is. I mean, as I think it should be, right? I think that you should be rewarded for having a good defensive setup in place, for rotating in first. I think that's fundamental Call of Duty at its finest. And if we ever lost that, I think we'd be doing something wrong. But I do like that we do have, as you mentioned there, a bit more of the ability to break with the NPC. Our pop-off SMGs, our superstars in those roles, are able to kind of find a gap, punch a hole, and let the rest of their boys through. Those moments are also plenty of, you know, in Call of Duty history. They're some of the ones that we could recount the most. But, yeah, I think with the NPC now, I mean, you're looking at, again, I look at, like, Artie, I look at I'm forgetting his name from the last series, you look at these boys who, like, kind of lighten up the feed every now and again, and you go, okay, this is where you can really come alive now. Yeah. You got that Den hard point. One of you is looking to close the series down. The other's looking to extend it on and lead the line, just like you did in map 3. And riding that momentum line as you were from the last time out.
I think there's a head-to-head that I'm looking at going into this map number 4. Personally, it's Vengeance versus Revengeful. Not just for their namesakes, but for the fact that both of them have had some huge impact in the respawns with that NPC in hand. Revengeful in map number 1, with that start he had on Scar. This time around, he kicks things off with the M15. He's going to get some time off the back of some beautiful shots.
Yeah, definitely a break-off strategy coming through there. And to be fair, extra ARs in a courtyard that's pretty much got no cover in it will not be a bad strategy. Will reward Central Alpha with some early presence and points. And unfortunately, team kill's going to come through. Wise is going to drop a nade onto Jake. And the spawn's going to flip. So RC and Axis, while they find kills on opposite sides of P1, will now break it right open to walk in. But no one really sets up control of P2. Mountain looking to get there through couches.
Revengeful still holding on to that M15 for this rotation for a close quarters hard point. Kimura needs some help here, as he's going to get some rough timing on Vengeance. There's the break back in from Central Alpha with those back spawns. Now it's on a Mountain to see how they can break this one from the front. They have a player in the back. That's going to be Kimura with a little bit of a rogue spawn. Split kill feed inside of that hard point. Puts a little pressure on Revengeful. In fact, it is going to be a break back in from Central Alpha, but you got to see if they can hold on from the front. Easier said than done. Still flooding through. Charms with the NPC, putting it to work. Up and over. Picks one up off the ground, but tees up his teammates for the break.
Yeah, exactly. Does well enough there just to stay alive that his boys can instantly trade. And you continue to hold this hill, even though it hasn't given you really a lead here. I was a bit worried that when that rogue spawn came through, you were going to give it up entirely. So for Central Alpha, you will get one body on this rotation. Vengeance to play spoiler. Artie's got to find him quickly. Does, but you want to clean that up. And once it's in, you can start to set up this defensive play. Unless Jake's here to spoil the party next. He's going to continue to threaten over on that side of the map.
Players from Central Alpha all over the place right now.
multiple different angles to be dealt with, and so far, so good. Actually, there's clean 4 deads, so pop that hill, get some time, and start to garner even more of a lead here on this dead. Now 44-19 on P3. With the setup, a lot of people would say is ideal. Mountain looking to scavenge themselves a break through the middle of the map with the NPCs. Not an easy fight to take, and Jake lets you know M15 is king at range still. 5 in a row for Jake. 60 points now for Central Alpha and counting.
Nuclear map. Sorry, hill out of Jake here. Plays in through Dojo. Gets in as that second player to really contest the rotations. Because of him, that you never get a setup in place if you're Mountain. And he isn't done right there. He lights up a couple more to then allow his boys to hold. I think without him, the score flips entirely on its head. And Vengeance in the back line as well. Just playing around the back of these pillars. Very sneaky. And will, again, just stop Mountain ever getting anything that looks remotely like a setup in place.
You're trying to do your best. Vengeance back out with the NPC. Flies into the hill. Not able to turn it into a second one. Vengeance, though, pressured out from behind. And you do have NPCs in position here. Was not going to give Artie the chance for 2, but have given the setup in for Mountain now on this hill. I didn't know Vengeance could see him there.
No.
Not trying to hold on for things. Here comes the contest. Vengeance has flown into the zone, and you just don't expect him to be that far off. Couple kills coming in. A break-in for Central Alpha, and Mountain just cannot do anything on this map.
Gotta figure a way of getting a lockdown set up in place. We'll head back into the next rotation. Popcorn will mean that Jake's nade takes Axis with it. Revengeful here finds Charms. Now, the idea there is push out towards that Dojo control. The rest of the boys can lock down mid, scoop the points. You won't have a flank coming through.
I mean, this is a big lead going into the second set, and Mountain should feel worried. I mean, that Den Overload has completely lit a fire underneath this team, and they look fantastic. Vengeful over mid-cut. He's back with the M15. Not expecting Vengeance to hit that flank yet again. Vengeance, another double kill. Still, you have Mountain on this point. Axis coming to the rescue to keep his team nice and snug on this P1 hill. Good kills coming out for Mountain, and finally getting some plays here. Good 20 seconds that you'd love to get the rest of.
Vengeful gets caught out and wrap back through. Was with yet another huge moment in this series to ensure that those back spawns stay in Central Alpha hands. Axis will scoop a bit of scrap time off here, but really you want that pressure in through couches. Won't get there. Feels very individualistic. I'm not seeing a team hit, a play come through from Mountain. But also they're all working together where they're making sure spawns are cleared out, checking out over each other with the trades. RC's now going to try and get to Revengeful, but it's just not really in time. So while you do get one trade through, Jake's there to instantly reply. And so the dominoes fall and the numbers favor Central Alpha yet again.
Got a 50-point lead here. Artie, frontline, NPC struggling to connect to some shots. Finally takes down Jake. Axis in the sideline. Nobody's watching it. And with Artie, Axis breaks 4 dead. Spawns in the back for Central Alpha. But how fast can you really throw them away? 21 seconds. Looks like a couple players are going to be valuing this rotation from Central Alpha. And a few of them are going to take some last-ditch effort looks at this old scrap time. 11 seconds to grab here for Mountain. They're going to cross triple digits heading into P3.
Yeah, Jake's positioning here in Broken superb. You're also going to get Vengeance pushed out towards Dojo, and those 2 kills, all the hard work that Mountain just did, this likely slices that away because you've locked down this hill. Yes, the break attempts will be there from Mountain, but it's got to be pretty perfect or you're watching that lead grow yet again.
They struggled at breaking this P3 last time. Jake had an M15 in his hand, this time NPC, and it looks like it's going to be no different. 22 and 12. Axis on the flank. A little bit of time to develop this one, and enough that as soon as he's been seen, it really is nothing here from Axis. Another 3 go down, and I mean, that lead quickly from Mountain that was cut down to about 40 points. Central Alpha expending it again, back up to 60 now. A full hill's worth of time. A team nade onto Artie from Kimura, and they just got nothing to say on P3, I guess. We go to P4. They've lost the early rotation for spawns. Vengeance is going to be back here. You need something desperately out of Mountain.
timing is against you in Call of Duty. It most certainly works against you as well. Vengeance went up off a wall jumping, but he actually popped over Revengeful, and neither of them saw each other. That's why we're in the position that we're currently in. That happens seconds after a team kill comes through onto Artie, who's having a struggle map right now, 11 and 23. Really not managing to get that NPC firing on all cylinders. Reach out there doesn't work for him either. Axis then will try and hold this from the front, and no, and shut down, and Charms pops for a big 3-piece. You will get an answer from Revengeful, and oh no, he ain't done either. Artie then clears up small rooms, so you will get a hold on the front side, and these are points Mountain desperately need.
Look at this play from Artie. He is not afraid to take these fights to the back. Artie on 3 in a row. Gonna break those back spawns. Already set up in the small room for Axis. Has some assistance from Revengeful. They clear out the rooftops. They flip the spawns yet again. Split spawns there for Central Alpha, though. We'll get them a pretty decent setup over towards Couches, but still a couple members from Mountains in and lurking, and that lead cut down to 20.
Jake, by the way, on a rotation through the rooftops. He isn't picked up, and it looks unlikely, although there will be a turn from Revengeful. He's a huge player in this playoff screen, and no kill as two players stack up through red, and Vengeance goes big towards Couches, and oh my lord, he pops off. Great set of kills there that's going to give you so much map presence, allow Vengeance to get lost as well, and you got to go hunt and find him if you are Mountain. Central Alpha in complete control, up by 35 points right now. We're charged with 2 more there. Should help you lock down a bit of P1, but no. Find 2 more if you're Revengeful. I don't know how many times we've said that. Multi-kill after multi-kill, try and keep his team in this.
Mira now jumping around, not able to hold his life. Flank from Artie takes the pressure off the hill. Gonna stay alive inside Broken. Waz does a great job at clearing. 15 seconds. I mean, this is fantastic for Mountain. I mean, it would be enough to close this lead to about, give or take, 10 points. So you soak up all of it. You win some rotations on to new, and you would have been looking absolutely in a great spot. This time, though, it is going to be Central Alpha with the setup. And quick as ever, a break from Mountain. Oh my god, they break down!
Was with a huge 2-piece. Kimura will be the last to stand. Now trying to set the back line. Reads it correctly. There goes Jake. Do you see Charms as well? Surely not 3. They're setting up time for Axis to arrive. And you do enough damage to break fully in. 20 behind if you are Mountain. Was with a huge 2 on the nade. And there comes a 3rd. 4th body. Yeah, Revengeful does the right thing. Slows it down. Waits for the rest to arrive to hit this together.
Good nade. Advantage for a second. And here they come, looking for the kill feed to light up blue to see if Mountain can break it. Artie in for the contest, jumping around. Hipfire won't connect. Instead, for Vengeance, you clear it out in 11 seconds. Gonna put you in at around 230. Back down by a 50-point difference. P3 historically has been so good for Central Alpha. Can Mountain crack the code this time?
Feels like you've got all the right pieces in the right places, but just like that, they crumble. Another kill comes through on the opposite side. That pinch play coming out. Revengeful does his damnedest, but it's not enough. Central Alpha can win it here, so Mountain must find a way to break it. The hill that they've struggled at most. Axis with the kill through Dojo. Jake's the one to drop. The wrap coming in through Artie through the backside. You've also got the pinch from the middle from Revengeful. The right idea. The execution, though, does it stick? Central Alpha, while you're not fully killed, you are at least moved off the point, but the pressure's instant.
Well, not only do you have to hold the rest of this time, you also need to break P4 too. And Central Alpha just continue to keep you on the back burner. Good nade from Artie. Charms, though, trades it. Access to the wall. Wallbangs will connect. Officially, we will be going to a new hill. And look at the positioning from Vengeance.
Just gonna send 3 bodies through red. If you are Mountain, try and catch Central Alpha a little bit by surprise here while Revengeful hits through the front, gets the timing. There's the first. Second is also going to be blue in the feed. You get 3.
Oh my.
All 4 wiped by Mountain. Central Alpha as well are going to be spawning out, so they've got to now break in through the front. Can't win this here if you are Mountain. You get pretty damn close, but you must do everything to stop Central Alpha touching.
Vengeance with a huge 2-piece. Players off spawn looking to race back into this hard point, but fighting from the front line. Central Alpha wasting no time to pave way into a map 5. One more chance to touch. A nade from Jake puts it away. Central Alpha carrying us to the distance all the way to a Scar Search and Destroy. Wow. What a way to close this one out. You got to be feeling for the players on Mountain, though. A fantastic break to give them some life into that P4, but still not enough.
Yeah, Mountain really struggled to get their SMGs going, particularly around that P3. They never looked like getting it locked down. You get that break attempt towards the last set of rotations, sure, but even then, it wasn't completely clean. You break it, it instantly gets smashed apart because you haven't done enough to wipe one side. And Central Alpha basically punched out to Dojo to give themselves a safe point to shoot back from. So, yeah, Mountain, it just, I don't know, it feels like you were never in control. Central Alpha are riding that wave of momentum so well right now. And how the tables turn from 2-0 down to Game 5 in a heartbeat. And all the momentum with this team in red. They've dominated through 2 of their star players, really, but the teamwork as well, all on top of each other at all times, getting those setups in place and breaking them as a unit. Something I can't say about Mountain that last map.
I said, Andy, it'd be impossible to come back from an 0-2 deficit in a full reverse sweep fashion against one of these 2 teams. Right now, Central are like, okay, hold my adult beverage. Watch me do it this time. And yeah, I was looking through these replays, just what can I say other than those P3s from Jake and Charms? Incredible. P4s from Vengeance on top of it. I mean, he is so electric with his NPC in his hand. And 2 of those 3 hills on P4, Central Alpha had to re-break from the front, and Vengeance takes 2 incredible 2 pieces to open up those floodgates for the break, just constantly being the tone setter for the team in terms of pacing on Den. But we're done with Den. We move forward, and we got ourselves a Scar, Search and Destroy, map number 5 to close out this series between the 2. You thought this was going 5. Here we go. Andy, you get exactly what you wanted.
I do indeed get exactly what I wanted. I've had it all the way through this series, to be completely honest with you. I said from the very get-go, I wanted our hard points to be close quarters. We certainly got that. I wanted our S&Ds to be round 11s. We got that. And I wanted our overloads to be incredibly exciting. We got that. So, yeah, this has been a series for the ages. We knew it would be once we build it up. But heading into Game 5, as you said, we'll be seeing out this series with that S&D on Scar. Now, honestly, obviously, a lot of it's going to be hitting out that bomb site over by Wood. You're going to be playing a lot towards that P2 side, but every now and again, we just see that strategy come through to isolate the bomb site over by green, sorry. And I don't know, it's watching these teams again. How deep is your playbook? You should know this map intrinsically. It's been out since the start of Black Ops 7, but these teams, we talked about it, they all got shifted around this year. So how much time you managed to put into practice? Yeah,
and you know, you might not see too many of B hits, but we should see plenty of sniper plays on this map. One point, we did see Kimura pull out that boomstick back on that gridlock map number 2. Does he elect to take it out on this map 5 as well? I mean, Scar, you definitely see snipers really opening up doors over towards P2 in those top red fights. Maybe fights through top blue to top green. So many angles to find with that VS Recon in your hand. So opportunities there on Scar, but Rustico back and forth. It isn't actually orange, and it's not actually like back and forth in it. It's 2-0 up for Mountain, and then 2-0 back for Central Alpha. So going into the Scar, Central Alpha going to have the momentum on their side, but you still expect Mountain to put up a fight here in map 5.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. You got to remember that Mountain won the last S&D, and they did it while looking like they could have had a hell of a lot to improve on. Again, Artie was struggling for long periods through the opening stages. While they were getting a lot of first bloods, they were then being over egregious and throwing those lives away. That being said, Gridlock is a lot of bang outs at showers. You get those first bloods, sure, but often it's instant trade situations, so it's weird. Here on Scar should be no such thing. If we do see someone like Kimura pull that sniper out and start getting first bloods, you should have time and distance between your opponents to really put that to some sort of effect. To slow down, go, okay, we got 4 bodies, they've got 3. How do we turn this into a trade fest that we're always going to win? Set A is obviously going to be incredibly important, and it's also about then, you know, those moments where you get the information and you kind of react off the back of it. I did feel that at times Mountain were a bit egregious of not doing that and just kind of headbutting that same wall over and over again. They made it work in the end. Won't get away with it here on Scar, I feel. So gotta be better at understanding what's going on around you and reacting to the play.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple things to look at in this Scar. You expect it to be a little bit slower. Those first bloods will have more impact. Really, really excited if teams do pull out some B attacks, but I don't expect it one bit. Jake, not going to have that VS Recon out.
Top blue with an M15 meets Camiro through mid. Couple shots going to be traded. No kills. You get spotted if you're vengeful. Moving through boat. And wow, has already gone through here. Oh, it's already gone top blue.
He's literally just walked the length of the map. I don't understand. Like, didn't a single timing went Central Alpha's way. And he's now just going to get himself lost inside of blue. Unfortunately, his teammates aren't doing the work he needs them to do elsewhere.
Oh.
And you just get mobbed. Central Alpha come out and put bullets into everything. Was, of course, it's him leading the line with the AR. And if you are here right now, you're thinking, boys, I just did everything for you. What the hell happened?
Yeah, that was bad. I mean, Artie really was the key. You get that first blood, somebody's got to win a fight over towards red. I mean, Artie could have won that round for you if you just gave him time to develop it, but fortunately, it doesn't work out there. I mean, I'd like to see that Artie's making those plays, but definitely something for Mountain. You'd like to get back here. Now their chance at offense. Nice nade from Axis. First blood on the Vengeance. And that should lead to a potential bomb plant here.
Trades it through, so that will suit Central Alpha, who will maintain that 1 life lead. Artie had to win that fight. He's going to want that one back. 2 apiece. And I've just realized the names are flipped. That's what's throwing me right now.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. We're back on it. Revengeful will make that a 2-1 in favor of Central Alpha. Tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, 1-1. Axis, new kid on the block for this team, says he hasn't showed up a whole lot in these AFG tournaments. Not this time. Can he ice up and even this scoreline, Jake? A lot of time going to be wasted. 15 seconds. A lot of time to hit this defuse. And as soon as Axis checks that bomb, he doesn't need to stick this one. So, waiting for the internal clock. Checks the bomb. Cleans it up. Perfect. Coming through. Mountain inside of this second round.
Feels like a round Mountain needed after losing the last 2 maps to go 2-0 down, then the game 5. That is. Well, that's a lot of momentum all against you. Get the bomb down, play around it, burn through the timer, force the defuse, clear it up. Clinical work. Allows Mountain again, their offense. Now, we're going to keep an eye on Artie here, because last offensive round, he walked through the middle of the map and found one all the way down in blue. I doubt he gets away with that again. His route this time, the mid-cut set nades will go out. Very early, no trophies. Axis can be forced to back off.
Spam on Axis and almost gets a taste of his own medicine. Off the draw. Already back into market. Lots of mid-map control. So far from Mountain. Axis just teasing from top red. I'm still going to find that first blood. That's a play out through the A bomb. Should force Artie away from this one. Has to be careful. As you can see, Charms is just breathing down his neck through mid. And looks like Artie's going to be the one to make the play. Ties us up 3-3. He gets out with his life.
It's very well there. He managed to back off, but Artie rounds the corner to find Vengeance tucked underneath. And I'll give a leave if you're going to make that child. You wait for Axis to do it with you. Axis mid-reload, not got a chance in hell. 23. You will cut walls, but expect the pressure to be imminent. No, bomb goes down instead, so 40 seconds. There's a chance here. But Jacob high and SMG down low is going to make it incredibly difficult. And you spot Axis on the cross.
Yeah, so Vengeance on one side, Jake on the other. Good shots coming out from Axis, but not enough. So Central Alpha holds strong on the post plant. 3 rounds in a row, all going the way of the attackers. I think it really, really boils down to some of those fights that came out through bottom red. You saw how slow it was to put that bomb down. And Central Alpha were happy to wait for Mountain to see if they can take a challenge. Jake up top put some good shots down for his teammate. And they just continue to draw out this series.
Yeah. Defensive nades are going to be up and over and catch. And it's just, sorry, offensive. Very aggressive here if you are Mountain. Up towards A. Nobody's elsewhere. So Central Alpha are going to want to swarm this at some point. You do have Kimura keeping an eye on your back line, but really you want this bomb to go down, then punch out in a certain direction.
Artie.
And, well, Revengeful and Artie just say to hell with the bomb site. We're just going to get some kills.
Yeah, just fly. 4v2. Vengeance looking to make a play. I don't think he spotted Vengeful or Kimura in top blue, as everybody is all over the place right now from Mountain, and it's going to be Jake in a 1 versus 4. Gives himself away. Good luck, have fun, my friend. Could be Mountain tying things up in this game. Jake getting flanked out. And there it is. 2-2. Wonderful from Mountain. And yeah, I mean, you say to hell with it there if you're Revengeful and Artie. Just as soon as you get an inkling of an idea of where that setup is from the defense, they just shell it out. Happy to take these fights. Individual fights for the NPC go your way. And as soon as you're in a 4v2, like, that seemed like it was dusted.
Yeah, certainly high risk, but can come with high reward sometimes. It pays off in that moment. I think Mountain recognizes well, we're all literally tucked into this bomb site here. If their flank comes through, we're in big trouble. Let's just pick a side, punch it together, overwhelm of our numbers, and give us a little bit of safety, a little bit of a blanket. Get there, but a big A hit also coming in from Central Alpha.
Early kills, Vengeance traded 3-on-3.
Don't know what that smoke was.
I mean, just get out of there, make sure nobody chases you.
Sure.
But they've completely given up A. Is this where you've been looking for an elusive late B hit? Nobody's top green, so there's no better time than ever. Of course, we know more than they do. Still a bold gamble.
Vengeful is the one who might get timing here on Charms. Although Charms is being clever about this, took himself off in a little bit of a rat position, a little sneaky one. And none of you will see each other. Whilst we'll get the initial engagement off, but no foul thus far. Still 3-on-3, and Jake overstays his welcome.
He goes a little bit too far. Vengeful, middle of the map. Turns things around. Charms suddenly on the ropes. 1v2. Charm's gonna go for a full wrap through market. Bomb is down, and Mountain have to do nothing to change their positioning. Charm's top green. As soon as they spot him, there's the kill. So now Mountain have said, why don't you try your hand at defense? We're gonna set somewhat of a change up here. They swing the momentum their way. 2 rounds back to back, being the first ones to grab a defensive side.
I think, I can't remember who it was who was top blue, Vengeful maybe. I think his position would have been better just to hold that window, because the rotation comes in from Mountain, and he likely would have been able to spot that, call that. Instead, because he took himself off in that corner, you basically lose all that info gain, and Mountain have those 2 players in back deep. I don't think Jake's expecting it, so when he strays through, he just gets lit up instantly, and that basically hands the round to Mountain. They've largely stuck to this big A hit. Doubt they're going to change it, and, well, the answer's no.
Over towards A. Revengeful, first blood, traded by the nades. Vengeance down low, almost finds a second one. Fortunately enough, Charms up top. Continuing this trade fest. Finally, the smoke has drawn out. 1 versus 1. Jake versus Kimura. And Kimura has full reign of the height here. Jake down low with an MPC. Not an easy fight to take versus an M15.
Certainly not. No player has any intel at this point. In fact, Jake at least knows where Kimura was. Kimura has had no reason to suspect Jake's positioning at all. I'm surprised Kimura didn't scoop the bomb on the way past. At least give him some options.
Kimura just needs to check this one properly, and you just don't expect him to peek and mark it from that side. Jake, what a troublesome 1 versus 1 there. I mean, he was so sure that he'd chow through mid, or at least go for the bomb plant, but Kimura, the seeker in this game of hide and seek, checks the proper corner, right time, and ices up in a yet another 1v1 for Mountain. Now 3 rounds in a row, Andy.
I'd hate to think how many of these S&D rounds in this series have come down to a 1v1. It feels like every time. Mountain and Central Alpha going down to the wire here. As close as we expected. But Jake checking the wrong corner means his team are currently 2 rounds down. A lot of work to do. Nades are going to come out. That will slow the progress from Central Alpha. A lot of trophy resets after using them in the previous round. He's going to play close. Snade's going to go up and over. I don't think he's going to read the close SMG.
Artie takes the fight. Tough one, Jake. Draws first blood. Good cleanup, though, on the flank on Revengeful. Vengeance gives it numbers now for Central Alpha. Axis up top. Bomb has yet to cross here, so still a chance for these defenders to do some damage to the setup.
Bomb's still miles away from the site. In fact, I'm a little worried. Vengeance over Charles this. Gets cut and the bomb's dropped from no man's land. No, he will eventually start sending it forward, but not quick enough. In that window, Axis dropped charms. Now it's a 2v2.
And now you're not really sure you can just go for this bomb plants. Jake is kind of teasing a flank here. You've repositioned Kimura to watch the back steps. Axis just needs a time to take this fight versus Vengeance, trying to chase him down with the M15, 1 versus 1, over the top with the pistol, but it's Jake out on top for the 1v1 this time. Not giving up. Holding on for his dear life. Let's see this again. Minimal damage from Kimura in the back. NPC versus pistol. Yeah, in this meta, NPC all day.
Jake does very well there, though. He gets tagged up, recognizes the call's going to come in, that he's weak, so he instantly hits the slide out to his left, and that just throws his opponent, who's looking at where Jake was, where he was called out, not where he's now repositioned himself to. Gives him the time to deliver the extra bullets, find the kill. This is within 1 round.
Well. Back into a 1-round difference. Vengeance. Vanity's in the flank here. It's going to be watched by Kimura. Big fight that you'd be able to win, but it's 2 ships just crossing paths here. Vengeance has yet to be seen, and there's the first blood. Kimura now going to be on hunt to see if you can catch these players in your spawn. It is too much work to be done as Central Alpha just continue to find kills around the map. It's already 1 versus 3, would essentially be a 1v4.
The only thing is he's only got an SMG as well. I mean, yeah, I was about to say you might win that gunfight against Waz, but you're going to be well aware of your positioning at that point. So an easier retake as you like for Central Alpha. Mountain crumbling in moments like that. It feels like if there are ever multi-kills in this series, it's always Central Alpha. Mountain, they'll get through situations, whether it be the hard points early, the S&D previously, and then into this map where you get taking several rounds away, the grinding for it every time. Central Alpha, they've had a couple of clean moments. They just need to figure out how to win those trade fests a bit more.
Yeah.
They'd be running the show right now. Mountain have invested heavily at this A hit over and over and over again. We see them one more time on that attack round. They've got to consider a look at B. Something different has to arrive. They've been shut down the last few times.
He's talking about that round 1 from Artie. Well, Vengeance says, this is how you do it. The flank through mid. Drives the attack from the defensive side into blue. As soon as that NPC gets lost in blue, oh, it is hard to remove them from that section. Such a difficult beast to deal with in this campaign. 1 minute in the round. Nothing's going to be working. Artie trying to do this one. He kind of tiptoes with the idea, but quickly is like, nah, I don't want anything to do there.
Does give Revengeful the time to cross out, though, towards back. Oh, wonder if he got read by Jake, and he does. And with moments like that, I'm like, does Revengeful need to be hitting that? I don't really know. And Artie's caught looking the wrong way. Axis does well to get one and get out of his life, though. Makes that deficit a little easier to handle. The big player's Jake. He's going to be in middle. He's going to fire off shots actually from mid-cut. That's going to force Axis and Kimura to really think about if they back off from this.
And none of these players are actually ready for Jake's positioning here. Kimura brings things into a 2v2. Jake quickly going to pounce on the opportunity to take yet another round for Central Alpha. Now on match point for the series. Potential reverse sweep against Mountain.
Said earlier, it's incredibly loud inside the venue. I can imagine reverse sweep between 2 juggernauts will get people out of their seats. Central Alpha will thank Jake in that last round. Fires off the shots initially from mid-cut. Felt like he didn't really need to, but then repositioned himself top green. I don't know why Mountain don't react to that at all. Because even if he doesn't play top church, he's going to rack through your backside. They just trust that they're fine on the fight at the front. Never comes through, and it's another hit towards A.
Another one here. Mountain, pretty one-dimensional off these attacks already. Making some noise through market. He's going to get tagged up. Axis goes down. That's the bomb carrier. Chimera, second to fall. Everybody's falling away. And already no chance to stay alive as low as you are. A reverse sweep from Central Alpha on day one of CONUS to set the mood in our Call of Duty tournament to qualify for Worlds. What a day. What a series. What a team.
Two glorious teams, but yeah, Central Alpha will deservedly walk out on top here. Feels like they made all the right adjustments. Even in that last map there, you talk about how Mountain early, you were getting players like RT to just slip through the back line. So they would go, okay, what we're going to do is punch out on this opposite side. We saw the exact same thing in map 4, where you'd get that lockdown coming through from Mountain. So Central Alpha would, again, just answer, okay, what we're going to do is hit you in this various situation. So they've done an incredible job, have Central Alpha. I think that, honestly, been brilliant, but focusing again on that map 5, so often it feels like we talked about it a little bit. All right, well, what does your strategy book look like? I'm a little bit worried that Mountain, they kind of just have like the standard hit it and overwhelm with numbers over and over again. Whether it's successful or not, that's what we're investing in. Unfortunately, with a team as good as Central Alpha, we're going to eventually figure out how to break that down.
Yeah.
And eventually walk away with these long SMPs.
And it really started with the swing in that Den overload. I mean, we got to talk about what really shifted the agenda of this entire series. It was this NPC matchup against both teams. Vengeance hits a new gear. You see towards that map 4, Jake really picks it up with the M15 and the NPC, really flexing between both roles. And between those two players for Central Alpha, Wazd and Charms didn't have to really do too much because Vengeance goes into that map 5. He's making all the plays through market with this NPC in his hand. Jake is shutting down flanks from Revengeful, really making sure that Mountain's NPCs can make no difference in this series. It was just truly a breakdown top to bottom.
True, yeah, it's going to be a tough one to swallow. It's going to be a very bitter pill for Mountain, and especially as well the history between so many of these players. They know each other. They've squared up with and against one another for quite some time. And, well, Central Alpha be walking away this afternoon. Those beers are going to taste pretty nice, pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Mountain is going to be, all right, we got to hit the VOD. We've got to figure out exactly why this series just got away from us. We talked about at the top of the story, we said, if you go 2 up in this series, you should walk away with it. You have too much quality in your squads to not be walking away with the series. Once you go up that far, you shouldn't be losing 3 maps then on the bounce. Well, it just happened, and it happened to a really good squad. So yeah, Mountain, little bit of work to do. There's a lot of gaps in their play when it comes to those. Again, the Central Alpha multi-kills, clean passages of play. Mountain never saw that. It was breaking things down, chip by chip, brick by brick. And while that is a glorious thing to be able to do, you can't consistently rely on it, not against a team of this quality.
Oh, that's going to put a little bit of a chip on your shoulder as well for Mountain going into the rest of this tournament, especially if we do end up getting a rematch between these two teams later on, maybe day 3 or day 4. Who knows what's in store for this Call of Duty side of our CONUS Championships and Enigma, because it's Central Alpha taking the win in a Game 5 fashion. Neither of us get a point there from our predictions. We had Mountain taking that one. Both of us did, which, to be fair, and I did say going into this, everybody regarded a Central Alpha as that top team in the tournament. I thought Mountain had it. It looked like they had it. It's going to sting. It's going to sting for a little bit.
Yeah. I think a lot of people saw the Central Alpha not only have a hell of a lot of quality, but a spine and resilience to them that meant they weren't going to wilter under the hot temperature, just be crumbling under that pressure. So yeah, they certainly stood the test of time there. That was a gauntlet of a series too, by the way. To end the day out, we've had a long day of action here at CONUS, and these two teams have just had to see out a hell of a run. So yeah, great stuff all around. Looking forward to seeing all 8 of these players again through this week.
And I mean, what a day we've had through Rocket League, through Call of Duty. I mean, a couple highlights that we can kind of break down, Andy, on the Rocket League side of things too, with that Western squad, the trio of Crow, Leggy Pup, and Demoholic. Man, if I gotta say some favorites coming out on the Rocket League side, I think it's safe to say that those guys are looking to crown themselves champions. I want to see them play against those Alpha squads, because that's going to be really the test for Western that I think everybody's looking forward to. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to, Andy.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Again, that Western team, they are glorious to watch. And do I think that they look a cut above? Sure, but let's get them against those Alpha squads. Let's see what they look like with Mountain Alpha and Central Alpha come to town. I think that they've got a lot to say about whether or not Western are the best team. And I'm pretty sure that tomorrow we'll get a little bit of a look at.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the schedule up, but yeah, we will get a good look. So I can't wait for it. First day of Rocket League casting, hell of a lot of fun. Second day, about to serve up some bangers. What a weekend! Oh, I can't believe we get to call this our job, my friend.
Well, it's a beautiful day, and that's going to be for Sunday, for Monday, for Tuesday, all week long here on our CONUS Championships of 2026. Tonight's going to be the end, but tomorrow, don't forget to tune in here at twitch.tv/Air Force Gaming, 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. You don't want to miss it. We got day 2 coming up tomorrow.